So, like the jingle said, with the wonderful lyrics written by Violet, with the use of AI to put that musical piece together was quite entertaining. It is. We run this room. Steve runs this room slash show. Very organized. Everybody gets a fresh vibe. Everybody gets a chance to speak. But we do it in order. We don't want interruptions. We do encourage, conversations that are productive and meaningful and not suck. Like don't throw personal attacks and don't say silly stuff because when that silly stuff gets said, we're going to challenge that silly stuff. So we do have Nesset next for his fresh five or her fresh five, whoever they may be, and then we will go around back in order. I know Elliot didn't get his fresh five earlier, but we're going to give Nesset his mic time. Nesset, you got your fresh five. Care to say?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. Go ahead, Nesset.
Very well. So real quick, I'd just like to say that I'm black from Africa, etc. Right, and I just want to say that atheism is not an African original concept. It was never a part of traditional African culture. All of our African ancestors believed in some type of higher being, some type of supreme being, right? And that being said, I'll also like to say that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is not the black man's religion. We were made slaves under Allah and Jesus Christ, right? Jesus did not free us. Allah did not free us. So any black person that is, Muslim or Christian, you are lost. Brother or sister, you are extreme lost. And it's fucked up today because people keep trying to force their religions upon other people, right? As black people, we were by ourselves. All you other races, you guys came to us in the beginning. You guys came and fucked with us, right? You wanted to deal with us. You wanted to take what we had, right? And then now you're complaining that your societies are being fucked up because we're a part of it. But in the beginning, you guys came to us. We didn't ask for none of this shit. Y'all could have just left us alone, right? But it already happened, right? But yeah, I'm a practitioner of African spirituality, right? In Africa, we have many African spiritual systems, right? And you will find your truth within these spiritual systems. You will not find your truth within the religion of the white man, or the religion of the Arab man, or the religion of the Chinese or Asian, or whatever type of other race, right? And religion is a cultural concept which is specific to each race of people on this planet Earth. That means that everybody on this earth, they have their own concept of what God is, right? And it's connected to them. So if you're a black person worshiping Allah or Jesus Christ or Buddha, Muhammad, right, or any of the Hindu deities, right, you are lost. You are extremely lost. And I will land on that. I also have a response.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nesset. And thank you, everybody, for joining us here on Ask the Atheist with
Because I'm not racist, I'm not going to go after the black man.
We're going to go around again. JCC, I'll let you call out the order.
Hang on, madam. So, yeah.
Very well said.
Madam, if you interrupt again, you will be put down the audience, so please. Alfonso had something to say. Alfonso, you can add on to what you were saying before and respond to what Ness said as well. Great, Alfonso. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, to finish my previous interaction, I was trying to steel man what creationism might mean in different traditions. A very common one in different traditions is that there was some entity, superior creator, maybe roamed the earth or was independent of the earth, came up and created plants as they exist, and humans and animals as they exist, and they never evolved. For others who are a little bit more in depth, they would say that God, like John Mallinckrodt says, he gave the spark and that didn't really do much. So he started the whole process of evolution and humans and all that. But as a observers, we don't see that, right? We can't see as far back as, or have any evidence to see that there was an agent creating all this. So even though we see cars and watches, and we infer that a human created them, we cannot infer that the earth, the volcanoes, the sea, and other life forms emerged. We have no way of seeing that except for scripture and tradition. So I think we're at a loss if we believe that there was an agent. And so to the traditions of Africa, again, if you think that the African traditions are monolithic and they all believe in a higher power, the evidence shows that religion in all the world, and especially in Africa, because that's the cradle of civilization, started with animism, basically seeing agents in nature, and we started to believe that there were spirits acting, behind the scenes, and I think it's very poetic. It's beautiful, the human experience. But there's something that really concerns me, right? There's thousands of Christians that are being murdered for being Christian. I'm an atheist, but I don't condone the murder of theists either, right? And so Africans, Muslims are murdering, killing Christians, non-Christians, just because they have different belief systems. And so that is concerning when you come up with the supremacy of one belief system. That's very problematic.
Thank you, Alfonso. Well said.
Can I respond to that?
Just 60 seconds. Go ahead, Nessa. What's your response? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the whole ordeal of Africans killing each other on the continent because of these religions, you gotta understand that as Black people, as Africans, we are under a spell. Like, for example, I'm here as a Black man, an African, speaking English to you all. English is not my indigenous language to my ancestors. It's not the language that we spoke. So, like, our subconscious mind and the way we see the world is so fucked up that when we see each other through the lenses of white people. Like, we're that fucked up that we see each other through white people's lenses. So when we're over here killing each other in the name of these religions, you gotta understand that, like, it's so hard to, like, explain. It's just that we're just under a spell. We're not operating through our natural self at all. From the way we see each other, from the way we see God, we're not operating as our true self. And white people, like, bro, why the fuck won't y'all just leave us the fuck alone? Just leave us the fuck alone. Stop coming to Africa, right? Stop implementing whatever the fuck y'all got going on. Just leave us alone. From the beginning, you guys came over and wanted to do whatever the fuck. We were perfectly fine. We were perfectly fine.
I just want to contribute very quickly. Nesset, although I'm an atheist, although I'm a Jew, I consider myself a white person, and you have my personal guarantee. I have no intention of going to Africa, and I absolutely, without question, will leave you alone. That being said, JCC, may I make a recommendation?
Yeah, go ahead.
I recommend that we go to Madam now, because I believe she's on her knees, giving us a place and chomping at the bit. But that's up to you. That's up to you.
Sir. I think, Madam, you got like 2 minutes to respond to something and add something on topic or something different. Madam, are you there? All right, Madam. Well, I am God.
I'm here.
Okay.
It's a lot going on. My very close friend has something to say. She's been listening. She has something to say.
Is it in reference to what we just currently discussed about?
Let me tell you a little bit about history right now. You know, Black people sold themselves to their own people at one time. So did Europeans. Everybody sold themselves at one time to their own race. We can't be blaming white people for every problem on this fucking earth. Let me tell you something right now. Nobody is a problem. We're all human. And
Madam, are you finished? Okay, very good. I want everybody except Madam and the mods to turn down their, no, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I was going to say something very stupid. I'm biting my tongue. JCC back.
Good job, Steve. Good job. So, thank you, Madam's friend, for sharing that tidbit of information. Yes, Nesset, since you brought this up, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond because I want to pass the mic to I Am God. He's been wanting to chime in on the topic. So, what's your response, Nesset?
Yeah, so with the whole, it's crazy that, Madam's friend brought this up because I was just speaking to my white colleague about this not too long ago, right? The whole ordeal with Africans selling other Africans, you understand that, yes, we're all humans, right? And even I would argue that we're not all human beings, but that's a different conversation. But you gotta understand that, like, when white people encountered Africans during that time, we had a different mindset, right? There's a book. It's called the Iceman Inheritance, right? And it talks about how the upbringings of white people and Africans, it created a psychology where white people were able to take advantage of our psychology. For example, right, in Africa, we live in a tropical climate, right, where we don't really have to worry about food, right, because the sun will bring the food back, right. The food grows out of the earth. It comes from the trees, right. There's plentiful of animals. There's land plentiful everywhere, right. Minimal clothing, right. Whereas white people, they grew up in an environment where it was cold, harsh, right. Nothing survived, nothing grew, right? So they had to think of ways to survive. They had to think in the future, right, to survive the winter. So when they came across Africans who were living in this land of abundance, right, they were able to take advantage of this type of environment, this type of people, because of how they were living, right? So Africans, we have, until this day, we have a very, how can I say, it's very innocent. Africans are very peaceful people. I will say, we are very peaceful people. I know
Wrap it up,
may not wrap it up. Yeah, I know it may not like it, but we are very peaceful, innate people in our hearts. We're just peaceful people. We Europeans are not peaceful people. They are a very warlike type of people, savage people.
Thank you, Nessa. Thank you. So, I Am God. What is it you care to add?
Oh man, I have so much to say, but we're gonna sum it up. Yes, Dr. Daniel.
We'll give you a fresh 5. You got 5 minutes to say what's on your mind.
Yes, thank you, Les. I think that's the name. You talking about things take shape, things that man does that. Steve has said a lot of it that was correct as well. We are the creators, we're destroyers. We give life, we take life, we move mountains. We feed the animals. We look out there. There's evil on this earth, yes. We look out after each other. So all that you said, I don't understand. Factories is what made your couch to look through that shape. Factories made your TV look the way it looked. Factories made these clothes, the hat, and that thing, that knife, and that thing. You see, factories done it. And we ship these things to you, and you accept it. You don't never push it back and go, I don't want that because that's man-made. I'm waiting for God to send me out his own image. You see, when you're on that table, that doctor, make sure that your heart is beating, that you pulled through that surgery. You see? So I'm going to leave that one alone. And Nessa, brother, oh my God. There's a saying where you should just keep quiet and let people think you smart instead of opening your mouth and moving all reasonable down. The people in this room, I'm sure we're older than you. We're older than you that you have to give us no history. Woman matter, dropped it down on you real quick. That long, that drawn out, nice and simple. And you just sat there and said how Europeans are evil, how they're nasty. But what you didn't understand, how you just came in this room with white people and just said about the things you said in the manner, in the tone of your voice. So you pretty much wasn't representing with Africans. You see? So I would say to you, don't go in a space that makes you uncomfortable. Hear me when I say that. Let this be scripture. Go where you are happy. Because evidently, your soul isn't good. It's not nice. Just like the last man who kept saying, oh, y'all racist, y'all racist. Why would you put yourself makes you respond and talk like you're talking now because you look at that. No, we wasn't blind. No, we're not looking at the world or America through because I'm wise enough now. Got my third eye open. Don't blame no white man. Don't blame the black man. I will blame myself because of the situation that I put myself in. And you should be grown enough to know now. Ain't nobody got to put you on the pot to piss no more. You should know. Don't look at that way. Evidently, it makes you angry. I'm just like Steve when he said, I don't care your race. I don't care your color. You're an asshole because you're an asshole. Now, am I prejudiced? Yes, because there's some things I don't like. And there's some people that I don't like. But you're too old, brother, to be coming here, probably come to America, that you probably dislike, you don't like, but you come here. You taking our resources. You say, then you probably go back to Africa. I don't know. But the way
I'm not in America. I'm not in America.
Okay, I said I don't know. But I said you may come to America. You may have been to America. I didn't say you are American. But why go to a place that you don't like? That's my point. I land.
Thank you very much for that.
May I comment?
We'll come around. First, I'd just like to say, if
Very well.
anybody would like to come on up.
Hang on,
Guys.
Hang on, miss it.
If anyone else would like to come on up and add to the conversation or, talk about whatever's on your mind, you can come on up and get your Fresh Five too. I am now going to turn it back over to JCC to decide which direction we're going to take next.
Excellent. Thank you, Violet. This is fun. I really enjoy this conversation. I want to, Elliot, we were chiming in, asking you to speak in hour number 2. It's now hour number 3. Elliot, you got a moment to talk. You can get your Fresh Five while we still got time for Fresh Fives, bro. What's on your mind, Elliot? Are you there?
I'm just listening. I don't know. The conversation about the race is always cringe, but thanks for that.
But of course, Elliot, you're so welcome. So Les, you want to respond? I'll give you a minute or so to respond. What was on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone who spoke and addressed what I said that I feel was substantial. Like your guys keep up there. I spoke about order, and then he's talking about cancer. Where does cancer happen? Do you have sand and rocks getting cancer? Isn't cancer in cells? That's order. Cancer don't just go ahead and grab on the metal and.
Okay, so let's dialogue back and forth. So actually, cancer is disorder, right? He was using that as an example in antithesis to the order that you're claiming, right? And I also gave you. Please do not interrupt. I also gave you a response to rebut your intelligent design argument. I don't know if that's what you knew you were doing. You're making a claim. Look at things look at the trees argument. Trees seem to be ordered, right? Therefore, there must be an intelligent designer behind these trees. There's nothing to conclude from that because we can see things that are ordered by intelligent beings like us, and then we can compare and contrast things that do not need a quote-unquote designer. And that's why Steve brought up volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes. Those are the opposite of order. And if you're claiming all things are from an intelligent designer, it doesn't follow because there's disorder in the same thing. So just because you see complexity does not mean it's intelligent design.
I'm a pattern recognition seeker.
I was able to allow you to speak and you communicated clearly without interrupting you. Let me be able to speak. Okay? So when we talk about volcanoes, does volcano happen in the air? It happened in the earth. That's order. Okay? It happened in a specific location. You don't expect planes to be flying underground. So your idea of disorder is happening within a specific vicinity that accommodates for that activity to happen in that location. So it's still ordered. So whatever you say about volcanoes, tornadoes, they're not happening in random places.
Beautiful. Do not interrupt. 10 seconds before he said, let's dialogue.
No high work that I know is for the war in Iran. You know, those
it's okay to dissent against your own country. Well, if that's okay, then why isn't it okay to disagree with? He was also United Nations staff at the United Nations Turin, Italy. He's part of the.
You're going to get a cheap fight experience. I don't think it really mattered.
I think that the.
So I was, oh, sorry. Yeah. I was gonna say real quick. So from my understanding, and I could be wrong, Spirit was intended to be like a.
mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. saving need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold the flashing of my light I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke thee. Fingers travel the beats of the world, so I after thee in my power of glory. By my fingers I invoke By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Say it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, strike thy cheek. By the sword and the voice of the 611 are the voices Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Remove your car scratches in 60 seconds or get your money back. Look, no cut, no phone. Let me shine the diamonds already.
More than that, Tacitus describes the physical characteristics of these mighty Germans. He wrote about how they had fierce blue eyes, blonde hair, and huge frames. In short, they were perfect Aryans. For the Nazis, the Germania was proof that the German people were descended from a mighty race superior to all others, and provided a direct link to their Aryan origins. And the words of Tacitus would resonate with one German in particular. To give up the Aeneas Codex. But the Count Aurelio Balbeschi Baliani was not used to being bossed around.
Mussolini wanted to give it to Hitler as a present, but my father actually didn't like fascism. He didn't like Mussolini.
The Count thought Mussolini was ridiculous, and he had no time for the pompous upstart's demands. So he refused to hand over the war.
They didn't want to make Mussolini too happy. They didn't want to make Hitler happy. I mean, they didn't want to give it away.
I was always proud of my father for everything. Just to say no, and just to be very nonchalant about it. I think that demonstrates courage or intelligence.
Another of his properties, his palazzo in the town of Jesi, only a few miles away. The Count's treasures had been smuggled out in agricultural carts, hidden from the Germans beneath piles of farm produce.
There were many cars that were going at the time in the center of the town of Jesi, so lots of things were hidden under the wheat and under the grapes.
Could it be that the Aeneas Codex was among the valuables?
Mine is the head of the man, and my
This was the first time humanity had ever seen what it nearly looked like. Its body was covered in blood-red scales, and its face looked strangely similar to the demons of legend. But this alien freely handed humanity a huge amount of advanced technology. However, scientists locked the sense that something was off, because ever since this visitor from space arrived, humanity's technological progress had come to a complete standstill, and the had come up with a single goal picture. So while the media reporters efforts to top down the officials did not care at all. After all, with alien technology doing the work for them, humanity had no need to develop anything with its own hands, and the officials casually took the mark for the alien and trying to capture every At first, the woman wanted to refuse, and the alien's overwhelming presence, she begged for the something unusual, because inside the being, a strange symbol could be seen. Calming to settle down until the home to sleep. After being incredibly blown out in cold sweat, it turned out that the symbol pointed directly to a set of spatial coordinates, and the so-called genetic organization was nothing but a cover. What's more, every turn of the word attached by it showed enormous supernatural abilities, something new objects with their minds, and something that turned people's dreams to science. Even stranger, those children would be for the first time sleeping on the alien as design and gestures to a specific abilities, as if they were carrying out some silent ritual. What became was what happened, he was certain that whatever was behind it, so it blew his mind to see that the aliens had uncovered the truth behind this conspiracy. To do that, to his girlfriend, who was in charge of transporting animals to the aliens, and to find a way to solve it from behind. So that his mind was without logic anymore, he refused, and just like that, he successfully foiled the partnership and was sealed inside the alien beyond the knowledge of animals. This was the first time he
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is Draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Above me shine the diamonds are ready and white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beats My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. Now my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh King, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my love I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Be a contributor that, yes, their tickets were probably, maybe a little cheaper than other airlines, but Frontier has.
The Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your weekend. We will be back next Saturday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and next Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And JCC, why don't you say the standard last words for the show?
Wish you all happy trails until we meet again. Thank you, folks.
Bombadita, 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 cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny
My grandma had she got a whole bunch of them for her backyard. And my grandma got a whole bunch of them.
To spirit, it's such a horrible comparison.
That wasn't a comparison. That wasn't a comparison. Don't lie. It wasn't a comparison. He was reciting that they did it. Choosing them in the first place, like this whole check bag, I'm sure that I'm comfort. You probably thinking, I'm going to be here for a long time, so let me just get here up front and figure out what the cost to be, rather than going with their business model. Like again, that was mentioned earlier, has been working for 30 years.
is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain.
Megatron.
By my body I invoke thee. About
Welcome to the book club. Hello? So I'm going to read a book. Not many people these days take the time to do this. Most people are too busy talking. Nobody's actually learning. People claim they are learning, but I have yet to hear anyone learn anything. It's unbelievable. Nothing intelligent is being projected. It's all just Stoic or Socratic method dialogue. And then they say, let's dialogue. And then they interrupt you immediately because it was a lie. They don't want a dialogue. But anyways, I heard a lot of bullshit this morning on this app. A lot of bullshit. A lot of shit about white people being the worst people on the earth and that black people had the natural God, the magic God, but it was the Muslims and the Christians that enslaved and raped and destroyed the African, and they have the world's real religion.
Wait, did you say Earth?
Earth.
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 Like Alf? Like Alf? Remember Alf? But you mean Earth?
Like the truth. Like the truth at your birth and at your death. The truth is the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. And then you have to ask yourself, was Clubhouse worth it?
Oh, I have something to read to you, my friend.
Okay, then you will be modded 3 minutes to 10 minutes. That's the book club rule.
Okay, so this is the hypostasis of archons. The book is called The Reality of the Rulers. It's an anonymous tractate presenting an esoteric interpretation of Genesis 1 to 6, partially in the form of a revelation discourse between an angel and a questioner. While the tractate illustrates a wide range of Hellenistic syncretism, whatever, the most evident components are Jewish, although it presents a form of the hypostasis of archons, shows clearly in Christian features, thus it can be considered Christian work. Its theological perspectives is a various Gnostic as perhaps Kantian affirmation. It is generally assumed that the hypostasis of archons, like all the other Nag texts, is translated from Greek. The possibility of Coptic on the phrase "besides me" in Isaiah 46:9, and blind in this hypostasis, in this chapter, such as well as the description of animal-headed rulers, suggests that the performance may have been Egyptian. This document is tentatively dated in the 3rd century CE. It's obviously no later than the 4th century to which Nag Hammadi collection is dated. But the well-developed Gnostic treatment of material in this document, as well as the Midrashic handling of spiritual material, argue against the early date. Furthermore, the philosophical orientation of
I'm assuming chapter 96, 11 to 14, has identified as atypical of the 3rd century Neoplatonism. The questions of date and provenance complicated, and the possibility that the work as it stands is a result of Christian editors having combined the narrative sources, interpreting parts of Genesis with a revelation discourse concerning with the Syriotology and eschatology, or teratology and eschatology, and placing them both with Christian. Epistasis of the Archons is certainly the work of a Gnostic teacher instructing an audience while using previous material. He writes, from a position of authority, even in angelic revelation, where the characters in the discourse is, obstinately speaking, obstinately, however you say that. The audience is a Christian Gnostic community, aware of the material of both testaments and accepting the authority of Paul. They are familiar with Jewish literary traditions, including the Apocrypha, or elliptic text. A tradition functioning from the apocalyptic, providing reassurance for the insecure community. It's operative here. The hypostasis of archons and thus an esoteric work written for the self-conscious community, which probably felt pressure from the Christian community and defined itself as orthodox and others as heretical. There are clearly some literary relationships between the hypostases of archons and the origin of the world, which follows this tractate in code second oath, being to draw a common source later. The latter mentions the book or books of Noria, in which the Ephesians also refer to. Which Epiphanius also refers to. It's such suggested that the hypostasis of archons is to be identified with that source, but without compelling evidence. There are a brief introduction quoting the great apostle Paul. The hypostasis of archons offer its methodological narratives. The main characters in the mythological drama which unfolds includes a blind ruler, Samuel, also called Bakar, or Fools, and Yaldabud, who blasphemies against the divine, the spiritual woman who roses Adam and outwits its rulers, the snake. An introduction and an instructor who counsels the men and women to eat the food forbidden by the rulers. Noria, the daughter of Eve, the virgin, pure in character and exalted in knowledge. Page 93 of the tractate will focus changes on somewhat the center stage now is the great angel of Athena, who reveals to Nora, the original and destiny of the archonic powers. Epistasis of Archon proclaims, as the title indicates, the reality of the Archon rulers. Far from being merely fictitious, imaginary powers and archons are all too real. These rulers indeed exist. This is a grim reality for the Christian Gnostics, who define their own spiritual nature in opposition to the ruling and enslaved authorities. Yet, as the document promises, the Christian Gnostics can have hope. their spiritual nature will be more lasting than our kind, and their heavenly destiny will be more glorious. In the end, the rulers will perish, and the Gnostics, the children of the light, will know the Father and praise him.
Okay, that was like 3 to 10 minutes in the book club. Welcome to the book club, everybody. Invite your friends. This is not the Socratic dialogue. This is straight up information. This is gathering information, distributing information. This is called how you don't waste fucking time. This is called interesting. But the same conversation over and over and over again with the same people saying the same shit. What the fuck? The point is that? No fucking point. It's a waste of time. So that means people are doing this all the time. They're wasting all their time. But anyways, I'm going to read from a book that I hope you will read from a book. We read from 3 to 10 minutes in the book club. We don't talk about the books we read. We just read the books. That's the secret of my magic book club is we don't waste any time. We just distribute information. You pick it up and you run with it. That's it. That's it. That's the whole show. That's the whole game. No more wasted time. No more opinions. And that's it. I'm going to read a book now. Here we go. This is Ayn Rand, page number 22. The process of concept formation does not consist merely of grasping a few simple abstractions, such as chair, table, hot, cold, and of learning to speak. It consists of a method of using one's consciousness, best designated by the term conceptualizing. It is not a passive state of registering random impressions. Oh, Megatron, the reason why I bought this book is because remember that day with Simon where we're gonna
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some books in PDF. I haven't began to read them yet though, because I got stuck having to do other stuff like buying my wife a car. Do you know what that's like?
I know what it's like to buy pretty girls nice
knows
stuff.
What it's like.
You know what's
Buy a car that.
You know what's funny about this Ayn Rand is Simon is right. It's very good, but Simon does a horrible job explaining it. That's the funny part. Simon doesn't actually explain it barely at all. But when you read Ayn Rand, you're like, holy shit, this is pretty smart. Like this is very advanced thinking. Okay, continuing on, page 22. It is not a passive state of registering random impressions. It is an actively sustained process of identifying one's impressions in conceptual terms, of integrating every event and every observation into a conceptual context, of grasping relationships, differences, similarities in one's perceptual material and abstracting them into new concepts, of drawing inferences, of making deductions, of reaching conclusions, of asking new questions and discovering new answers and expanding one's knowledge into an ever-growing sum. The faculty that directs this process, the faculty that works by means of concepts, is reason. The process is thinking. Reason is the faculty that identifies and integrates the material provided by man's senses. It is a faculty that man has to exercise by choice. Thinking is not an automatic function. In any hour and issue of his life, man is free to think or to evade that effort. Thinking requires a state of full focused awareness. The act of focusing one's consciousness is volitional. Man can focus his mind to a full, active, purposefully directed awareness of reality, or he can unfocus it and let himself drift in a semi-conscious daze, merely reacting to any chance stimulus of the immediate moment. At the mercy of his undirected sensory perceptual mechanism of any random associated connections it might happen to make. When man unfocuses his mind, he may be said to be conscious in a subhuman sense of the word, since he experiences sensations and perceptions. But in the sense of the word applicable to man, in the sense of a consciousness which is aware of reality and able to deal with it, a consciousness able to direct the actions and provide for the survival of a human being, an unfocused mind is not conscious. Psychologically, the choice to think or not is the choice to focus or not. Existentially, the choice to focus or not is the choice to be conscious or not. Metaphysically, the choice to be conscious or not is the choice of life or death. Consciousness, for those living organisms which possess it, is the basic means of survival. For man, the basic means of survival is reason. Man cannot survive as animals do by the guidance of mere percepts. A sensation of hunger will tell him that he needs food, if he has learned to identify it as hunger, but it will not tell him how to obtain his food, and it will not tell him what food is good for him or poisonous. He cannot provide for his simplest physical needs without a process of thought. No percepts and no instincts will tell him how to light a fire, how to weave cloth, how to forge tools, how to make a wheel, how to make an airplane, how to perform an appendectomy, how to produce an electric light bulb, or an electric tube, or a cyclotron, or a box of matches. Yet his life depends on such knowledge, and only a volitional act of his consciousness, a process of thought, can provide it. But man's responsibility goes still further. A process of thought is not automatic or instinctive, nor involuntary, nor infallible. Man has to initiate it, to sustain it, and to bear responsibility for its results. He has to discover how to tell what is true or false and how to correct his own errors. He has to discover how to validate his concepts, his conclusions, his knowledge. He has to discover the rules of thought, the laws of logic, to direct his thinking. Nature gives him no automatic guarantee of the efficacy of his mental effort. Nothing is given to man on earth except a potential and the material on which to actualize it. The potential is a superlative machine, his consciousness. But it is a machine without a spark plug, a machine of which his own will has to be the spark plug, the self-starter and the driver. He has to discover how to use it, and he has to keep it in constant action. The material is the whole of the universe, with no limit set to the knowledge he can acquire and to the enjoyment of life he can achieve. But everything he needs or desires has to be learned, discovered, and produced by him, by his own choice, by his own effort, by his own mind. A being who does not know automatically what is true or false cannot know automatically what is right or wrong, what is good for him or evil. Okay, that's 2 pages of Ayn Rand.
What a rant. What a rant. I didn't looking on a lot of poetry books.
Mm-hmm.
Some old ones. And then I got into this song yesterday. And it's because I saw TikTok. I'll show you the TikTok now. It was this black guy who was singing Tool. and he does it acoustically, and I never heard this song like this ever in my entire life. And I'm gonna share the fucking TikTok with you because it's very important. I saw him doing this, and it's such a song that you would never see. What's up, sister? It's a song that you would never see a black man with an acoustic guitar singing. So that in and of itself was like, shit, what song was he singing? And then when he sang it, he did it so good that it inspired me to learn the song yesterday. That's why I was singing it.
Do you want to pin it or put it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna put it in right now. And it's like a fucking. At first it looks like a goofy video. Like I didn't want to ruin like the picture I had in my head about who this guy was. So I started scrolling, and there were like moments where I was like, "Oh, this guy's really goofy." I was like, "So I don't want to ruin the video by looking at all his other goofy shit." So I just kind of kept it.
You know what happens is when you find if you create a successful video on YouTube, what the creator does is they just recreate that successful video over and over and over again. There's these two guys on YouTube that like sing this one stupid song. It's like, I need a new heart and my heart is broken, now I got you. And then they feature like a girl or some entertainer who sings the song. They do the audio enhancement. But they got like 25 million subscribers and they're probably making a few million a year singing the same stupid song over and over again. A few million. If you do 500 million impressions on YouTube and you're a paid creator, that's $2.5 million in revenue. And every month YouTube pays out $1 billion to its creators. Meanwhile, Clubhouse gives you the option to get some gold coins that you can't even cash out. It's so stupid. This app is so stupid. It's such a waste of time. But not in the book club because we're using our brain here to improve our brain.
Yeah, no, the book club is superior. Yeah, superior.
Carmen, welcome to the book club. We are reading books to each other here. Do you have a book you'd like to read, Carmen? Excellent. We also have Fatima here and Ben.
So he does this so fucking good. And I'm not even gonna ruin it for you. Okay, Carmen? I'm not gonna ruin anything for you.
Look at Megatron's PTR. He's got the Sephiroth or the Tree of Life overlaid on Mother Mary.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's check out this TikTok.
There goes the video. Watching it. I got stuck watching the video before posting this. I just think that's such a good song. You gotta listen to it.
Yeah, that guy's getting laid with that song. Make your day. Okay, we're continuing on the book club. That was our brief music segue to another book. We are here to improve our brains by using our brains. Carmen, would you like to read a book for 3 to 10 minutes? Now's your chance. 30 seconds going once. 30 seconds going twice. 33 seconds going 3 times. No? Okay, Megatron, it's your turn in the queue to read a book. Do you have a book, Megatron?
I want to read to you the lyrics to the song. And I'm going to read them as like a poem. And I'm not going to read them as an actual song. But I might have it playing in the background. You know, I'm not seeing me now. This is Stains doing the acoustic version of Kitover. The song originally by okay? This is Every Shadow's Just Behind Me. Okay, hold on to it. Let me load this up. Listen to this stuff. It's very good words. This is Every Shadow Just Behind Me. Every step I take, breaking every promise empty, pointing everything at me, waiting like a stalking button, pull upon within the rest, going now the path is lost, just because the sun was set. Jesus was a fucking whistle. Nothing but the past is done. Jesus was a fucking whistle. Nothing but the past is done. Why can't we not be so? I just want to start this over. Why can't we just sleep forever? Just want to start this. I just want to start this over. The second verse. I am just a worthless liar. Maybe just an imbecile. Removing complication. Trust in me and fall as well. And we'll find the center in you. And we'll chew it up and leave. And we'll work to elevate. Just enough to wait. Mary was a fucking Muslim. Nothing but the past is done. Why can't we not be so? I just want to start this over. Can't we just drink forever? I just want this start over this time. I know I can't get that verse. It kind of repeats the same thing from the second verse. I just think this is a great song. What do you think about that? You started
Okay, thank you for that share, Almighty Megatron. Welcome back, everybody, to the Clown House Book Club, where we are fighting the brain rot minute to minute. We are using our brains to improve our brains by reading what's called books. Many people have forgotten about books because cell phones have taken over their minds. They are no longer actually alive. It's the cell phone controlling the body. But here in the book club, we are liberating our brains from cell phones using books. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are reading actual books. These long forgotten pieces of paper with wisdom and intelligence embedded on the sheets. Welcome back to the book club. Okay, we just had a submission from Almighty Megatron Prime, the leader of the Catholic, Christian, Jewish, Muslim debate room that has been going on for many years now, plaguing Barth's mind day to day as he works, drilling and hammering nails at construction sites without a partner. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a partner because he's on Clubhouse all day, and his manager is like, you know what? That guy's on Clubhouse all day. He doesn't deserve a partner. But here in the book club, he's got reading partners. That's right. We're reading books to each other because we care for one another. Instead of having pointless, useless conversations, we are sharing high valuable information. Okay, Carmen, do you have a book you'd like to read? Now's your second chance to participate. Carmen? Nope. Okay, Carmen. Carmen, we're putting you in the goo. The stage is only for participants. Sorry, Carmen. Okay, this is page number 24, Ayn Rand. I'm going to read 2 more pages from Ayn Rand, and then that'll be my Ayn Rand for the day. Then I'm going to move on to our super special bonus section just for the Gnostics. Page 24. Yet he needs that knowledge in order to live. He is not exempt from the laws of reality. He is a specific organism to a specific nature that requires specific actions to sustain his life. He cannot achieve his survival by arbitrary means or by random motions, nor by blind urges, nor by chance, nor by whim. That which his survival requires is set by his nature and is not open to his choice. What is open to his choice is only whether he will discover it or not, whether he will choose the right goals and values or not. He is free to make the wrong choice, but not free to succeed with it. He is free to evade reality. He is free to unfocus his mind and stumble blindly down any road he pleases, but not free to avoid the abyss he refuses to see. Knowledge, for any conscious organism, is the means of survival. To a living consciousness, every is implies an ought. Man is free to choose not to be conscious, but not free to escape the penalty of unconsciousness, destruction. Man is the only living species that has the power to act as his own destroyer, and that is the way he has acted through most of his history. Oh, we got Mountain Man. I hope you'll join us, Mountain. You need this more than anyone. It's called reading books. So, Mountain, what we're doing is we're reading for 3 to 10 minutes each. What up? I'm reading right now The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand. I'm reading 2 pages, and I'm putting all this on YouTube. What then are the right goals for man to pursue? What are the values his survival requires? That is the question to be answered by the science of ethics. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why man needs a code of ethics. Now you can assess the meaning of the doctrines which tell you that ethics is the province of the irrational, that reason cannot guide man's life, that his goals and values should be chosen by vote or by whim, that ethics has nothing to do with reality, with existence, with one's practical actions and concerns, or that the goal of ethics is beyond the grave, that the dead need ethics, not the living. Ethics is not a mystic fantasy, nor a social convention, nor a dispensable subjective luxury to be switched or discarded in any emergency. Ethics is an objective, metaphysical necessity of man's survival, not by the grace of the supernatural, or of your neighbors, nor of your whims, but by the grace of reality and the nature of life. I quoted from Galt's speech. Man has been called a rational being, but rationality is a matter of choice, and the alternative his nature offers him is rational being or suicidal animal. Man has to be man by choice. He has to hold his life as a value by choice. He has to learn to sustain it by choice. He has to discover the values it requires and practice his virtues by choice. A code of values accepted by choice is a code of morality. The standard of value of the objectivist ethics, the standard by which one judges what is good or evil, is man's life. or that which is required for man's survival qua man, since reason is man's basic means of survival. That which is proper to the life of a rational being is the good. That which negates, opposes, or destroys it is evil. Since everything man needs has to be discovered by his own mind and produced by his own effort, the two essentials of the method of survival proper to a rational being are thinking and productive work. If some men do not choose to think, but survive by imitating and repeating like trained clubhouse animals the routine of sounds and motions they learned from others, never making an effort to understand their own work, it still remains true that their survival is made possible only by those who did choose to think and to discover the motions they are repeating. The survival of such mental parasites depends on blind chance. Their unfocused minds are unable to know whom to imitate, whose motions it is safe to follow. They are the men who march into the abyss, trailing after any destroyer who promises them to assume the responsibility they evade, the responsibility of being conscious. If some men attempt to survive by means of brute force or fraud, by looting, robbing, cheating, or enslaving the men who produce, it still remains true that their survival is made possible only by their victims, only by the men who choose to think and to produce the goods which they, the looters, are seizing. Such looters are parasites incapable of survival, who exist by destroying those who are capable, those who are pursuing a course of action proper to man. The men who attempt to survive, not by means of reason, but by means of force, are attempting to survive by the method of animals. But just as animals would not be able to survive by attempting the method of plants by rejecting locomotion and waiting for the soil to feed them, so men cannot survive by attempting the method of animals, by rejecting reason and counting on productive men to serve as their prey. Such looters may achieve their goals for the range of a moment, at the price of destruction, the destruction of their victims and their own. As evidence, I offer you any criminal or any dictatorship. Okay, that's 2 pages of Ayn Rand. Welcome to the stage, Joanna. We are reading books. Mountain is next in the queue. If you have a book, Mountain.
I'm driving across the city. I'm going to hit the weed shop, so I can't really do that right now.
Oh, well then get your weed and come back and read to us when you're stoned.
I will.
Okay, great.
I will. I definitely will, sir.
Because if you put tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9 in your bloodstream and you don't read a book, well, then you're wasting the chemical. You're supposed to use it for therapeutic purposes and enlightenment purposes. Joanna, you are next in the queue. Joanna is a book reader. She is an author. I have created an audiobook for her about her wonderful novel. Joanna, do you want to read any of your books or something else? You have 3 to 10 minutes. This is a safe space. There's no Socratic dialogue here. We just read books. That means we share information with each other.
Wow, what an honor. I would, but I'm doing something right now, but I love you for that.
Okay, we have Abba and Alumi. We also have Joe B.
Intellectual presence.
We have Alumi here, who is a holder of the Logos. Alumi, you get 3 to 10 minutes to read whatever you want, and once you read, you do get a mod badge in this room. Only book readers. Anything you want, 3 to 10 minutes.
Let me pull something off the shelf.
And Abba, you get to go in the queue too, Abba. We try to limit conversations to 30 seconds and book reading 3 minutes to 10 minutes here in the Clown House Book Club.
Yeah, no problem. Let us read. I've always liked reading this text to the ignorant masses. It is by R.T. Mullins, The End of the Timeless God. This book has given me the metaphysical chops to engage and reach enlightenment.
Anyways, let us begin. Theological confusion number 1. God is temporal, timeless, or something in between. One major problem area in contemporary theology is a complete lack of conceptual clarity with regard to divine eternality. It is important to get clear on what the debate between divine timelessness and divine temporality amounts to. Unfortunately, this is not always achieved. An alarming number of contemporary evangelical theologians continue to propagate the notion that God is timeless and temporal as he relates to creation and the unfolding of the plan of redemption. These views are barely explicated any meaningful and plan of redemption. Any meaningful and coherent way. Usually there's a bit of nuance to such statements, but ultimately they reduce to a contradiction. One example comes from God's will. Amazingly, creation God is omnipresent, one remaining in himself. Contradiction. Weir tries to avoid this contradiction by saying God is timeless qua himself, but temporal qua related to creation. The move he is attempting to make is intended to be analogous to a move made in the incarnation. This will be discussed at length in chapter 7, which focuses on the incarnation. For now, it is worth pointing out why the move Weir makes is not analogous to the incarnation. In the incarnation, the quote move is intended to predicate the contradictory properties to different numerically distinct natures. For instance, only the human nature of Christ suffers while the divine nature does not suffer. While God's relation to creation, there are not numerically distinct natures or where to appeal to. There is simply the divine nature. The divine nature, it appears, is timeless and temporal on Ware's account. That is incoherent. Further, it is not clear to me that Ware actually understands what divine timelessness and divine temporality means. This is a persistent problem in contemporary theology. Closely related to the claim that God is timeless and temporal, one can find theologians saying that the atemporal God experiences time. Perhaps one might say God experiences time differently than we do. This is a mistake, however, because an atemporal God cannot experience time. To truly have an experience of time takes time, and this is not something a timeless God can do. Another common confusion that is touted about to find a third way. We need to get beyond the divide between timelessness and temporality, one might say, and find a third way between the two positions. Trying to find a third way is like hunting for a sniper in haggis. It is a futile hunt because it is nothing more than a trick perpetrated on the uninformed. When it comes to whether God is temporal or atemporal, there simply is no third way. The two positions.
I was having a good time out here.
Logically contradictory, like your pet is either
It's okay. I mean, in San Francisco, you had Pacific Toilet that's nice. I had a special coming out too, you know. At the end of the day, different network.
either God exists or there are
Bill Murray's in it, very funny. You know,
we understand where these theological claims go.
Valerie Price, and she'd love to go. Good girl, Valerie, too. I found
One,
that out.
let's understand what divine timelessness and divine
Now, the things are going real good, too. I mean, I just finished my first
given
one.
an extensive treatment in chapter 23, but for now, a few quick definitions can be given. God is timeless if and only if God exists without beginning, without end, and without succession. To say that God exists without succession means that God does not do one thing and then another. The life of a timeless God is not characterized by a succession of moments like temporal beings are. God is temporal if and only if God exists without beginning, without end, and with succession. The life of a temporal God is characterized by a succession of moments. In other words, a temporal God has a before and after in his life. He experiences one moment of time after another, just like we do. A timeless God does not experience one moment of time after another. Instead, a timeless God experiences his life all at once. With these basic definitions before us, we can see that the claim that God is timeless and temporal is false. God cannot have succession in his life and lack succession in his life. This is a straightforward contradiction. Furthermore, we can see that there is a third way between having succession and lacking succession. There appear to be doctrine of divine eternality that is indistinguishable from divine timelessness. Regarding step 1, the Barthian might say that classical theism was invaded or corrupted by the static categories of Greek metaphysics. She might say that contemporary theologians must reject these static categories and replace them with the dynamic categories of the biblical witness, which portrays a God who is not foreign to time. This might be persuasive reasoning for some theologians, but things go awry when Barthians go on to articulate the doctrine of divine eternality. In step 2, they replace the doctrine of divine timelessness in the most unfortunate way. Consider Karl Barth's articulation of divine eternality. Barth affirms that God exists without beginning and without end and without succession. He is the definition of divine timelessness. If this were not enough of a blunder, Barth goes on to praise and affirm Boethius' definition of God's eternality. He wishes to affirm with Boethius that God's life is one eternal moment that lacks the before and after, such that there is no second moment in the life of God. Boethius' definition of divine eternality is the classical statement of divine timelessness, and it is unfortunate that some systematic theologians wish to affirm this definition while trying to be divine temporalists. Barth seems to be unaware of the fact that he has just reasserted the doctrine of divine timelessness because he continually says that God is not foreign to time but exists in his own time. God's time, as Barth defines it, is without succession yet present to all of time. This is exactly what divine timelessness says. So Barth's doctrine of divine eternality is indistinguishable from divine timelessness. A more recent Barthian blunder comes from Kevin Ben-Hooser. Ben-Hooser says that God is outside of time and omnitemporal. This goes back to the first theological confusion. He claims that God's life is temporal because of God's dynamic three-person life. However, he says that God does not have a before and after in his life. The triune God simultaneously possesses succession such that there is no before and after in his life. This is unfortunate, for it commits the Barthian blunder. Further, the claim that God simultaneously possesses succession such that there is no before and after in the divine life is not entailed by the doctrine of the Trinity. Instead, it is simply succession involves a before and after, so nothing can simultaneously possess succession.
Yeah, usually about 2 pages is about, 3 to 10 minutes. But you can read more if you want to continue.
Are you following, or I just read more?
No, I'm following. We're listening.
Oh, I read this a while back. Going through this again. At some points, changed the mind. Theological confusion. All right. Theological confusion number 3. The Trinity entails a particular understanding of eternality. The discussion of Manhuser raised a popular and unfortunate widespread confusion worth mentioning. There are divine temporalists who claim that the doctrine of the Trinity entails the God is in time. Contrary to the claims of these theologians, nothing about God being triune entails that God is temporal. Various contemporary theologians have attempted to argue that the eternal processions of the Son and the Holy Spirit from the Father entail that God is temporal. Sometimes the claim is that the intra-Trinitarian relations of the divine persons entail that God is temporal. Other times, the claim is that the doctrine of the Trinity was developed by the early church fathers in reaction to and in resistance against divine timelessness. It is hard to figure out what the argument is from these theologians, and the historical accuracy of such claims is dubious at best. Certainly nothing on the surface of the doctrine of the eternal processions and relations entails divine temporality. The traditional doctrine of the eternal processions proclaims that the Father timelessly causes the Son and Spirit to timelessly exist. The traditional doctrine of the eternal relations is that the Father, Son, and Spirit are timelessly related to one another through this ineffable, mysterious procession. I fail to see how such a doctrine could push one in the direction of divine temporality. On the other side, some claim that a Trinitarian understanding of God can save divine timelessness. It is not clear, however, that the doctrine of the Trinity makes a difference to the question at hand. The doctrine of the Trinity is certainly essential for Christians, but nothing about God being three persons in one essence sheds light on the coherence of divine timelessness. In fact, I am only aware of one forceful and clear argument in the literature that attempts to argue that only divine timelessness can accomplish or can accommodate the doctrine of the Trinity. Paul Helm has argued that divine temporality in conjunction with the doctrine of the processions entails Arianism. However, as I have argued elsewhere, the problem is not divine temporality. The problem is that the doctrine of the eternal processions entails Arianism. In most recent writings, Helm recognizes this as well. I suggest that theologians cease to make appeals to the doctrine of the Trinity to settle dispute over God's eternal status. Instead, theologians should focus on God's relationship to the created universe. Theological confusion number 4. Placing God in the future. There is one final confusion that I wish to point out before moving forward with this book. Far too many discussions of God and time do not articulate what time is. This prevents us from fully understanding God's relationship to time. A clear understanding of time is necessary for such conversation. Fortunately, a growing number of theologians are beginning to see the importance of engaging in the philosophy of time. In particular, thinkers involved in the science-religion dialogue are aware of how significant the nature of time is for our thinking about the God-world relationship. Some of these theologians have offered coherent theories of time, but the results have been somewhat unfortunate. Some have articulated temporal understandings of God where God somehow exists in the non-existent future, drawing the world closer to himself. God causes things from the non-existent future. It is rather unfortunate to place God in a non-existent time, as Thomas Scartle, there's a double points on the A, points out to place God in the non-existent future is to place God in a temporal location that is in principle out of reach. A God who exists in the future is not a God who is present with us. I am not even certain if a God who exists in the non-existent future in fact exists. This seems like an unintended form of atheism to locate God entirely in a non-existent time. To be clear, the intent behind such statements is well-meaning. The provenance of such thinking comes from Hannenberg's account of prolepsis. Prolepsis is a doctrine of the inbreaking kingdom of God and the hope that arises from this. The idea is that in Christ we see the future here and now. Pannenberg and those who follow him have taken this concept of prolepsis too far. It is one thing to say that we presently see the promises of God in Christ. In the ministry of Jesus, we get a glimpse of what God's kingdom will look like in the future. To be sure, the life, death, and resurrection of Christ grants us eschatological hope. However, it is quite another thing to say that the future is literally breaking into our present, or that God exists in the future, causing things to occur in the present. In the future is literally in our present moment of time. The future is no longer future. It is simply present. If a time exists at the present, it is present. Further, if God exists in the future and is somehow causing things in the future, his actions are too late. Life comes into existence, and then God says, "It is very right." In light of all these theological confusions, I cannot help but be reminded of Pannenberg's call noted earlier. There is a need for a deep critical engagement with metaphysics and the tradition of philosophical theology. If there is any hope of advancing our understanding of God's eternality and the nature of time,
Lisa bent down without a care for the stunned looks of the men behind her, grabbing an apple from the bucket with her mouth, captivated by Lisa's seductive display. Malloy wasted no time asking her out. Anna, who had long had a crush on him, saw this and immediately spoke up, insisting she could do the same thing, brushing off everyone who tried to stop her. She walked straight up to the bucket, but her first attempt to grab an apple with her mouth ended in failure. Determined, she decided to try again. That is when it hit her. She suddenly couldn't breathe. It felt as though invisible hands were pressing down on her, holding her in place no matter how hard she fought. She threw every last bit of strength into breaking free, but it was no use. The friend standing behind her noticed something was wrong and rushed over to pull her out of the bucket. At that very moment, the water inside began to boil. Anna's face flushed a deep burning red, and no matter how desperately she struggled, she couldn't pull herself free. In the end, Anna died in that bucket, and only then were her friends finally able to drag her out. Police arrived quickly after receiving the emergency call, but after combing through the scene, they found nothing out of the ordinary. That led them to believe this might be a paranormal case. Sure enough, after a thorough search,
matters of historical theology, and often approach topics in an unsystematic and piecemeal way, which is rarely pointed out. However, is that the same is true of many other groups of theologians as well. Just think of certain Parthian theologians who proceed as if theology begins and ends with Karl Barth, or turn your attention to certain dogmatic Thomistic scholars who seem to think that nothing of great theological importance has transpired since the death of Thomas Aquinas, because the angelic doctrine has solved everything. These groups of theologians appear to be rather ahistorical. To make matters worse, biblical theologians often accuse systematic theologians of not reading their Bibles, while systematic theologians often accuse biblical theologians of being unsystematic. In kind, the analytic philosophers of religion can easily accuse theologians of not reading their philosophy of religion. In the midst of such infighting, what is the analytic theologian to do? Will analytic theology be unbiblical, ahistorical, systematic? My hope is the answer will be no, but time will only tell. The task set before analytic theology is one of serious interdisciplinary work. As it seeks to draw upon the rich resources of contemporary analytic philosophies, it must also draw upon the resources of biblical studies, systematic theology, as well as offer a deep engagement with the Christian tradition. In an effort to do this sort of interdisciplinary work, the analytic theologian will never be able to make everyone happy. For instance, the average analytic philosopher will have little patience for the amount of time I spend engaging the tradition, while the patience for the amount of time I spend engaging the tradition While the average theologian will claim that I have not engaged the tradition enough, finding a happy balance that will please all sides may be a pipe dream. But it is still a dream that I wish to pursue. The project of analytic theology is still rather young, and much work needs to be done if it is to accomplish this interdisciplinary task. My goal is to continue this project by addressing a central issue of the Christian faith, the nature of God and the God-world relationship. My aim in this task is to assess the doctrine of God that has captured the Christian imagination for almost 2,000 years. I'm not interested in views of divine timelessness that merely exist in logical space. Instead, I'm interested in examining the vision of God that has been profoundly shaped through the development of Christian thought from the early apologists to the present time. The understanding of God that I have in mind is the doctrine of God that stands behind the early Christology and Trinitarian debates. This is the doctrine of God that is contained in and stands behind the ecumenical creeds, as well as in many confessions that span the denominational divide. It is an understanding of God as timeless that becomes a part of the doctrinal deposit of the early church fathers and is taken up subsequent generations of Christian thinkers in their attempts to flesh out the whole scope of Christian theology. The doctrine of divine timelessness is not a solitary doctrine, and as such it cannot be examined in isolation from other Christian doctrines. The vision of the timeless God that has so enamored the church is one that is systematically connected to a particular set of divine attributes. These divine attributes are simplicity, immutability, and impassibility. As one shall see throughout the argument of the book, these divine attributes form a very tight package in Christian thinking. Any assessment of divine timelessness must involve an assessment of these attributes as well. These attributes are used to justify, defend, and articulate God's timeless eternality. For many classical Christian theologians and philosophers, these attributes are seen as not only mutually entailing, but identical. It is this robust classical vision of God that I shall be examining. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, excellent work. You can read a book. You get a green bean. You did it. You read a book. You're a man again. A man reads a book. Okay, this is the Clown House Book Club. If you want to read a book, Ava, now's your chance. Do you want to read a book, 3 to 10 minutes? Or read poetry or lyrics? Anything you want, go ahead.
So, I guess I can read St. Cyrus of Antioch. This is against the Empire's Grammarian, Oration 1. He says, this is chapter 3. It is characteristics of heretics to fabricate motives and to assume the appearance of one defending himself. At the outset of the Grammarian, constructing a sort of prologue directed at certain monks leading a more immaterial life, not involving themselves in the affairs of those engaged in the world, he supposes that these monks who lead such a life and profess the immediate on the law and God day and night are in need of this art and teaching. Secondly, he claims that he suffers persecution for the sake of piety and fears the threats of those persecuting him. To these imaginary monks, concocted through a false account, I would say what Elijah the Tishbite said to the Israelites, who had so strayed from the service of God that they defiled a fly and consulted it for oracles and revelations. It is because there is no God in Israel that you are going to inquire Beelzebub, the god of Ikron, that's 2 Kings. So then, as Paul said, 1 Corinthians 6:5, is there not even one wise man among you who can discern what the true faith is, so that he may reject the foreign doctrine? Must you depend on a grammarian as your helper, as through he were an interpreter of doctrines? As for his excuse, in which he claims he fears and trembles at threats and writes in fear, a claim he repeats poorly throughout the whole book. He relies on pity insults and is lifted up with the arrogance, boasting, and the boldness of blasphemy. Which shall we say about this? That deceit, the simulation, are native to heretics, who always strive to assume the posture of these persecuted, that by a show of humility they might ensnare the listener. What does he say then? Grammachius, the son of heretics attack us most boldly, and now we even fear to name them. We are full of audacity, and only against us, but also against the Orthodox faith. Does not St. Basil similarly rebuke the impious Eunomius for invoking empty fear as a pretense in such nonsense? It's Eunomius talking. In addition, do not judge us harshly if we do not care about self-conceit and fear, seeing that we value indemnity in the world to come more highly than present favor or security, and we deem the punishments determined for the impious and cause for more fear than any earthly misery or temporal death. And so we expound the truth expound the truth stripped of every covering. Likewise, this noble grammarian says that he fears not only for himself, but for the threats directed at the Orthodox faith itself, clearly introducing this idea. For Eunomius too said that having despised fear and temporal death and all other things listed, he would have preferred to write the truth openly, without a veil, and declaring that the threats from the impious, which are ordained by God, are especially to be feared. Mourn then, O listeners, with him who threats directed at the faith unto himself, and wishes as far as he can to fight on his behalf. So declare them, O valiant men, declare these threats, and you will find many listeners who will mourn with you. That was chapter 3. Are y'all tracking?
This is Joanne. I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm with you, bud.
Alright, chapter 4. That he has falsely claimed, without writing or demonstration, that we who confess one incarnate nature of the Word of God confuse and reduce flesh and divinity into one substance. The grammarian falsely claims, without document and without proof, that we who confess the one nature of God, the Word incarnate, confuse and reduce the flesh and the divinity into one substance. He say, they zealously anathematize the holy synod of Chalcedon, so as to bring forth into our very altar Eutyches and those who emulate his doctrine. And they proclaim without veil Christ's divinity and flesh as one substance and one nature. Nor are they ashamed to oppose Gregory the wonder maker, who says in his 11th anathema, if anyone says that the flesh of Christ is consubstantial with the divinity, and does not confess that he was in the form of God, existing before the ages, and emptied himself, and took the form of a servant when he became incarnate. As it is written, let him be anathema. Gregory Thaumaturgus, anathema 11. Nor do they revere Athanasius, the star of the Alexandrian city, who wrote similarly to the words of the wonder worker in his epistle to the Epictetus. What infernal pit has spewed forth the claim the body from Mary is the same in substance with the divinity of the Word, or that the Word has been changed into flesh, bones, hair, and the whole body? What an accusation! How subtle, how cunning, how fortified the testimonies of the fathers! Can you then say, O grammarian, for your entire discourse plainly targets, as you confess in many places of your little book, that I have stated with those very words that the body taken from the Virgin Mary, animated by the rational soul, and hypostatically united to the Word, is consubstantial with the Word of God, with God the Word? Indeed, I did not speak in secret in the land of darkness, Isaiah, as the prophet Isaiah said, or rather he who spoke through him, exposing the shame of the one bold and blind. To what is manifest, bring forward and show that you have found in me of your accusation. Take judges for your accusation. True judges are those who, with love of truth, examine what you have assembled against us. Shall I not now say that you what Jacob said to Laban? What is my offense? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued me? Although you have fled all my goods, and what you have found of all your household goods, set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. For the vessels of your house are those things which are wholly foreign to my house, namely to say that the holy body assumed from Mary is consubstantial with God the Word, or to say that the immutable and uncreated divinity of the only begotten was changed into flesh, or again, that the flesh was changed into the substance of the divinity, things which the Holy Synod has rejected and condemned as a heresy, and anathematized those who such things, with the whole mind and the whole mouth. This very point the Venerable Synod of Egypt, not only once or twice, but often expressed in and received in writing form from the Eastern Synod. Both sides unanimously proclaim Christ, the Word of God, truly made man and incarnate, having assumed flesh, consubstantial with us, animated by a rational soul, and made like us in all things, except sin, so that he is consubstantial with the Father and the Holy Spirit according to divinity, and consubstantial with us according to humanity, and remains so forever. He who will come again, clothed in body and divinity and exalted glory, who before and beyond the ages was without body. He is the Son. He is the one Son, one Lord Jesus Christ, one person, one hypostasis, one nature of God, and God the Word incarnate, and so will judge the world in righteousness and be seen by those who pierced him. As sacred scriptures cries, was it hidden from you alone that they taught and wrote these things in their synodical letters? As the whole world under heaven bears witness. For they everywhere taught that it was written, for this was not done in a corner, as Paul said to the king. Do you then think that because they anathematized the Chalcedonian Synod, they favor the impious opinions of Eutyches? Or that they assign the same substance to the body taken from Mary, and to God the Word, whose own body by the incarnation became homogeneous with us and consubstantial? Would they sacrilegiously carry such unclean things into the sacred mysteries and the altar? But against you speak with many writings of those fathers, and severely rebuke you and your kind, vainly rash and insolent. Therefore do not ask as blessed Athanasius did, for what infernal pit has spewed forth such impious and blasphemous things. But look to yourself, if you will If you will, send, and you will clearly see that your throat alone has belched these upon us. And read the word written by David that strikes you. Their throats is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Make them bear their guilt, O God. For how would you not be guilty before the judgment of God, who have written this accusation against two holy synods without presentation and any argument? For you had nothing to say, but fled immediately, and having dropped the mask of the accuser, as your artful style tends, modestly and again assume the persona of one fleeting. After you rushed to accuse like a lizard, yet took on the cunning of a fox. For you said to that bold and stealthily shift, Gregarious, but now is it not the time to refute their impious doctrines? I think it will suffice for me to be a defender of what is rightly stated by the Holy Fathers assembled at Chalcedon. If you then stepped forward to be a defender and build a defense, you ought from the start to have undertaken a defense, and not to begin like a destitute widow with the accusation of slyly abandonment, only to prepare again towards the end of your little book with a deceit that suits you, but in whose nets none will be caught unless he be a creature wholly deprived of intellect. That was the end of chapter 4.
That was very good.
I see what you're saying. I understand. But how is it going to get to a point where there's an attempt to resolve how Christ is human and divine?
Yeah, that was just the introduction that Saint Severus made. He's gonna get into where he talks about the Severian dilemma, and he's gonna try to refute the Chalcedonians in two natures.
Alright, bro. I'm kind of a Chalcedonian, so. I want to hear this.
Oh, you want me to beat one?
Yeah, if you're interested. Yeah. You told me about this last time, right?
Oh, yeah, I did.
You told me to read this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reading Oration 1 right now. I'm not reading Oration.
If you could get to that part where you believe it resolves this, like, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, I'll just continue with the Oration 1 then. So, chapter 5. Alright. A clear refutation on the accusation first abandoned by him without argument, then later reaffirmed, wherein it is shown that this man falsely claims that we, in saying one nature, that is, one hypostasis, mean one substance, that he himself blasphemously calls the composition made without change a mixing, although it is in fact the formation of one hypostasis from two things of different substances. For from a small excerpt of what I once wrote to the wretched.
Ow!
What?
He's just busy with his personal life. Please continue.
Alright. What I wrote to Richard Nephalius. He thinks I am liable to the charge of confusing and mixing substances, but I will immediately transcribe that very little sentence which he violently tore out of the fuller context of the discourse, and I will set it apart so that whoever encounters it may know that even taken on its own, it stands far removed from the accusation. For when I was speaking about the constitution of man, I say, the two together, soul and body, is one nature. How then could someone held any thought of confusion admit that the two together is one nature? For if from confusion they had been turned into something simple and one, how would the two together appear in the one? For the two together is indicative of composition without confusion and singularity. That is, in one hypostasis, and not at all of something simple. Such indeed is the human being like us. One nature and hypostasis from soul and body. St. Cyril talking. For not only in the case of those which are simple by nature is the term one truly used, but also in respect to that which to what has been brought together according to a synthesis. As man is one being who is soul and body, for soul and body are different species and are not consubstantial to each other. But when united, they produce one thesis of man, even though the considerations of the synthesis, the difference exists according to the nature of those which have been brought together into a unity. These are not the very words of St. Cyril, which you recite with your mouth, as if pretense to seem like ones who speaks rightly, while in your mind you do not hold them at all. For unless you have maliciously malicious, yeah, that's the word, thought that one in nature and hypostasis means the same as one in substance, you would not be unjustly slander those who make a true confession by transferring that composition without change to something simple that has arisen from confusion. That was chapter 5, this is chapter 6. He's going to get into St. Cyril. Oh, this chapter's like 5 pages long. Alright. Chapter 6. That St. Cyril also repelled with the same doctrines and concordant words the vain slander of those who accused him of acting like the Jews in mixing natures. For just as the heretics then, so how you two are greatly concerned that the one nature proclaimed by the Orthodox be distorted into an equality of substance, as if to twist what is rightly stated. Listen to St. Cyril, who shares in the same slander with me, and plainly repels it. For in the oration on the unity of Christ, after the first introduction of the person of his interlocutor, namely the one with whom he was conversating and disputing, he says the following. This is Cyril talking. If that case, both natures must have been confused and they become one. But who would be so misguided and stupid as to think that the divine nature of the Word was changed into something which formerly was not, or that the flesh was changed by some kind of transformation into the nature of the Word himself? This is impossible. We say that there was one Son, and that he has one nature even when is considered as having assumed flesh, endowing with the rational soul. As I have already said, he had made the human element his own. And this is the way, not otherwise, that we may consider that this same one is at once God and man. Behold, St. Cyril himself said that Christ is one nature, understanding nature not as you and the demand of the impious do, as one and simple, that is, identical according to substance, but as one hypostasis arising from the non-confused composition of things that are not consubstantial with each other. Will you, then again, by removing a single sentence from the connected context of the discourse, that is, the sentence that follow and proceed, that are found throughout the entire structure of the oration, slander the wise doctor? Will you acknowledge indeed that he said that we say the Son is one and that his nature is one, but then also twist even his very words against him and turn his authority into a point of accusation? will you say that he himself also wrote when he sent his second letter to Census? Cyril, for if in saying that one thesis of the word, thesis means nature, by the way, one thesis, one nature, we have been silent by not mentioning incarnate, but as it were, setting aside the dispensation of his incarnation, doubtless their statement would not have been incredible to them, as they pretend to ask, where is the perfection in the humanity, or how the essence like to us subsisted? Why then, you ask, did he now omit incarnate, and state badly, we say that the Son is one and his nature is one, without adding incarnate, but you slander and repel this impudent and unlearned mouth, is shut by words that proceed and follow in the passage you've excerpted, where he repels and removes any idea of change, and confesses the assumption of flesh animated by a rational soul. For he also added, this is Cyril talking, of a rational soul having, for I have said, his humanity has become his own, after he had already removed the suspicion of change, and said in his proceeding, but who be so misguided and stupid as to think that the divine nature of the word had changed into something which formerly it was not, or that the flesh was changed by some kind of transformation into the nature of the word himself? This is impossible. Therefore, if we hear God and our Lord Jesus, in the gospel saying, do not judge appearances, but judge with right judgment, let us also consider the sentences that follow my excerpt, and how the passage is concluded. For in the writings addressed to Nephalius, I quoted the passage of the God-bearing Athanasius, which is found in the life of Anthony, the head of the Mosaic life and true philosophy, written in the form of a narrative which he recounts his struggle with the accuser and the subsequent victory, saying this. This is St. Athanasius talking now. Indeed, he who had thought he was like to God was here made a fool of by a stripling of a man. He who in his conceit disdained flesh and blood, was now routed by a man in the flesh. Verily the Lord worked with this man, he who for our sakes took on flesh and gave to his body victory over the devil. Afterwards I added these words of holy Athanasius. Behold how Athanasius has spoken both of the man like us and of the Lord. He took flesh, for just as we, who are said to be clothed in flesh, are one thing, one nature, both soul and body, yet not one who wears and another that is worn, so also the Lord with his own flesh, clearly animated with a rational soul, was likewise made one without change. Why did you remove these and only transcribe one dissect sentence? Are you just? Do you rejoice in the truth, and are you zealous? Are you a zealous defender of the faith? For when you hear us proclaim that the union of the word of God with humanity is immutable, you bring the charge of change, and in your ignorant booklet you question me, saying, this is the grammarian talking, which doctor of the church taught you this? Oh man, was it Cyril? And yet he teaches and writes such things to presbyters, deacons, and fathers of monks, namely that the Virgin Mary is Theotokos, such just as the soul of man is generated with its own body and is considered one thing with it. Although by nature it is understood to be different, and it is so according to its own principle. But hear the name Cyril speaking, unless you are only able to hear part of his teachings, that the soul and body of man, through understood and indeed being different according to nature, result in one nature through their mutual composition and the natural union of the immutable concurrence. For he wrote in a letter to Valerian, so Cyril talking, the nature of man is admitted to be one to be hypostasis. Then say also to him, struck by the madness of ignorance and useless stinging me. Grammarian, so this is the grammarian talking. If you say the soul of man is different according to nature from its own body, how can there be one nature and constitution of man? And are you not ashamed to assert that the soul and the body are the same? For this plainly what you also babbled at us. But Cyril answers you, and quite easily, madman, do you think you go unnoticed while you deceitfully or ignorantly equate the name of the nature, that which is substance, and understand one nature, that is hypostasis, as if it meant one and the same substance? For when I said that the soul of man is different in nature from the body, I proclaimed that there are two, neither co-natural nor consubstantial. But when I said the nature of man is admitted to be one, I meant that the immutable composition and natural union, one nature and hypostasis, is formed. Nor did you hear me when I wrote to Sixensis, saying, this is Cyril, for soul and body are different species and are not consubstantial to each other. But when united, they produce one thesis of man, even though in the considerations of the synthesis, the difference exists according to the nature of those which have been brought together into a unity. And although we confess that one absolute nature also exists through the union of soul and body into one hypostasis of the living being, let us by no means speak of equality of substance or confusion, but rather of one hypostasis from both together, as the writings to the Valerian show. So Cyril talking, for the nature of man is admitted to be one and one hypostasis, even if it is known to be different realities of diverse kinds. For the body is of a different nature relative to the soul, but it is the soul's own body and helps to complete the one hypostasis of the one man. Therefore, when you hear that one absolute nature exists through the natural union of soul and body, understand rightly that one hypostasis is being indicated. Listen to the wise doctor who said that the body is proper to the soul, and that it is together, and that together they perfect the one hypostasis of the one man, but do not, by twisting what is rightly said into perverse understanding, accuse us of saying one nature as if it meant one substance, as though the things different in species are and not consubstantial from which the union was formed had been confused into an equality of substance. Nor should you shamelessly rebuke, or boldly and ignorantly turning the argument against me and saying, this is the grammarian talking, are you not ashamed to say that we are indeed clothed in flesh, and yet to believe that the soul and body are the same substance? Hey, you, where you have hidden, you who are sought out by those who judge rightly, so that you may show from my very words the truth of your accusation. Explain where in my words I have said that the substance of the soul and the body is the same. Show that the meaning of what I said aligns with your accusation, so that the judges may rule in your favor. But you cannot do so unless, as usual, you lie, and once again you are proven to be lying. Alright, that's the end of chapter 6.
I'm still not seeing a solution.
Yeah, no, he's just using church fathers to prove his point, or to defend his point.
Seems like he's negating the other side without substantiating his point.
Well, of Eutychianism and other heresies, right? So he's trying to defend his point by saying what he says is orthodox, right? And St. Cyril.
I'll go for it.
No, I gotta go now, though.
I don't know. I was hoping to hear like his analytics on the matter. Like, how is he gonna humanity? I understand the premise, like the humanity and the divinity, one nature, without mixing, without becoming a new nature. No demigod, no substance or transfiguration. But still, it just sounds two things and sort of union.
Yeah, there is a union. There's a union into one.
From but one without mixing. Do you see? That's a unity. That's not
No, yeah, we don't say that the natures mixed. We say that they mingled.
Okay, like me mingling in a party. Like, okay.
I guess, bro. I don't know.
I'm with you, man. Like, I understand. I honestly don't see this as an issue. Like, I don't see how this is a problem, other than like the Miaphysite side coming to, I don't want to say our side, but the Chalcedonian side, and
yeah, well, we're
going, well, y'all hold to two natures.
Huh.
So the notion that Chalcedon would hold to two natures.
Yeah.
And so that seems to be the crux of the issue, like, at least in my humble opinion, like, one nature, which is what you guys are saying, versus two natures, but when you describe your one nature, it sounds pretty much the same.
I mean, it's not. You couldn't say that. I guess. Anyway,
you don't see this as like an attempt to maintain like domain.
What is
Eastern churches just want to remain distinct from the West.
I mean, they kind of they split from us. So I mean, they made the Council of Chalcedon by splitting. So.
Okay, so in the book club, we try to limit conversations to 30 seconds because we just want information out there. We don't necessarily need to debate the information, comprehend it, integrate it, or do anything with it. We're just looking to share information. So you can read 3 to 10 minutes. Joanna, do you want to read today? Joanna, hello? No? Just passively listening? Okay, great.
That sounds like a good idea. If people like have a specific topic and they could just read from a text or something, I think, that's a good idea.
Yeah, try to respond with what you're reading as opposed to, discussing or debating or trying to incorporate it into your worldview framework. Okay. Illumi, do you want to read?
Like reading too much. There needs to be a digest kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This book club, I think, specifically, at least for this meeting, should be all just about reading as opposed to having complex debates about what we're reading. And if we do, we should limit it to 30 seconds or 3 minutes, but not like have full-fledged conversations as we always do on this app.
Yeah, let that book do the argument.
Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, do you want to read for 3 to 10 minutes, Illumi?
I'm good with that.
You're good? You got read out?
I definitely just don't. The book I already read it, so in that sense, I don't think people can necessarily follow along. It isn't, like I said, you need to understand time.
Part of this, though, is also just like you're trying to modify your experience on the app by forcing you to read. It changes your experience here. It changes your day.
I like the notion of a book club. Like, I like it if people are truly committed in that sense. Like, there's a book and you have a week to check it out. Like, I've been part of this, but it always like kind of dies out at the end. Usually, like, you start the year like college, and usually you would join one and it dies out somewhere half the year, right before mid and finals. So people get distracted or busy. But it's a good way to like get more books under here.
Yeah, I find the challenge of reading a book is the loneliness aspect, not the boringness aspect. That's the hard part about choosing to read, is it's very lonely to do it. So this makes it a shared experience, which makes reading less, boring or painful, because it's just like, so,
Reading. To me, it's not boring if it's a topic I'm really interested in. So it's like the books I get are stuff that I'm definitely looking into. So my thing, metaphysics, time, analytics, like, this is my guy. Plus he comes on this app, so he shows up every now and then, and he allows for a stage. I just really like people like that who are really interested in what they do, and they write with a passion, and in a sense they're debating in their text. So this text is like very good in the sense that it highlights the key issues. And again, one of the main reasons I'm looking into the Trinity and Christology is because of him.
Okay, Illumi, do you want to explain to Draco the rules of the Clown House Book Club?
Yeah, so apparently we read for, you want to read like 2 or 3 pages or for 3 to 10 minutes. And, maybe get some feedback and carry on.
We don't debate topics in this room. We just read for 3 to 10 minutes. Can you do it? Can you read a book, Draco? Or are you in your car headed to your next event for the day? I bet you're in your car.
I will be in about 30 minutes.
I like to use Clubhouse in the car, actually. That's when I actually like to talk. But when I'm at my home in my office, I would prefer to just like read books. But Dennis, do you want to read anything? Or Draco, do you want to read anything since you're at home?
Yeah, I'm actually, thanks so much, but I'm actually out and about right now. I'm on the road, so I don't have any books. But Draco, you got anything you want to read? At the moment.
Okay, the stage is only for book readers. Everyone else has to go to your home in the goo where non-book readers live, in the slime and in the slop of the goo.
What's your favorite book right now?
Right now, I'm reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness because somebody on this app calls themselves an objectivist. and he claims Ayn Rand is the greatest thing since, Twinkies. And so I wanted to read it to find out what this R word is talking about. And it turns out Ayn Rand is a genius, but the R word that recommended the book is an R word, and he didn't really explain what the book is about. It's all about ethics. Yeah, Simon, the R word. The atheist who figured out he was an atheist at 5 years old. 5 years old.
The issue with Ayn Rand is that they're using it to dismiss like Kant, which I just don't think she's even up on par to be like locking heads with someone like Kant. And I just find these people desperate for like a savior. And I just don't understand what about Kant that people want dismissed other than grounding things into some sort of framework. So
see, this is the problem with Clownhouse, is you're doing what I don't want in this room, which is debate or discussion primarily. I just want information from books to get out. That's the whole point of this room. I know it's arbitrary, but
book, if you send me the text or a PDF, I'm down to get down on Ayn Rand with you. Just because I do have a bone to pick with Simon.
Okay. Exactly.
I am noticing that this name is becoming proliferant on this app, and it's time to.
I call him the Whisperer.
Yeah, I want to take down Simon. I want to take him out.
Yeah, the thing is, if you read this book, I don't know how familiar he is with this particular work. He claims he's been studying Ayn Rand books for 14 years, but in my opinion, he explained it horribly, or he just doesn't really have full comprehension. But here is the PDF version of what I'm reading, The Virtue of Selfishness. I think it's probably an important book as opposed to her novels, because this is about her philosophy, and she refers to her novels in this book, where she says, for a fuller understanding, read Atlas Shrugged. But this book's...
Oh, thank you, John.
You're welcome, Dennis. So, let me just pin the link. And I'm only doing this because, Simon doesn't seem like the worst person in the world. He seems like a nice person. But he can be so infuriating and frustrating, because I call him the Whisperer. He's just constantly whispering his objectivist, altruistic ethic. But I think he's a bad communicator. But anyways, what I'm interested in is trying to grasp the concepts in the book.
I agree.
Yeah. I want to grasp the concepts in the book so I can refute Simon or just mock him for not really understanding the true meaning. For example, the title, The Virtue of Selfishness, is a clickbait title. There's no virtue in selfishness. So she uses that as her clickbait title. And because the book really deals with subjective or objective ethics, and ethics is like something that you could discuss, and then you find out that the liberals have no ethics. They just don't. They claim they do, but then when you question the hard ethical decisions like abortion or taxation, all these, they have no opinions, and they're basically just unethical human beings. And this is why I think Ayn Rand is important, because you can force people into an Ayn Rand perspective. And I think Ayn Rand does a good job of disproving liberal philosophy and showing that it's a farce, in the same way that I think I can prove Muhammad, was a gangster, and that the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Medina, to me seems like a gangbanger document. It seems like something that gang members have to write down.
How about this? I'll do this with you. I'll commit to some time. Like, we can try to do this with the whole thing. If you are someone who's going to commit to a methodology.
Well,
at the same time, you commit to providing, if you are coming to conclusions, that you would provide me an AI summary of what you believe to be these conclusions and your justification for these conclusions. It doesn't have to be anything big. It It can just be whatever, however amount of words you want to use to get to justify that conclusion. That's all. So a page or whatever, that's AI, man. But that's my thing. I feel like you can read, digesting, and you're not writing this down. You don't really have to write it.
I get it.
These days.
Well, look at it this way. I publish live on YouTube and everything, so I get community guideline strikes when I speak about Islam and Muhammad because the algorithm views that as racist, abusive hate speech against a protected class. Now, as a politician, if I believe Islam is an invasive political attempt to take over our Western governments through subversive religious means, I'm still censored. So to me, that's like all the proof that I need that Islam is a great tool in terms of fighting what I would view as, subversive political control. Anyways, I'm just saying that Google, YouTube, in my opinion, is so woke and it's fully automated.
It's not, bro.
It is.
I literally put a video on YouTube and my shit, not only did it get banned, but my Apple ID account got flagged. So every time I try, if I'm gonna make, it is that serious, bro. They put me on.
Well, what did you post?
Dangerous organizations, like advocates for like criminal dangerous organizations. Yeah. Are you sure your Apple ID got flagged? The iCloud. I literally had to go and I made a new email and everything. Was it a DS lockout? Like what's like? I'm not sure. I'm actually investigating that. So I've logged out of all the Google accounts and like kind of just like been one by one kind of reintroducing. But I feel like if I try to open a channel on any email, like it's gonna know. Like they have a way of figuring it out.
Yeah, they can
and
tell.
It's kind of really tripping me the fuck out because I'm cybersecurity. I'm like, how the fuck do you know my info? How are you recognizing?
Dude, you have a huge pattern that you've created on the internet. Like it's hard.
I understand the trackers. I know how to keep all that separate, but I think I figured it out. It's the passkeys. So you gotta be careful of passkeys. There is somehow Google and whatever package you have all your passkeys in, they fucking know. Even though Apple has it all encrypted, but there's somehow they know based on the pattern. I mean, I'm using it. I've got like the VPNs up, but yeah, I'm still thinking I'm processing this, but
okay, well, let's just take a pause from the cybersecurity discussion. Let's focus back on.
No, I'm talking about you.
Let's focus back on the book club, which means we read books.
Channel. I understand. Just pause for a second. You have time, bro? And I have ideas, and we all have points. We don't necessarily see eye to eye. But I believe that is where content that's where content
I don't think we will ever be rewarded in any way, shape, or form by Google YouTube.
Hey, listen, man, if you're gonna be a defeatist about this already, then
I'm not.
You're not gonna accomplish anything.
I'm trying to tell you what I think would save us time.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Mikhail, all I'm saying is that reading books is more valuable than our conversations. That's my opinion.
I understand, but if you have a channel, if we have a channel where we can pour in our understandings, and it can show a diversity. So in the sense where you're coming out where, like I'm being perceived as Islamophobic, or I'm being perceived as someone who's advocating for terrorism, or this guy being perceived.
Why not? That's you. That's a you problem. What I'm telling you is that, in my opinion, basically, I'm just an audiobook publisher, and that's how I think I can make my life better, psychologically, intellectually, but also maybe financially, but then also...
You don't want any social media legacy.
I'm just trying to improve my life by using technology. When I'm dead, I'm gone. Who cares? I mean, nobody's going to look up my shit or think about me.
I'm going to try to make another YouTube channel,
and if it gets locked down, then I'm gonna probably go to one of you guys.
Well, there's, you can buy a Motorola burner phone for $40, activate it for 1 month at $15, and boom, you got a totally clean.
I'm really
presence.
worried. It might be the payment info. That's what I'm worried, because when
No,
you get the
it's
YouTube
just
membership,
no. They can't. You can even modify your name a little bit. And trust me, that's not what it is. It's just your device. You just need a new device. It's like you're getting cookie tracked, and like it knows, because when you block people, it says, do you want to block them from future accounts as well? Because they can basically, pin the
I
accounts.
deleted the Google ID. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't overthink it. Because I've gone through 100 accounts. I've been blocked and banned and kicked a gazillion times. But they can't keep up with me, because I can get new devices for $45 with, totally immune. But I've had, how many Clubhouse accounts I've had? You probably have had as many as me. 30. I probably had 30 Clubhouse accounts, because losers on this app just don't like the fire that I bring. So they report. And it's not like I'm making death threats. It's not like I'm saying anything, I'm just mocking people, not even like totally cruelly. I'm just like trying to like tease people a little bit. But this is the book club, where we want to focus our minds, our very existence, on reading what we hope will be very beneficial. And if you've invited people to the room, Megatron, if you want to invite people, if you want to read anything new, Dennis, if you have a book, Lumi, if you have a book, 2 pages I think is a good place to start. And if you're really flowing and you want to keep going, then you can go to 3 pages. And if you get through 3 and you think you can go to 4, then go to 4. And if you can get up to 10 pages for Bono Show alum, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, maybe you're reading something Kabbalistic.
I don't want to be reading to myself 10 pages.
No, I mean, I'm gonna. We'll be listening to you, and this is all being live streamed on YouTube right now. So, it's being put out there. And I talked to my attorney a couple of weeks ago. She says, "So what are you doing?" And she Googled me. She's like, "What? You're just reading books on the internet?" I said, "Yeah." She says, "Okay." Okay.
Bro, I'm just saying, you've got the time and the resources to be built. I'm not saying whatever we're going to commit to is going to be something that might necessarily succeed, but I'm just saying you're never going to know until you try. And you could say, well, I've tried before, but honestly, on your own, I don't think you're good. But together, if you're able to, and I'm not saying a dictatorship, but I'm just saying a plan.
We don't need a plan, and that's not important who we are. What's important, the thing is, Clubhouse brings together all the elements we need without even any type of pre-discussion or anything. We're doing it right now. I talk to people all the time. They say, "Oh, I'm going to make a movie. I got the script. You want to be an actor?" And I'm like, "Listen, dude, you're on my YouTube live right now telling me about it, and it's on, this is the movie. And you're never going to go film that fucking movie, so this is the movie."
What do we got?
You're all about books. We need to read this. We need to read that. I don't know what you were.
No, I'm not specific on which book. You can read any book you want. Doesn't matter to me what you read.
Megatron was talking about text. I forgot which one was it.
He was talking about the hypostasis of the archons.
Yeah, it was archons.
What is it?
It's about the archons, the rulers of the archons, or it's
something more Christian Orthodox, Gnostic.
It was Gnostic.
the promise, or was it gospel of something you wanted?
It was here. I put it in the chat, and I'll show you the page. I just randomly went to a page because I was reading some Kabbalah stuff like I normally do. Yeah, when are we gonna venture into the Jew stuff?
We could do it today, right now.
He needs better.
I want bread, which is the Rabbah, the Drash. Genesis Rabbah.
I don't need Midrash because that's basically the New Testament. So
Genesis Rabbah is not just. I don't even know if it's really a Midrash. It's more like a text, a revelation.
What's this book? What is this book? There we go. Archimedes. Let's do some layup flow because you're focusing too much on shooting. No, I never seen you do a layup. Never seen you once do a layup. No, don't see you do layups. Hold on, let me look this up. You just shot that. You just ran and shot the ball. That's not a layup. A layup is with one hand and you lift your opposite foot up. Yeah, good job. Okay. That was another running, shooting thing. Who is that? What was that? He's in it again. Hold on, I need to focus on this. You need to.
Okay, he's busy working on layups. Dennis, the stage is for book readers. If you want to read a book or Illumi, otherwise I'm going to read a book. And I hope you enjoyed my book submission. I hope it enlightens your day and you say, oh my gosh, that was pretty smart. But I'm going to get out of Ayn Rand. We're finishing up on page 26 on Ayn Rand. The next book I will be reading from is from Aleister Crowley. You could say it's Gnostic or Thalimatic. But this is called the Gnostic Anthem. I think I've read it before here. I think Illumi may have heard me read it before. It's called the Gnostic Anthem. So take the deepest breath of the day. Okay, this is the Gnostic Anthem. Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center in secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof, alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke, abiding one, thee center in secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, The Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential, one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest. Thou dove, mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship to thee, sap of the world ash, wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee, waiting womb. Glory to thee from earth unplowed. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Okay, that was the Gnostic anthem. Oh, welcome to the book club. Dennis, did you like the Gnostic anthem?
Yeah, well,
Joanna!
Yes.
Welcome, Angel Joanna. Studio. I was just looking at some really cool photos of Studio 54.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wasn't it beautiful?
gosh, what a scene. What a just like a pulsation of joy.
Yes, a pulsation of free-for-all joy. Do whatever you want. Just thinking about it gives me the chilly willies. You want me to read part of one of my books?
Yeah, please do so.
This is from The Raven and the Rabbit. It's about Indians. The tribes get together each year and they do elaborate dances. So, a huge drum sat on the north side of the fire. As the moon climbed from behind the ridge, 5 men from the Kiowa tribe began to beat the drum simultaneously. As the beats grew louder, women came forth for the grand entrance. Their performance was in honor of those who crossed over into the world of the Hashi-Nakin. Their dresses fell to their ankle. Red and yellow glistened against the flames. Leggings of white wool were tucked into their knee-high boots. The beads clanked together as they danced. Each woman carried a pouch of deer skin and bells. The Corona tribe was well noted for their striking costumes. They danced around the fire in synchronicity to the beats of the drum. Shadows of the outline traced the grounds as they passed by. With smooth and memorizing movements, they continued to dance until the moon reached higher into the sky. Then the sound of the drum quieted lower and lower as the dancers retreated. The heartbeats of the drum continued to play softly as beautiful woman approached the fire. She, the wife of Suwaki, began to sing. Both joy and grief she poured forth in honor of those lost. With her impressive tone, she could be heard from above the stars. The purity of her voice seemed the entire world could be healed. After she sang the last song, her daughters joined her. They all wore different variations of dress, some with open sleeves, others with cloth and hide. Some carried fans and others shawls adorned with jewelry around their neck. The sound of the drum grew louder now, and they all accompanied it. Flutes and rattles and melodious tones to the song flew above to the birds and to the new life. Many songs familiar to children. When the last song was sung, they all shook their rattles and left the circle of fire. Then the men from the three tribes came out one by one to perform the animal dance. They wore tremendous headpieces, some of eagle, bear, and hawk, and crow. Masks were painted to adapt to the animal's representation, and Hachihi served tribute to the raven. Ayani and Amala made his costume to wear, and he was proud. Math seemed to resembled Matu resembled the hawk in his marvelous headdress, one who wore a dark, heavy fur of the grizzly, and another bore wings that spread out from his shoulders to the three signs of the feathers that reigned over the raven. They bounced from one foot onto the other effortlessly, turning to the left and the right, and with amazing balance they spun and they as around the fire in curious precision, chanting in unison to the spirit guides. Their shouts reached larger than life throughout the hills and the valleys. Thank you.
Okay, great job, Joanna.
Thank you so much.
I'd love to co-author a book with you and publish it on Amazon. Maybe we could do a book about hypnosis and meditation and enlightenment.
That would be exciting.
We could use AI to write it, and then we could put our little opinions at the end of the AI chapter.
Okay. I have to mute up for a minute.
Okay, Jeff, Ben, if you have a book you want to read, if you want to invite people to the room to get them to read, I've been inviting El Normo, the guardian angel, the Holy Spirit, but he's not coming to the room. It's possible because he can't find the room, or he's too lazy to search for it, or he's busy with his life. But moving on, we are going to read just a little more. Hopefully we can get other speakers to come in to fill the gaps. But I'm going to read one more thing from this little Aleister Crowley pamphlet. So take the deepest breath of the day. It's called Collects of the Gnostic Mass. This is, I guess, what you read before the Gnostic Anthem. Lord, visible and sensible, of whom this earth is but a frozen spark, turning about thee with annual and diurnal motion, source of light, source of life, let thy perpetual radiance hearten us to continual labor and enjoyment, so that as we are constant partakers of thy bounty, we may, in our particular orbit, give out light and life, sustenance and joy to them that revolve about us with diminution of substance or effulgence forever. Lord secret and most holy, source of light, source of life, source of love, source of liberty, be thou ever constant and mighty within us, force of energy, fire of motion, with diligence let us ever labor with thee, that we may remain in thine abundant joy. Lady of night, the turning ever about us art thou visible, and now invisible in thy season. Be thou favorable to hunters and lovers, and to all men that toil upon the earth, and to all mariners upon the sea. Lord of life and joy, that art the might of man, that art the essence of every true God that is upon the surface of the earth, continuing knowledge from generation to generation. Thou adored of us upon heaths and in the woods, on mountains and in caves, openly in the marketplaces, and secretly in the chambers of our houses, in temples of gold and ivory and marble, as in the temples of our bodies. We worthily commemorate them, worthy that did of old adore thee and manifest thy glory unto men. O sons of the lion and the snake, with all thy saints, we worthily commemorate them, worthy that we were and are to come. Lord, visible and sensible, may the essence be here, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast. Okay, I'm going to play a little song here that I created on Suno. It's called Magic. Hope you enjoy.
Mine is the head of a man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given unto me of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By the robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of what prophets and time forth. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown hand is thy sword of revenge. Sensible of whom this earth is but a frozen spark, turning about thee was you and that of no motion. Source of light, source of life, let thy perpetual radiance harden us to continual labor and enjoyment, so that as we are constant partakers of thy bounty, in our particular orbit, without light, free mind is the garment of white, soul with gold, the flashing light that's a red by my root, I am holy. Free mind is the sign of a prophet and typhon, by the sign I am holy. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate, by my crown I am holy. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I am holy. I get upon the double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Strength and conquering Lord. I've been dropped by the song I invoke thee. at night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thought you pen. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love.
Not a care for the stun blocks of the men behind her, grabbing an apple from the bucket with her mouth. Captivated by Lisa's seductive display, a boy with
I am born to
Next morning, I was fully restored from something that left. The moment I stepped outside my apartment, I had suddenly been several times. No matter how many times I died, every morning I wake up right on time, stuck with the exact same day. I promise you, as always, walk past the shoe store, glance at the sneakers I could never afford, and head to the coffee shop for a black coffee, no sugar. After that, one look at me. You wait for the workers to show up on schedule, they fire shots into the air. The security guards smoothly unbuckle their belts, lower their weapons, hit the floor, and casually chat with me about what to have breakfast. We're all used to it by now, because none of us are real. We're NPCs inside this game. They exist for one reason, to help players complete their missions. The ones wearing sunglasses are the real players. They can do whatever they want. Anyone without sunglasses, it's just an NPC. Of course, all of us are right now, until one day, something unexpected happens. I spot a girl on the street right by the beach. Stunning figure, confident presence. The first time in my life, I felt something real. I couldn't take my eyes off her. The security guard Jack rushed over and stopped me. Why did you bring sunglasses? Player shook his head. I didn't care. The first time that she was over, she was super, and she said for her, just to be good luck, and there was something she told me. Luckily, the next day, I responded like usual, but when I walked into the coffee shop again, strange thoughts suddenly crossed my mind. I wanted to try coffee with sugar. Single sentence, completely freaking right now. I think customers were behind me, everyone stared at me. Shop owner takes outside me. I quickly said, no. Truth is brains. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't track the account. So, I've been in the game personally, catching up with them. They sort of like basic race hits and track these sort of factors on education. I was really confused. I told them to this is how it
That's enough. Well, so now where do we go? Anywhere but there. This time we're not taking the bait.
Power signature emanating from that cable. It appears to be a holographic power generator of some kind. There is an axionic shield in effect. Its frequency is constant. I believe I can deactivate it. The shield has been neutralized.
What do you want to do?
King Edward VII invoked everyone his mistresses to his own coronation. In 1902, the world watched as the new king to be unfaithful. He reserved a high
One thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, now let the flaws just hum in the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real ain't no mirage, the waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday, oh, tomorrow. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. fold back in. The weight we carry bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point on walls we build? They protect our pillars. Chains of thought they hold us down, and where we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? On neon skies where the starting comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars and the silence fill your in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Spoken whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken love carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, through the flames and the embers, skies and stars. Your arms unflaming in the spring's tender glow. Force wild and brilliant, power I know. Secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. Embrace as the ends, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, spell and smoke. Your arms unflaming in the spring's tender glow. Force wild and brilliant, a power I know. And dreams and flowers hang in the sky, reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality is bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air. There's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. The whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Living the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the Vast One, might be
The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamond of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle,
by the word I am going. Be mine the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering love. Chorus of by the song I am in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I am moving. The voice of the fight. The voice of the six. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. Savagery, the cry of slander, which God is so great, a proportion of human misery. Is ready to shrink like dangerous, if not impossible. Which is the law? Women of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, paying them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevated goals! Elevated goals! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rated extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Women of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69. The order offers financial advantages to its members, bringing them, as it does, into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17. The order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. 71. The order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 72. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an environmental shroud of concealment. 73. Crime of slander, which causes to restrain a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Members of the order may expect to find suitable marriage partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIM and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 laid above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8 house. 63. All brethren are entitled after death to the proper disposal of their remains according to the rights of the order and their grade in it. If the brother so desire, the entire amount of the fees and subscriptions which he has paid during his life will be handed over by the order to his heirs and legatees. The order thus affords an absolute system of insurance in addition to its other benefits. Mendhouse. 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 66. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the profess houses of the order for the period of 1 month. Members of the order may expect to find suitable partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIM and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 feet above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8th house. 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 65. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the profession
1 month.
They expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all the brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and goodness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice, unchosen, whose sorrow is none of us. Healing is strength, leaving laughter and delicious languor, forcing fire. Members of the order may expect to find simple wedges, partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIR and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 feet above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens. Since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8th House, 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 65. Brethren of the order, who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the professed houses of the order for the period of 1 month. All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice, unchosen, whose sorrow is none of us. Healing is strength, leaving laughter and delicious languor, forcing fire.
just had a submission from Almighty Megatron Prime, the leader of the Catholic, Christian, Jewish, Muslim debate room that has been going on for many years now, plaguing Barth's mind day to day as he works, drilling and hammering nails at construction sites without a partner. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a partner because he's on Clubhouse all day, and his manager is like, you know what? That guy's on Clubhouse all day. He doesn't deserve a partner. But here in the book club, he's got reading partners. That's right. We're reading books to each other because we care for one another. Instead of having pointless, useless conversations, we're sharing high valuable information. Okay, Carmen, do you have a book you'd like to read? Now's your chance. Carmen?
All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice our chosen, whose sorrow is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire are of us.
Not a big fan of the heavy metal stuff, Joanna. I just
Members
want
of
to...
the order will be permitted to use the library in any of our profess houses. 47 circulating libraries will presently be established. 48 brethren who may be traveling have a right to the hospitality of the master of the lodge of the district for a period of 3 days. Fourth house. 49 brethren of all grades may be invited to sojourn in the profess houses of the order by Grand Lodge, and such invitation may confidently be expected as the reward of merit. There they will be able to make the personal acquaintance of members of the higher grades, learn of the deeper workings of the order, obtain the benefit of personal instruction, and in all ways fit themselves for advancement. Brethren of advanced years and known merit who desire to follow the religious life may be asked to reside permanently in such houses. In the higher degrees, brethren have the right to reside in our profess houses for a portion of every year, as shown 2 weeks, this fit 2 months, GT 1 month, SGC 3 months, PRS 6 weeks, VIT 6 months. to members of the IX who share among themselves the whole property of the order according to the rules of that degree, may, of course, reside there permanently indeed. The house of every brother of this grade is, ipso facto, a professed house of the order. Members of the order will be permitted to use the library in any of our provost houses. 47 circulating libraries will presently be established. 48 brethren who may be traveling have a right to the hospitality of the master, of the lodge, of the district, for a period of 3 days.
Every brother is expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept the law and join the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widening its stay. Fortunately, the brethren are bound to secrecy only with regard to the nature of the rituals of our order, until our word, sign, sentence, and the general principles of the order may be fully explained, so far as they are understood below the shore. As it is written, the ordeals I write not. The rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is for all. It is to be observed the punctual performance of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad, and the fame of it cometh even unto the throne of the supreme and holy King himself. Will weigh heavily in the scale when it comes to be a question of the high advancement of a brother. In the The first and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother, to have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who have accepted the book of the law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully explained, and we will not here recapitulate the same.
expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept the law and join the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widening its scheme. 43. The brethren are bound to secrecy only with regard to the nature of the rituals of our order, and to our words, signs, etc. The general principles of the order may be fully explained so far as they are understood below the herb. As it is written, the ordeals I write not, the rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is It is to be observed that punctual performance of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad and the fame of it cometh, even unto the throne of the supreme and holy King himself, will weigh heavily in the scale when it comes to be a question of the high advancement of a brother in the order. First house. 44. The first and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother. To have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who are accepted. The book of the law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully, explained, and we will not here recapitulate the same. Who may fall into indigence have a right to the direct assistance of the order, up to the full amount of fees and subscriptions paid by them up to the time of vacation. This will be regarded as a loan, no interest will be charged upon it. That this privilege may not be abused, the Grand Tribunal will decide whether or no such application is made in good faith.
Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36. He should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 chucks. 37. All pregnant women are especially
sacred to members of the order, and no effort should be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be induced to become members of the order so that the child may be born under its aegis. 38, if the mother that is to be have asserted her will to be so in contempt and defiance of the taboos of the slave gods, she is to be regarded as a special suitable to our order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially. If the mother so wishes, as a servant of the order, in one of its profess houses, creating special profess houses for the care of women of the order, or those whose husbands or lovers are members of the order, will be instituted, so that the frontal duty of womankind may be carried out in all comfort and honor. 40. Every brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life, so called to induce them to join the order. Royal personages, ministers of state, high officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. 41 colleges of the order will presently be established where the children of its members may be trained in all trades, businesses, and professions, and there they may study the liberal arts and humane letters, as well as our holy and arcane science. Men are expected to do all in their power to make possible the establishment of such universities. Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 house. 37, all pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort should be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be induced to become members of the order, so that the child may be born under its aegis.
38. If the mother that is to be have asserted her will to be so in contempt and defiance of the tablets of the slave gods, she is to be regarded as especially senator to our order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially, if the mother so wishes, as a servant of the order in one of its professed houses. 39 special professed houses for the care of women of the order, or those whose husbands or lovers are members of the order, will be instituted so that the frontal duty of womankind may be carried out in all comfort on an Every brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life to induce them to join the order of royal personages, ministers of state, prominent officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. 41 colleges of the order will presently be established where the children and its members may be trained in all trades, practices, professions, and there they may study the liberal arts and human manners, as well as our holy and arcane faith, of servant to Allah and power to make the place prosperous of such European beings.
The accused, Brother Will, however, be defended by the order to the utmost of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such while in the field, and slain or captured as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge, all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. 8th House, 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his last will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit.
34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse.
The accused, brother, will, however, be defended by the order to the utmost of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such, while in the field and slain or captured, as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. 8th house, 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his last will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse. Fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse.
It is desirable
That the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the uninitiated. Lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden, on pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this inscription. All disputes between brethren should be referred firstly to the master or masters of their lodge or lodges in conference. If a composition be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the Grand Tribunal, which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision is to be accepted as final. 27. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. 28 members of the order are to regard those without its pale as possessing no rights of any kind, since they have not accepted the law, and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization, and to be treated accordingly. Kindness should be shown towards them, as towards any other animal, and every effort should be made to bring them into freedom. Injury done by any person
the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the uninitiated. 25 lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden, on pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this instruction. 26. All disputes between brethren should be referred firstly to the master, or masters of their lodge or lodges in conference. If a composition be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the Grand Tribunal, which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision is to be accepted as final. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. Members of the order are to regard those without its pale as possessing no rights of any kind, since they have not accepted the law, and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization, and to be treated accordingly. Kindness should be shown towards them, as towards any other animal, and every effort should be made to bring them into freedom. 29. Any injury done by any person without the order to any person within it may be brought before the Grand Tribunal, which will, if it deem right and fit, use all its power to repress or to avenge it.
Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers, with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service, and familiarity, subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the profess houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he want for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 20. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge, for example. A stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, and the like. A bookseller offer any books to the library of Grand Lodge. which the librarian may desire to possess. A lawyer will execute any legal business for Grand Lodge, and a railway or steamship owner or director see to it that the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from other lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to Sovereign Grand Inspector Generals of the Order on their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only.
Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service and familiarity. Subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the professed houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he want for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 22. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge. For example, a stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, and the like. A bookseller offer any books to the library of Grand Lodge which the librarian may desire to possess. A lawyer will execute any legal business for Grand Lodge, and a railway or steamship owner or director see to it that the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20! Visitors from other lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to Sovereign Grand Inspector Generals of the Order on their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only. Cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all
brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice, are chosen, whose sorrow is none of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire. Some special interest in any child whose mother is not a member of the order may recommend it, especially to the care of their lodges.
All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice our chosen, whose sorroweth is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire are of us.
desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. 10 properties thus given will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus effecting a saving, since large estates are more economically handled than small. But the order will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good. Lending an unlit house, for example, to some brother who is in need, or allowing an unused hall to be occupied by a lodge. 11. Yet in view of the great objects of the order, endowment is wealth. 12. Every brother shall show himself solicitous of the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be old, attending not only to all material wants, but to his amusement, so that his declining years may be made joyful. 'Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. 10 properties thus given will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus affecting a state, since large estates are more economically handled than small. But the order will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good. Lending an unlit house to some brother who is in need, or allowing an unused hall to be occupied by a lodge. 11. Yet in view of the great objects of the order, endowment is welcome. 12. Every brother shall show himself solicitous of the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be old, attending not only to all material wants, but to his amusement, so that his declining years may be made joyful.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. 5. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the lodge or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. 6. Brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their tastes, businesses, or professions, whether by direct dealing with brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as may suggest itself, it seems desirable. diligent in circulating all tracts, manifestos, and all other communications which the order may from time to time give out for the instruction or emancipation of the profane. They may offer suitable books and pictures to the libraries of the profess houses of the order. The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the lore of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. 5. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the lodge or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. 6. Brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their tastes, businesses, or professions, whether by direct dealing with brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as may suggest itself. It seems desirable, when possible, that where 2 or more brethren of the same lodge are engaged in the same work, they should seek to amalgamate the same by entering it into partnership. Thus in time, great and powerful corporations may arise from small individual enterprises. They shall be diligent in circulating all tracts, manifestos, and all the communications which the order may from time to time give out for the instruction or emancipation of profane. 8. They may offer suitable books and pictures to the libraries of the professed houses of the order. The private purse of every brother should always be at the disposal of any brother who may be in need. But in such a case, it is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking. And if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of other rangs and rogues, such as are no true brethren. But the brother who is possessed of this world's prince should make it his business to watch the necessity of all those brethren with whom he may be personally acquainted, anticipating their wants in so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were the payment of a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent rather than temporary. All brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodge dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
The private purse of every brother should always be at the disposal of any brother who may be in need. But in such a case, it is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking, and if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of errant knaves and rogues, such as are no true brethren. But the brother who is possessed of this world's goods should make it his business to watch the necessity of all those brethren with whom he may be personally acquainted, anticipating their wants in so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were the payment of a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent rather than temporary. Three, all brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodge dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order. We desire you, therefore, presently to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order and among those of the profane who may seem worthy to join it, these matters following concerning the duties and the privileges of members of the earlier degrees of the OTO to propose to general affairs, and for convenience we shall classify these as the peerage of foreign heaven, but also by numbered clauses for the sake of such as understand not the so-called science of the stars. First, therefore, concerning the duties of the brethren, yet with our order every duty is also a privilege, so that it is impossible wholly to separate them. First house. One. There is no law beyond. Do what thou wilt. Yet it is rare for brethren to study daily in the volume of the sacred law. Liberal legis, for therein is much counsel concerning this. How best may carry out this will. And what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order. We desire therefore presently to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order, and among those of the profane who may seem worthy to join it, these matters following concerning the duties and the privileges of members of the earlier degrees of the OTO as regards material affairs. And for convenience we shall classify these as pertaining to the 12 houses of heaven, but also by numbered clauses for the sake of such as understand not the so-called science of the stars. Whilst yet for concerning the three brethren, yet without order every duty is also a privilege, so that it is impossible wholly to separate them. First house. 1. There is no law beyond. Do what thou wilt. Yet it is well for brethren to study daily in the volume of the sacred law. Liber legis, for therein is much counsel concerning this, how best they may carry out this will.
The wizard showed me a large green god with many arms, sitting in the doorway. Name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Abdullah. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many Arabs about the name of the place was Osika in Marrakesh. A tall Moor Athanan talked to me, he was showing. They all. His favorite animal was one I could not name. It came out of some water where it had been drinking, was gray zebra-like. Unicorn! Athanan said his name added to 74! Or is this his grade?
What is my true love? Does not have a name.
Her magical name in his language was Ahita.
Like I said, in Val Plus.
He was not a living man, but represented a white man named Haman. Angel ruling Leo, he would carry on certain work.
666.
A Moor's hand with a ring. Many stones of different colors arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. Will prosper in work and be very happy. Happy.
How would this come about? To a certain person.
Oh, I give you a
tall man with light mustache and an edge of speech. I had something to read. When do we get definite action on the material plane? Before next solstice, does someone have to take action or sit tight?
Both.
This certain one must use his brains to plan things. Tell me if BC Annie Besant will live long in her present body?
Yes.
Is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan?
Yes.
Should he approach X? A White Lotus appears?
Yes.
Should he approach another person?
No.
Should he approach?
Yes.
Is there anyone else to approach? Some woman.
Alma. Flame thought.
She was stout, large breasts 40, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician, smiling rich, moderately well-educated American. Her name was Elsie Gray Park. Could this be a shot at EGP for Agent Khan? Wizard says Woodstock adds to 84. How should he act to find LCD? No answer, Wizard now. Looks like an enormous god. Sphinx head, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god type. Adamant is his god name. Optimate 463. The middle pillar and almond rod equals servant of the dragon, or of Mithrisoth of Babel's fine rape of Thoth. He is sceptered with a kind of battle axe and a knob carrying the your hand. He stood against a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light and effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw.
Where is LCG?
P. In an hotel, a private house on 5th Avenue. 666 knew some friend of hers. Is she a friend of AD? Yes. When may he expect from him the deferment is right? First putting on September.
What year?
1918. This was doubtful. What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian. Where does he live now? By a well of concrete, trees around it in USC. What business is he in? Of leisure.
The wizard showed me a large green god with many arms sitting in the doorway. Name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Abdullah. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many Arabs about the name of the place was Osaka in Marrakesh. A tall Moor, a Thanan, talked to me. He was showing his what? A true wow. His favorite animal was one I could not name. It came out of some water where it had been drinking, was gray zebra-like unicorn. Thanan said his name added to 74. Or is this his grade?
What is my true number?
A 103. Very interesting. Her magical name in his language was Arita. 417 Olive Noah's Ark. On 3 plus 1 Zaddy the link. 417 plus 1 is 48. The 1 is of course the phallus.
He was not a living man,
but represented a white man named Heyman.
But I'm 7. Angel ruling Leo.
He would carry on certain work.
666.
How?
Hey, a Moor's hand with a ring, many stones of different colors, arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. 666 will prosper and work and be very happy.
How would this come about?
Hey, through a certain person.
O-I-V-V-I-O.
A tall man with light mustache. An angel had something to do with it.
When do we get definite action on the material plane?
Before next solstice.
Is say have to take action or sit tight?
This certain one must use his brains to plan things.
Tell me if BC
80% will live long in her present body. Yes.
is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan?
Yes.
Should T approach X?
I'm like law disappears. Yes.
Should T approach another person?
No.
Should he approach X? Is there anyone else to approach?
Some woman out of my mind. She was stout, large breasts, 40, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician, smiling, rich, moderately well-educated American. Her name was Elsie Gray Parker.
Could this be a shot at EGP for Air Japan?
Wizard says Woodstock adds to 84.
How should he act to fight LCG?
No answer. Wizard nod looks like an enormous god. Sphinx hat, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god type. Apthamith is his god name.
Optum is 463.
The middle pillar and almond rod, equal servant of the dragon or a Mithra, served the tables, i.e. of thought. He is scattering with a kind of battle axe and a knob carrying the other hand. He stood at a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light and effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw.
Where's LCG?
In a hotel or private house on 5th Ave or near 666 knew some friend of hers.
Is she a friend of the Air Team too?
Yes.
When may he expect fulfillment of Jupiter? Just get on it. What's 21?
September
What year?
1918. This was doubtful.
What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian.
Where does he live now?
By a well of concrete trees around it in USA.
Ask him.
What business is he in?
Man of leisure.
February 2, 1918, EV 2:30 a.m. W-E. I ask Wizard if he has anything to say to us. He thunders, no! Billion says that saying no is saying something. All philosophies for aliens and aliens based on love. to 1980.
Says that saying no is saying something. All philosophies for aeons. Every aeon's based on no, they are false. The most important of all scales is that with the index 6 is a number being 7 to 9.
Note 7 to 9 is the numeration of Dhammalantra in Hebrew. This is natural vanity. Let us, however, consider this scale. It consists of 0, 1, 64, 7, 2, 9, 4, all 9, 6, 1, 5, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 6, 5, 6. The wizard said these numbers of perfection are much use in the power of the angels, and myriad needs of mother itself, much above Saturn in the furrow, black bread in my hand, a bell for the burial, dust in the land. Jupiter at the table, fat wine for the plate, a clerk with a gold pin, walking through the gate. Mars on the road, with iron in his grip. Sun on the bench, calling power in. Saturn, Saturn on the feet. Jupiter, Jupiter, more and near. Mars with the flame. Sun, where the gold you made. Venus in the doorway, perfume on her sleeve, a song in the parlor, making hearts believe. Mercury with the ledger, ink and the wing, sharp lessons, one more scheme to fin. Moon on the water, silver on the tide. Travel in her pocket, fishes by her side. Spins low, I hear the naming glow. Each one takes its turn and teaches what I know. Saturn, Saturn, hold the field. Jupiter, Jupiter, pour and yield. Mars, Mars, lift the flame. Sun, sun, where the gold you made. Venus, Venus, come and stay. Mercury, Mercury, slip away. Moon, moon, guide me home. Through the seven roads I go. Satin in the furrow, black bread in my hand, a bell for the burial, dust in the land. Jupiter at the table, fat wine full plate, a clerk with a gold pin, walking through the gate. Mars on the road with iron in his grin, sun on the bench, calling power in. Saturn, Saturn, hold the field, Jupiter, Jupiter, pour and yield. Mars, Mars, lift the blade, sun, sun, where the gold you Mars, sun, Venus in the doorway, perfume on her sleeve, a song in the parlor, making hearts believe. Mercury with the ledger, ink and a wink, quick hand, sharp lessons, one more scheme to think. Moon on the water, silver on the tide, travel in a pocket, fishes by her side. Saturn, Saturn, hold the field, Jupiter, Jupiter, pour and yield. Mars, Mars, with teaches what I know. Saturn, hold the Jupiter, holding me up, Mars, lift the blade, sun, where the Trojan may be. Come and slay Mercury, slip away, moon, guide me home from the 7 roads I Saturn at my table, cold spoon, folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line, old boots by the doorway, and the rain on the vine. Then Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand. Good fortune in the doorway, feasting in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call. When the room turns golden, you lift me after all. Mars in the red street, fist up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the highest seat, power on a crown. Magistrate in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Venus at the window, soft hands fill the tomb. Love in the slow dance, pleasure in the room. Music on the tongue, and laughter in the air. Mercury is laughing with a trickster's stare. With a fishing line in hand, traveling through the water to a foreign dreaming land. Romance on the wind, science learning never turn the wheel again. Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, bringing me home. Saturn at my table, cold spoon folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line, old boots by the doorway, in the rain on the vine. Then Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand, good fortune in the doorway, feasting in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call. When the room turns golden, you lift me after all. Saturn, Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, Jupiter, bringing me home. Saturn, Saturn, I've been but I don't fall. Jupiter, Jupiter, you give me it all. Mars in the red street, fist up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the high seat, power on a crown. Magistrate in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Venus at the window, soft hair, silver tune. Love in the slow dance, pleasure in the room. Music on the tongue, and laughter in the air. Mercury is laughing with a trickster stare. Saturn, Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, Jupiter, bringing me home. Saturn, Saturn, I've been but I don't fall. Jupiter, Jupiter, you give me it all. Takes the night road with a fishing line in hand, traveling through the water to a far and dreaming land. Full in the moonlight, romance on the wind, science learning knavery, turn the wheel again. Saturn, Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, Jupiter, bringing me home. Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury and Moon, 7 little powers pulling me through. Saturn, Saturn, I've been but I don't fall. Jupiter, Jupiter, give me it all.
was not.
Visions and divine visions, right? The Bible. You know that, right? You know that more than me. So you know it, right? So there are scholars in in your faith itself who say that it's corrupt, but it's not a bad thing that it's corrupt. That's what they say, right? Because the religion is not about the Bible itself; it's a faith in Jesus. That's what they say. So that's the difference. In Islam, like even the scholars of other faith or of the comparative people, the PhDs of comparative religion and theology, even most of them, there are a lot of them who might say otherwise, but the major portion.
Yeah, but don't count out another big pop. There could be another big pop.
What do you think would pop?
Well, we have 6 now in June. I mean, we still have time. You can have a pop. You know, like shaking the. Of course.
Like, what would it take for you, like China or like a big superpower entering into the theater or something like that?
They'll create a story. It's creating a story. That's why you sell the news. You know, they'll create a story.
Yeah, has to be a juicy one.
In other words, you gotta hedge.
All I know is June, July, and August are going to be on my mortgage side good months for me. Very good months for me. And I'm about to stash. I'm about to start stashing.
Well, that's the thing. When everybody starts saying, I gotta start stashing, you can hear in the room. That's when you know the pros are gonna take some money off the table before you guys do.
100%, but we got to think about it. So right now, with there being more lenient, people who wouldn't be able to borrow are going to be able to borrow now with FHA loans. You're gonna have people just like right, we did this and then it crashed. So then the crash will convert because people are going to be buying homes that technically can't afford them. So let's see where, for me, that's good. I'm going to be able to close more loans, especially if they qualify for FHA loans. I'm going to be able to close more loans. I'm going to have more commissions.
What are you doing closing loans? I thought you were in academia. You're too intelligent for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I have multiple streams of income because I'm intelligent. So, there was a time let me just go get my mortgage license and go into brokerage. So, I do, loans on the side. It's good money.
I mean, there should be, this large, influx of people entering into that market with this new guy coming in, right? Jerome Powell's replacement.
And then because the FHA now has changed some of the guidelines in the FICO scores and going to be able to get FHA loans for homes. But even my uncle just sent out a whole thing about everybody better be on their P's and Q's getting their shit closed because be calling some clients that didn't qualify before.
Yeah, isn't it you're able to stash? Isn't that contingent on people leaving money in circulation? People being able to access more money. For example, the interest rate dropping, obviously it's going to pick up your
business. Yeah, and I'm going to make money, so then I'm going to stash my cash. Because now I have a recruiting firm, then the GCC. I have this. I have my regular 9 to 5. So my ass has just been working the past couple of years, working and stashing money. So.
Oh wait, the GCC's doing better now? Wait, there's coming.
No, it's been shitting, man. Because a lot of my projects have stopped there for the past 6 months.
Hey, 45th Ward. We are at 26 in California.
It's coming. 2, 3. Yeah, it's coming.
If you don't have multiple.
For Alfonso.
I learned my lesson the hard way. You have to have multiple.
Yes, you do. Yes.
You cannot rely on one.
Yes.
Thing, and I'm just sitting there
like, shit, I can pass this mortgage test in like 2.5 seconds, and I did on my first time. I got like an 85. Exactly what happened to me is I worked
Ellie,
for
the individual.
a company. But no, I had been in academia, Sam. I'm not currently in academia, but I was in academia.
Yeah, I was there too. It got overrated.
So, like, when I lived in the UAE, I taught, and then I also taught at the University of Sharjah. So I taught some business classes.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice when you're intelligent to be in that environment. But you know how it is, the politics and they don't pay well. Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff behind them.
Yeah, they don't pay very well, but it's nice. It's a nice stream of income. Like, if it's not your main stream of income, like right now, I could easily go and teach at a community college. You know, like, that's not a problem. Like,
well, good for you.
Extra cash. I like to make money. So if someone tells me, like, my mom said was something, you should fuck it, I'll go and get the license for it. Why not? If this picks up, I'll go do that. If this picks up, I'll go do that. And just make a little money here and there.
That's right. That's what I try to tell people. Look for the opportunity.
What's it take you? Like, literally, from the time I started studying for my mortgage license to the time I got my mortgage license was 1 month.
Yeah, but that's because you're intelligent. You try. I tried to help people. I gave them a book from the library.
As we've talked about multiple occasions,
And then if you use it, you use it. If you don't, what are you out? $200? Who cares?
Yeah, they're too lazy. They're just too lazy.
My friends like you have.
Attorney General, when I met Senator.
Extra money. Who doesn't want an extra, like, just on the side, making an additional $3,000-$4,000 a month, not doing shit?
There you go. You see? The amount of lazy people in this world, average and low
Thank you for coming. We want information to.
There's no other country in the world that has this kind of opportunities.
Bro,
do you guys like just the GoFundMe thing? Just the influencer thing just shows you how easy it is for people.
It's so easy to make money in America. Like, people don't understand the
Kara calls is at. She's been missing since 2018.
The home was what?
I would ask you to, as part of this sentencing.
Because my friend, she's like a big manager for Estee Lauder. She puts me in the system, and once a month I get paid $30 an hour to go and, like, if I feel like it, go and do perfumes. If I'm bored, my kids are in college, I have got shit to do. You know, go make freaking little bit of money here. That's gas money. Like, if you want to make money, you can make money. You can just pick it up off the street here.
Yeah, I tell people that. I tell them this. I didn't
do that. Where's your pride? There's no pride when it comes to work. You work, you make your money.
There's no other country, I keep telling people, there's no other country every day you have an opportunity to make money. I swear, every day I have an opportunity to make money.
I make money on Upwork. I literally get contracts on Upwork all the damn time for $50 an hour.
You go to the Middle East, they drive you nuts. They don't like it. They won't give you the paperwork. They won't give you the loan. They make you go in circles and left and right.
And then your job is tied to your residency. And you lose your job, you lose your residency, you lose everything. Like, and then you can't go out and just grab a new job. There's a whole process that you have to go through it. So, like, when you're in America, you don't got to go through any damn process. Like, you can walk out on the street, download an app for Uber, and you can start Ubering. There's so much ways that you can make money. Are they easy? No. But what else are you doing? Sitting around scratching your ass? Is it going to get you nothing? What's unemployment? $350 a week? You can live on that?
And in America, you can go online and fill out all the LLC forms, the S corp forms. But to go do that in the Middle East, oh my gosh!
No,
yeah, right.
It took me
5 years. Yeah, 5 years. Wow, that's persistence.
To have a business there, it took me 5 years to register with the GC.
And that's opportunity cost.
Yes. Yeah. Was it worth it? Yeah, it is. Right now, not too much, but I did make some money. But you can make money. We live in such a bubble. You can make money. When someone tells me, I can't
can't make money. I don't have it. Go find another way to make a job. You might not make it once you started off with.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sundays I take the day off. The Saturdays I work. I do stuff because I know how much I'm spending.
Conservative, Republican. Hey everybody, quick update. I hope that you paid attention to the hearing yesterday with Pete Hick.
They have expenses. They have college. Unfortunately, I'm upper middle class. We don't get shit.
You are the disaster.
Financially. So, I'm not getting any assistance from the government, so I'm hustling.
And I remember I worked 90 days in a row without a day off.
Yeah, last year I worked a full 363 days. 363 days. No day off.
Damn,
and
that's
some of the days I worked 2 jobs. I went from the mortgage in the mornings. I would wake up at 7 a.m. I'd go to the brokerage. I'd make my calls, pick up on the leads. And then as I'm doing the leads in the afternoons, I was working my secondary job because I wasn't finding work within my field. I was working for Estee Lauder in the afternoons. And then I picked up a couple Upwork, and everybody's like, how are you doing it? That's a lot, but you got to do what you got to do to make up the difference.
That's impressive. I built my 90 days with Google.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You got nothing else. What are you going to do when the bills for your kids, the tuition is coming in? They got books to pay. They got cards.
You didn't have a single day to yourself? You just go out to the park?
2 days. 2 days. The day of my daughter's graduation, that was also my birthday. And the other day was Christmas.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States credit card, except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we all...
What is it? That is a gem. The materials you can get, it's the security and more importantly, eventually, the freedom.
The freedom I'm eventually going to have. Like right now, I do have free time that I could just do nothing and still make money. But I don't want to because I look at it as I can just be sitting here watching or talking. Like while I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing an Upwork contract for a company out in Wisconsin. They're paying me $45 an hour. I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing work.
That's what I'm talking about. Nice job. Yeah, it's like that freedom. Into that freedom.
Because to me, time is money. It's like there's going to be a time that I'm not going to have this energy to work.
That's right.
I'm not going to be young. I'm not going to have energy to work. I'm going to regret the time that I have the energy and I wasted it.
Yeah, and these people that they're so they dedicate themselves to these companies and then they get laid off when they're 50s. And now what are they going to do? Well, you're going to work for a company. You got to get equity. There's no way to do it. You know what I'm saying? You got to get equity. Just taking the salaries. Not all companies give you equity. When you work for a university, for example, or you work for the government, you got to work for a company. And you got to work to a position to get equity. I know two people who worked. Now here it is. You do a 20-year, you get a sweet pension and everything from the company. Both of my 2 friends, they got laid off at their 19th year. That's how dirty it is. They put in the 19th, and they made up some BS, and they laid them off. One of them was 19 years and 6 months. Yeah, but there's a lot of companies to choose from. But it's ruthless out there. It's not what you think.
15 years, and all you got left was 1 year, and then they lay you off.
Yeah. You gotta work for a company where you take a risk.
Dude, it was American Express. She was working for American Express.
You're not gonna make it.
And the other one was working for the university.
You're gonna make enough money to stay on top of your debt at American Express. You gotta take a risk. You gotta work for a company that's just growing.
What are you talking about, Shane? They're laying off people at Microsoft, Oracle, Facebook.
I know the industry really well.
All these guys are getting laid off.
The problem is, if you play it safe in your life, you're gonna.
Yeah, but most people they play it safe.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Right? When you have an average IQ person, they're gonna play it safe.
If you're gonna play it safe, that's what you gotta be prepared for.
Or they don't know that.
Or you gotta hustle. There's no such thing as loyalty in the corporate world. You're just a number. You're on the P&L. You're in the cloth line.
There you go. You got it.
So the young people listening, EBITDA is not looking good. Someone's got to show up to an earnings call with a beat. That beat's going to happen, whether you have your job or not.
The important thing is don't put all your eggs in one basket for the young folks listening. And have multiple streams of income. Spend your weekends, not just having fun, but thinking of side projects to build on your, as protection. You gotta look out for yourself.
My thing would be everything you said, and don't fucking buy stupid shit.
Well, yeah, you gotta know how to.
No, do not spend the first 15, 20 years of your life acquiring debt.
Right, and you said it in a different way. I'll rephrase it. It's not how much you make; it's how much you keep.
Yeah, that's the thing. What I see, like you can work a job for 20 years, just make a salary. You can, and you'll be okay. But if you start fucking piling up debt, buying fucking 5 TVs in your house, this stupid American dream nonsense.
Yeah, and these guys, they buy these $100,000 Ford F-150 trucks.
Fucking crazy.
What are you doing?
Fucking crazy.
Well, it's a depreciating asset. And it's a truck for $100,000. What are you, an idiot?
Since I was 25, any car I buy cash. I don't fucking borrow money. Thank God I had the means, but even when I didn't have money, if I didn't have the cash, I ain't fucking buying it.
Yeah.
The only way to do it now is to fucking live at home. Honestly, I don't know if you're 25, 30 years old. I don't know how you can buy a house now.
No, it's impossible at 25, 30. I mean, not impossible for the vast majority, yes.
I don't understand.
No, but the problem for people who don't have the option, they have to either rent or buy. Right? And rent is just you're throwing money down the drain.
Well, it depends what kind of work.
It depends.
Rent's a smart move if in certain situations.
Yeah.
It's rent is sometimes your only option. That's what actually happens.
Fair. No, it can sometimes be smarter to rent. For example, real estate prices are very high. It's better to rent.
Yeah, sometimes, but building equity is also good. If you're renting for 10 years straight, then all of that money that you could have, put on mortgage, built equity, is gone.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. If you bought a car,
equity flush.
If you drop the.
No, I know. I'm saying if you rent, if you have a mortgage, you actually do build equity. If you have a rent, you're not building any equity.
Not necessarily.
But here's the point we're trying to make: is if you bought a condo, hold on, Sheik, let me finish it. If you bought a condo in Miami for $1.5 million and it tanked to $1 million, you just lost $500,000 that you're on the hook for.
Yeah, I understand. Typically, real estate does hold its value over time, though. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, it is. I don't want to cut anybody off or be disrespectful to the conversation. I was just tapping in, and I just want to ask you guys something really respectfully and heartfelt. Because I have a position in something that I'm creating, and I wanted to know from each of you, because I have room for 6, and there's, I think, 8 other people in this room. If I was going to do something where you could either get a check, a bank check.
Is that the Nigerian prince?
Sorry, man. I only take deals from very attractive women that offer me crypto on Clubhouse. I don't do men on Clubhouse. Is it just me that gets these beautiful women reaching out to him at 2 in the morning?
I've never had that opportunity. I think it's just too.
I just attract the most beautiful, I guess.
Yeah. And on Twitter as well.
Look at the stores. Let me just give you an example. Like Jennifer, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, like J-Lo, listen to this story. J-Lo and Ben Affleck bought a house for $68 million. They slashed it $8 million to $60. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Crazy.
I know. I'm saying that real estate is not like a.
I don't think anyone in here is talking about buying $68 million.
I know, but still, it's relative. Like you go to, for example, like Miami. Where's that? It's called Park something. Park.
Spend money real quick, man. You could decorate fucking room.
I don't know, like average people buying average houses or condos.
Right? Dude, I was in Miami.
Yeah, but it depends on the areas as well. Like in the south of the UK, like the average house is probably 350. When you go up north, same thing, if not better, it's probably 200. So 1,000 grand.
Dude, if I lived in America, I would definitely be in real estate. But Canada is just way too expensive.
This right here, Miami. Many sellers are receiving 93% of their original price. You know, and you lost on that. And there's this place called Brickell. Oh my God, you should see the surplus of properties out there in Brickell. Oh my God. The buildings were like, half of them are for sale. You buy it, you know. And here's the thing too, Benny and Shay. When you own these condos, guess what? Every month you're paying a condo fee.
Well, I don't buy air.
Yeah, I agree. The whole I don't like condos. I don't like it.
You're dropping $1,500 a month, $1,300 a month condos. And even if you paid it off, you're still paying the condo fees.
Yeah, it's a scam.
Most of the properties in Miami for that property.
The only time that you make money in condos is you get in like free build and you flip it.
Even now the free build, the free condos now.
Like I mean, that's the thing. It's like you know, you're just trading papers. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Also, it's being apartments or like what?
Condos are this. Yeah, I prefer housing, like actual housing, freehold housing.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, and then housing, okay, then you have issues with housing. Now you got to replace the roof. You got to replace the air.
Do you know who else? Ideally, you would live it and sell it.
Okay, do you guys want to know who else lives in Miami? Take a guess.
Netanyahu's son?
Apart from Trump, there you go, see?
Bezos.
See how I know how you think? I mean,
that retard.
I'm in your head, bro.
He's using Israeli tax money. That retard is using Israeli tax money. You know, the people that live in centers are like, I use about 10 grand a month, 8 grand a month for security. He's renting a fucking $4,000 apartment or whatever. And that's where, Sarah Netanyahu, she always goes to Miami to meet up with her son. And then she wants to run away from Netanyahu as well because due to prostate, he will run away.
You're beefing on him hard.
What do you say?
You're making fun of
So Sam, last night he going through prostate. So Sarah Netanyahu, he was wanted to be a witness because she was sort of like messing with the witnesses. It was court cases. So she started coming out for it, and then she ran away to Miami to get away from the case. And that's when Trump met up with her, and they were buddy. They were WW, like sitting next to each other, touching each other's hand. There was pictures all around the country. Oh, sorry. You know what I'm saying? So they were into WW shit or whatever, and then she gets infected with COVID. Nowadays we don't have no COVID. Who's got COVID? Nobody got COVID nowadays. She gets infected with COVID. So there's something that happened with Trump, and then Trump Epstein files. So you're saying Trump gave her COVID? Yeah, and there's an article through a sexually transmitted manner, or what? There we go. Read between the lines, you know. Oh. And Epstein was interviewed a long time ago. A small publisher company picked it up. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. She was sleeping with his best friend's wives, and Netanyahu was his best friend. Yeah, but Sarah is not that dirty. I did come across this conspiracy theory recently, which is actually quite interesting. So I have the article if you want. Yeah, no, that's okay. No, but the whole thing about COVID being released was actually an Epstein thing. So apparently there was some indication that he had kind of I forget what it's called, like a plan for when you die to wreak havoc. You know, and so basically, if you look at when he died and when COVID started shortly after he died. So basically, COVID was released as his kind of plan B for when he died. I think back the world. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I was making a different point there. But anyways, yeah. That's where that was some weird ass out there. You know? It was a weird one that I came across. Yeah. So many of them said is a doctor asking. No, I'm retired physician. Yeah. What kind of doctor were you, Sam? I was an internist and infectious specialist. Oh, okay. So right up your alley. Yeah, we talked back in my day in 2008. We had discussions about between 2020 and 2025. And we were discussing how there could be a viral outbreak at the Chinese marketplace storyline. And I was surprised it panned out exactly on time. Oh, wow. You were actually having discussions about that? Yeah, in 2008, yes, when I was an infectious disease fellow. Yes. Who were you having these discussions? With our fellow infectious disease doctors. What, in China or? No, in the United States. And these are in formal meetings or just we were in the university because we were discussing because in infectious diseases you have for example there was the influenza pandemic in 1919 and then before that we had bubonic plague. So you kind of historically you kind of do have outbreaks of infectious diseases historically.
Do you follow what Bill Gates says with something like this, with a big virus, global virus, he said that.
Yeah, he did say that. That's correct. Yes, you picked up on that one. Yes, you did. You guys knew that it was going to happen? No, we didn't know. We make models. So you predicted that it would happen? Yes, I was surprised it exactly happened between 2020 and 2025, and exactly the same place. We said, but that's not to say. That's not. Now listen carefully. That's not to say it was a natural. And that's not to say it was a natural occurrence, but an accidental natural occurrence. What's not to say? So you don't think it was a natural occurrence? It was. Yeah, you know what? I'm in a position now. I'm retired. Yes, I'm going to say it was not a natural occurrence. How about that? Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's likely released. Either accidentally, I don't know if it was accidental. That's still kind of fun. You think it was accidental or? No, I don't think it was accidental. I can say that now, but back during when it was was when the pandemic was on, and I couldn't say these things on Clubhouse at the time.
Why? What's stopping you?
Because I have a medical license at the time, and I didn't want to get your medical license in jeopardy.
That's shocking. So you were keeping information from the public?
No, I was not keeping information, Benny, because when you make a statement like that, when you have a medical license, the board will come. What evidence do you have to support it? Then you're on the hook.
What evidence do you have, Sam? How do you come to this conclusion?
Well, I'm retired now. I can have a theory.
Sure, go on, tell me.
No, that's it. That's enough for now.
It's a humble request to everyone that I am sharing this petition in the chat. Please go on and sign it. Thanks, guys.
What's it for?
Let's go and open and read.
I'm doing the dishes.
Pardon?
I'm doing the dishes. I can't do that.
Regarding the freedom of Iran, so just write this. Sorry.
The freedom from the IRGC?
No. Just read it. It's quite funny. Go and read it. It's a humble request to all of you. I have been doing this. Please do that. And you don't have to use your real name if you want to sign up. Just use a fake name, and if you need an email, you can copy the email from the second link. If you search on Google temporary email, from there you can get temporary.
You gotta stop advertising your shit on my room, respectfully.
Did you even open and read that?
I'm not gonna read it. Yesterday you started reading it, put me to sleep.
Okay.
So,
I've shortened it now.
You should open up your room, right, and put a title. Raza Pahlavi scumbags come here and read the petition.
Okay.
And they will, they will probably click your account. Anyways, anybody else wants to come up, because I'll come on up.
What is that house named after you? Who made that house? There's a house named
Amir's house?
Yeah, a house on
that was a Jewish infiltration. No, that was a Palestinian infiltration and a Jewish infiltration too.
Sorry, I got a phone.
Oh, really? What was it? Son, Bibi? It was Jack, Palestinian. Yeah, that fucking retard, you remember? That's all
Jack was involved in that?
Yeah, Jack had created the house. And then Bibi came around and opened the same house. John Kitover came around and did the same shit.
Wait, but they were different houses, right?
Yeah, but they're at your house with my name on it.
Okay, yeah.
And then Bibi.
But Jack wasn't working with Bibi, was he?
No, but he's the original one that copied. And then you had Bibi copied this house as well, World Affairs Forum. Such a retard.
Yeah, that's pretty funny out there. You had to.
Do you know what the funniest part was, Michaels? After I blocked all these psychopaths, they're sending people in here like Edward, Deep. They're telling us to unblock them, otherwise, or else. Like, this is what Jack was doing. I'm like,
they hijacked your club.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I still have my club. They just hijacked the name. Because under my house, nobody else can open a room. It's for my followers.
Just like me and Sam were saying, if they spent that much time making fucking money,
Amir's getting paid per hour, like Clubhouse.
Yeah, Amir makes good money on Clubhouse. Yeah. I don't.
He's making.
Amir does his work, and he sits on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm gonna check your profile.
I'm sitting on this.
Paul was yesterday. Have you checked your profile? Are you getting tips?
Yeah, some people that tip me, what is it? 5 coins is like 5 cents, bro. What are you talking about? Tipping.
I got tipped today in a room because I told the story of how my grandfather worked for security. talked him out of his shares after he died, and his wife didn't get him. So
Did he give you 5 cents, 10 cents, 25 cents?
I got 5 cents for that story. Listen, I dropped in some political knowledge up in this, but you guys must be paying me. I don't do this.
But they disagree with you. The Lebanese, they disagree with you. They're like, no, Rio's like, and then Shape is like, no, we want to keep separate. We want the Lebanese identity. I was listening for a bit. Nationalism comes out.
But this is the thing is that this is like a micro like myopathy or whatever of like just what the Lebanese society is like. Here's a little sample.
Mangos, I want to ask you a question because I hear this brought up sometimes. I heard some guy ask you, are you North Lebanon or South Lebanon? What does that mean, North Lebanon, South Lebanon? What's that all about?
Because people are like, they're very, because they predominantly think, like, when I tell people where I'm from in Lebanon, they're not well versed in, like, how, like, basically, it's so, mixed where I'm from. Like, they automatically think I'm Druze, or they automatically think I'm Christian, because I tell them I'm from Shbed, which is northern Lebanon. And northern Lebanon isn't just northern Lebanon, there are different areas. There's Shbed, there's Trablos, there's, what else is that place called, that crazy ass place, that borders Syria? No, where there's a lot of Christians there. God? Is that where it's at? Like, where those Kurdish that we deported to Germany so they can cause their problems? Some of them. Oh man, you never heard of like the Lebanese Kurdish crew that's like ransacking Germany now with their mafias? We have them in Lebanon and we kicked their asses. Yeah, because we kicked their asses out and so they went to Germany. They're crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wherever the I'm not going nowhere.
Let me look at the map real quick. For some reason, I'm thinking I'm gonna.
Patron?
No, not Patron. It's let me look at the Lebanese map real quick. Because I have a Christian friend that's from there.
Well,
Go on. Yeah, the only time I heard about them was like I saw this Vice thing about these. I kept hearing about like these Lebanese mafia that are in Germany, and then I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, we don't got people like that. And then, so when they dived in, they were Lebanese Kurds.
Lebanese Kurds?
Yeah, they're not in Lebanon anymore.
I never heard of Lebanese Kurds.
No, they're it's like right.
It's good for that. Yeah.
1 second, I got a phone call. Let me get you guys.
Yeah, well. Anyways, what's up with you, Taco? What you get up to?
Not much, man. I just check in periodically when Simone leaves.
You know, like
back there.
I
brain
forgave him.
cells of that guy.
I forgave him, because I wanted to give him a second chance. Trump announced his plan to escort ships stuck in Strait of Hormuz. Wow.
There you go. Now let's see what the oil prices are doing now.
There you go. You support Trump. You're very.
The oil price went down a little bit.
Yeah, it's at 101.
No, Ankara is
Turkey.
God. It's like it's literally right God, it's like right up north, the border of Syria. It's like that region that borders like Syria, like Kuwait and stuff like that's where they're originally. But let me find.
How do you spell the Akbar?
Aakkar.
Okay, you guys there? Yeah. You see when he makes an announcement like that.
Oh. That's a government, like it's a province.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just north of Tripoli.
Yeah.
I've never been.
It's a crazy place.
I went to Cabana, you know that?
The hell did you go there for?
So one of my trips to Lebanon, I was like helping Syrian refugees.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of Syrian refugees that ended up in Tibet because it's the Sunni part of like the whole Metropolis. I mean, Metropolis is Sunni, but like it's the poorer part of where this region. It's like
Okay, they're called they're in Germany. They're Lebanese Kurdish crime clans in Germany, often referred as Arab clans or Mu'allami Kurds, are organized crime networks that originated from refugees fleeing the civil war in the 1980s. The Al-Azan crime family.
Literally. Kind of like a Sopranos episode, huh?
No, these guys are nuts. There was a whole Vice investigative thing. That's the first time I ever heard of them.
So it says here there's 100 to 150,000 Kurds in Lebanon, mostly in Beirut and
Yeah, I can see that. But like, there's the Al-Zain crime family, and there's these gangs, and they're in Germany, and they're wreaking havoc in Germany.
Oh man, there might be an escalation today.
No, you believe it?
I would like to go to let's go to
I've been to
About time?
many
About
times.
time?
I've heard it so much.
Now you believe
I
it?
got some crazy
About
Bible
time?
stories. Like, of course, there's the Alam, the ruins.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, I've been there many times. I have lots. It's one of my favorite places to go in Lebanon. But Lebanon itself, the Mabhala is a crazy place. I've got like friends that are from there, and I've got crazy stories.
Given these remarkable numbers, this poll this morning is not an outlier. Every poll shows the same
I love visiting the historical sites so much.
trend.
There's a lot in my area. There's like, I rode the donkey once to go to like this one area in the mountain where like there's the oracle that Alexander the Great, before like he went further, like he used to consult the oracles like in a cave.
Wow.
Yeah, there's also Egyptian ruins in Lebanon, believe it or not, because actually,
yeah, there was because the Egyptians conquered.
Yep, they were there, and so parts of those ruins in Baalbek also were Egyptian.
Yes, Alexander would consult with the oracle prior to going to battle. It was he was a part of the process. You have to
he did it in Egypt too.
Yes, he did that. Yeah, right. He did that. There was Siwa. I once visited a site in Siwa where there was an oracle, and I think there was a site in either Aswan or Luxor I visited too, where he was there at that site. It was marked. He was there. That guy
Also the story of him, the story of his conquest of Suez are interesting. It used to be like an island.
When you think how much he moved, I mean, he wasn't moving by himself. He was moving a legion, an army legion. And how far they moved, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Yes. It was pretty incredible.
You're right.
He was very young. When did he die?
Yeah, okay.
In his 30s?
Yeah,
He died in his 30s, I think. Yeah.
From an infection.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they say. There's a lot of speculation.
That he was poisoned.
Yeah. But definitely, like, he left his mark.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like, what, 6 or 8 cities named after him?
Yeah.
And there's a couple named after his horse, too.
Yeah, he loved his horse. He really did.
Cities was good.
Do you really need a
Protect Freedom announcement of Donald J. Trump starting Monday, Middle Eastern time. Ship to America.
Once again, we are reminded of
Hormuz.
what it means.
Humanitarian reasons for countries that are affected that are not involved in the conflict. There are inhumane conditions for people that are on these ships, and these people need help. And America, as a sign of good faith with Iran, should allow these commercial ships to go unimpeded. That's the statement. Humanitarian.
We all can't take that serious.
These are just side stories. I'm looking right now at the market. Oil down 68 cents. You would think with this, this kind of news, it would really move oil either up and down. Look at gold. Gold is down $16. With this kind of stuff, you would think gold would move. Nothing. It's just.
It's not moving much.
Why? It's basically, I'm trying to tell you, this story is just it's a nothing story.
I'm more surprised that oil didn't move very much. It actually went up a little bit the day that the UAE announced their intention to leave OPEC.
Yeah, because the speculation is an influx in world and global supply, and then you're looking at how much America.
So wouldn't oil go down as a result of that?
Well, the value, right? But then the announcements of these hostilities, especially with this guy that doesn't know how to control himself, they'll say something where they have to counter that, in a way. So then they try to counter it with more supply because of Venezuela. If you're looking at the exports right now, America right now.
No, there's nothing to do with Venezuela. I'm saying the day that the UAE
it went up. That's correct. The oil went up. That's correct.
How?
Yeah, so there's countering narratives, as far as factoring the speculation component here. So they say, hey, Venezuela, the Arab Emirates, would be oil go down. But then this person says things like, yeah, we just have a friendly blockade sitting over here, da-da-da-da-da. Then they're like, all right.
But the blockade was already happening. Nothing changed as a result of that blockade. Right?
All right, so if I announce today, this blockade is indefinite, would that factor into the speculation?
Obviously it would, but I'm saying that but that's not what happened with the UAE. Nothing else.
No, I'm telling
that would cause oil to
fall. I'm saying it's a counterweight to the effect that the announcement on May 1st should have had. Well, you could have. There's something called. Okay, let me explain this. When people think that the price of oil is going to go down, then you have a lot of people coming in for the orders and buying them, and that can push the price up.
That makes sense.
What? Yes. For example, let's say, when you're an airline industry, when you're the CEO of the airline, you're buying the oil. You're not buying it for today. You're buying it 3 months out on the oil future market. And whatever you are, you're buying it in the future. So if you're hearing, there's going to go down, because, the whole UAE story, blah, blah, blah. Because if you thought about it carefully, if one thinks about it carefully, what is their percentage on the overall global oil market? It's not huge. So when they thought it was going to go down, so they all rush in to buy, which then pushes up the price. Yeah, I don't. If somebody says, hey, we're increasing the supply, and people say we're increasing the demand, these things would kind of equalize where people are able to take advantage of the depreciation, right? Not necessarily. When Trump said, you guys remember this about 3 weeks ago, Trump said this, and then 10% drop. Then Iran says this, then 10% rise, right? And these things are 10 minutes from each other, right? And what's happening here is there's this tussle for the controlling narrative of what the speculation is factoring into the duration. So when they say, the United Arab Emirates on, I think it was the 29th, when they announced that they're leaving on May 1st, you're expecting this drop, which that's right. You are expecting this drop, right? Well, yeah. So if it's at 100 and you think oh my God, it's going to drop to 90, you're going to have a huge amount of people coming in to rush to buy the orders. So if we look at the order of events, what was announced right after that? This idiot's True Social post that the blockade will be indefinite after providing the letter on Friday. Okay, and then doesn't that go back to what we're saying? They're just trying to keep the oil is you don't kind of like see like how what you're saying doesn't actually play here with
What
what
you're talking about? I traded oil futures in my life. I was an oil futures trader. I was trading oil futures. When they make an announcement, oh my gosh, there's going to be like, they think that it's going to drop. You see this shit. Let me explain something to you. I once shorted, just like what you thought. And I thought the damn thing was going to go down, just like what you thought. No, it shot up. I got a short squeeze because they all rushed in to buy. And when you have a lot of people rushing in to buy, and they have that limited supply, well, quote unquote limited supply, it shot the price up. You got all these airlines calling in, buy it now, it's going down, buy it now. And then you got all these orders coming in to buy. Where'd everybody go?
No, I agree with you, Tom. Makes sense.
You guys, it's like what happens is, my dad used to say, it's like all these elephants rush to this one door. And that's what happens. If it was that easy, believe me, people would be making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Sam, I got a question for you. Do you have, $100,000? Can you let me hold it?
What are you going to do holding $100,000?
I'm gonna tell you what. I'll give you exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it in a, REIT investment, and it gives me a dividend up to about 15 to 20%. What do you think about that?
You're going to get a dividend of 15 to 20. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
You don't put something in with a dividend of 15 to 20%.
I know you don't. I do.
That's very risky.
Because I go based on the track record of the company.
All right, I know you're just playing around.
The track record has a good track record. It's been doing it for the past 10 or 20 years. And REIT.
You're going to get a dividend of 15% to 20%. A dividend.
Yes.
You're nuts.
So just as a fact-checking matter, like
It's not a good money. It's not good money.
That thing is going to drop eventually, big time.
No, it's been going on for over 15 years. It has a good track record.
No, dude.
Which company is this?
This is, let me put it up.
Come here, you got to put down that pipe.
This company is called ARR.
What do they do?
What's the ticker?
It's a that's a 3-digit ARR. It's a REIT stock company. Like REIT, like real estate, has to do with real estate.
Oh, it's a REIT. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Here's the trick. Now go look at the historical. Now go look at you didn't look at the chart properly. Now go look at the max of the chart. Look how much that thing tanks over time. That's what I told you is going to happen. Go look at the historical. Press max.
In 15 years, it dropped
from 400 to 17.
Well, I mean, from its absolute peak, it was wrong.
Right. When they're paying you that kind of dividend, they're begging you to please come.
Do you see it's 2011?
Didn't I tell you that thing was just going to tank badly?
But Sam, what you would do is you would do it in 5 years and then you move on to another.
5 years? Look what happened to it.
Look at what happened to it in the last 5 years, bro.
Dude, don't.
You guys know what you should look at, bro? Like, look at what I'm.
In the last 5 years, it went from peak $100 in 2020. Yeah. Right before the pandemic.
You're right. Didn't I just tell you it was going to happen? I didn't even have to look at the chart.
So check out this. This is a Vanguard mutual fund. This is what I'm invested in. Over 20%, like as far as like the returns on it. It's the ticker's VTI, and then they stock that I bought back in 2009 at $30. No, it was at $16. My bad. It's called Steel Dynamics.
Hold on. Let me just help Amir first. Amir, get out of that stock, all right? Get out of that AR.
Oh, did you buy it?
It's only like, bro, $15, $16 for one.
Just get out of it. Get out of it.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it. You're
Next. Let me go to Samoa. Where you got Samoa?
If I keep it for a year, fucking, it'll give me enough money.
Yeah, keep it for a year. It'll drop 20%.
You might lose a lot of your.
Or so just as a fact of the matter, just like how the economy works here.
Now, I can't tell you what to do with that. You can trade it. And what you do, you trade it. You trade it before Fed Day. See, if the Fed cuts the interest rate, the REITs go up.
And more likely than not, they are.
So it's risky still. You gotta keep. If the rates keep dropping, the REITs will go up. But I'm not going with that one, Amir. There are better options for your money. Samoa, what you got? What ticker symbol?
Yeah, so VTI ticker, Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF here.
Oh, that's a good one.
But just to close the door on like what we were speaking about, speculation and supply, right? Like if the supply stays the same, then the price of it, the demand would increase the actual price. But the announcement of there being more of a supply would just counter like any type of like increase in the value or in the price of the commodity, right? But that's how that works. Do you agree, Sam?
You mean the outstanding shares?
No, like let's say United Arab Emirates or Venezuela says we're going to project 2 million more barrels than where we were at. That increases the global supply, which would significantly drop. But then the speculation portion of the maximum demand would counter that, where it would just stay level, right? Like what you were saying, you're saying, hey, the price hits $100, a whole bunch of people go and they buy for 3, 4, 5 months. If the supply stays the same, the price or the value of the oil goes up, the barrel goes up. But if the supply increases with it, it just stags out.
Well, if the supply increases, theoretically, then the price will go down. If the supply is exceeding the demand, it goes down.
Yeah, but if they stay even keel, they'll just cancel each other out.
If it stays even keel, the price is market price.
Yeah.
The price that people are paying at the market.
Yeah. So when he was saying that, I think this was Benny. When Benny said United Arab Emirates, when they announced that they're going to be leaving OPEC and they're going to like increase, one would say, hey, this increases the supply side of the ledger, right? And then
you have to look at how much UAE contributes to the world supply of oil.
Yeah, we're just going to add 2 million. Like I think it's from 3 to 5.
It was 1.5.
That's fine. But any announcement.
1.5 million barrels a day is not a huge amount.
Exactly.
Global production.
And they're not going to slash prices.
I feel like this is like, if you guys are looking at America right now, in April, America moved from 3 million net as far as their exports to almost 6 million a day.
Yeah, America has the ability to increase capacity rapidly. It's a different thing, but the point is that based on that sheer fact alone, that UAE's intention to leave the oil market, to leave OPEC, what did you expect, just based on that in isolation, what did you expect the market to react by oil prices going down?
Yes, exactly, Benny, you nailed it.
Wait, hold on, but then it's countered by what Sam just described. The more of the demand wipes that away.
Yeah, so the more in demand for buying futures.
Yeah, if
not for actual oil.
Yeah, like let's say that they're moving down a parallel line, right? If supply goes up by 3% and demand goes up by 3%, are you at the same point that you started? Of course.
Yeah, but how is demand going up? Demand hasn't gone up yet.
From what Sam just described.
No. What Sam is describing is not actual demand for oil. It is demand for futures of oil.
Yes, the future.
So these are two different things completely. The point is that it was market forces that kept the price up, kept the price from falling, and then later kept the price going up even slightly.
Right. If you're an airline executive and you saw it was 120 just 3 weeks ago, and you're hearing that, UAE, there may be a drop in the price, you're going to run and buy it, but you're not the only airline executive doing that.
All right, so then everybody buys at 120, right?
Hopefully not.
All right, so explain to me, like you said, hey, you're at 120 jet fuel, you're not the only person buying it.
No, it was 120.
You have to buy it at some point.
But then when the UAE thing came out, it was around 95, 90, shot up $3-4 to 99 or something. because they all came in. They were afraid that they'll go up to. They rushed in.
So then the demand picked up, right?
Yeah, the demand picked up for a good
Right
price.
now, it's like 111.
No, it's not.
It is Brent crude oil right now.
Oh, Brent. Oh, Brent. Yeah. No. Yeah. No.
Yeah. So I mean, look, you can't.
I was talking about West Texas, but if you're gonna talk about Brent, that's different.
Yeah, so I was kind of so the ones that I'm invested in was Steel Dynamics back in 2011. I got it at $15. Pivot to the STD or STL, and this thing went all the way up to $190. Like at the most was $250. Like
If you want to know a little trick where it's gonna average out eventually, is you take the low. The low was at 60. You take 60 and you take the high one. What's the high on the Brent? 115?
No, I think it was like 119, I think.
Okay, so this is what you do. You take 60 plus what? 119, so it's really a 120. Yeah. Divide that by 2, so 90. 90 to 95 is where it could level out eventually. 90, 95. Yeah. And that's if you look back at the chart, go back, that's exactly where it hit. 90 to 95. Go look at that Brent crude. Go look at it. Exactly what I told you. 90 to 95. Then they bought in.
Did you see the ATRZs? It has the dividend of 50%. Can you believe it?
If you see 50% dividend, run away.
Run away.
Okay? Just run.
Run. Don't even look at it. You know, there was a company out of Israel in Haifa. So it was that the shipping company, right? And it started offering I forgot the 3-letter code for it. It started offering 50% dividend because of Yemeni Houthis that they could not ship anything, so they were suffering. They wanted people to give us money.
Well, yeah. You can get lucky. You can get lucky and buy some really good companies at great dividend yields. But most of the time you're not. But you can get lucky sometimes.
Sometimes, right?
Yeah, Verizon was paying a fantastic dividend. It was like 13%. And then
By the way, if you want to invest in a company that is similar to oil but not oil, or industry, potash. I don't know if you've ever looked.
Oh yeah, potash is a good stock.
Potash is a great stock.
Oh man, you're right.
And Canada produces a lot of it. Right? Yeah, are you from Canada? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I was just reading they just brought that company, the lead one, opened up a Nutrient. They opened up $1 billion investment in Washington State. In Washington State? Yeah. It was interesting. It was a port. What? A port for potash? Mm-hmm. You mean a mine, right? No, something about a port. I get the link, but it was something about some sort of investment that made it a lot easier for them to be able to move the potash there. Yeah, that makes sense because it's a fertilizer that's really necessary or part of the fertilizer. And not a lot of countries produce it. Something like Canada and Russia produce something like 70% of the global supply. And then Belarus is also big on it. So Russian, a lot of countries. In the West, America is the biggest source of potash.
So yeah, I guess it depends. But the thing is, if those companies are like $5 or down to $3 or some shit, don't want the dividend. What's the lowest they're gonna go down to? It's -1.
Dude, what can happen is, as you can see, the chart got from 417. Let's say, let's say 20% dividend. Make it simple. So 10% of 17 is 1.7 times 2 is 3.4. So if this damn stock drops from 17 minus 3.4, 14.6, you break even. You made no money.
Yeah, but it depends. It goes up and down, right? I mean,
that's why I said you can trade it if you're really that desperate to trade that particular stock. Like I said, you can trade it during it. You know, when they're going to start saying, "Oh, the rates are going to drop," if you got a short thing, you know the Fed's going to cut the rates, then you can trade the REIT. But you're not a professional to know exactly how to time it. And they're gonna do what's called a swing on you. They're gonna drop that. You come in thinking you got it right because you got the right idea that the Fed's gonna cut the rates and the REITs go. But guess what? They do a swing on you. They do what's called a search for stop losses. They tank it. They move it up and down. They stop you out. I just stay away from it, dude. There are better ways to make money than that REIT.
I don't know, REIT, I thought it was kind of a bit hopeful because it has to do with properties. So properties, we see the freaking value of it's going up.
Oh, you're one of those?
Yeah, I mean, when does the value go down on properties? You know, it's
Actually, we're in a bubble now. Yeah, right. Well, yeah. And then you have to ask yourself, is the annualized return on the real estate, how much higher is it than the rate of return on real inflation? And then you factor in, like, you know, those days of amazing annualized returns on real estate are behind us.
I think there's still opportunity, but the bubble needs to crash. So that market needs to be But after the market crashes, I think real estate will come.
Was you buying real estate to rent it?
Yeah, I mean the asset value is there. It'll go down and then I think it'll go back up. But I wouldn't own right now. Like I wouldn't go out looking to buy.
You know, I mean,
It might be a good time to sell even depends on your situation.
I don't really have any money invested like daily ones because I like to test the water.
No, dude, just for your sake, just go buy an index fund for now. Just chill out.
I don't know if the index fund is available. Hey, what's up? Index fund is available probably like that.
Of course, no, you can buy what's called an S&P 500 VOO index fund, but you got to time it nicely. What you do is you time it when he starts tanking it, then you buy. And I can tell you exactly what levels to buy at. I mean,
do you do options, Sam?
Yes, I do options, but not regularly, no.
Okay. Why advantageous, bro?
Because options are tricky. You see, my dad used to tell me, but options, you got to know two things. You got to know the direction and the timing. In other words, you buy a 3-month option, all right? Well, you got to be right within those 3 months. Not only within the 3 months, you got to be right that it goes up or down. If you're going to bet it's going up, you got to make sure it goes up, and it goes up in those 3 months, and it goes up big in those 3 months. So there are two variables you got to deal with now. So it makes it trickier.
Time and price, yeah.
Time and price, that's right.
You're dealing with those variables nonetheless. Like if I'm buying a stock, I'm not just gonna put my money and then forget about the rest of it, right? I would want to expect to see appreciation over a certain period of time. Maybe more ambiguous, sure, but I'm still playing that equation.
Well, yes, but the thing of the benefit of, like, for example, an S&P index is that historically it goes up.
Yeah, sure, but the index, you're not making much money.
Well, it depends. I mean, you're in the 20s. Well, you were making 15% a year. One time it was 20% a year.
Sometimes, but on average, it's like, what, 3-4?
No, the average return on the S&P historically, I believe, is 10 or 12. Here, let's look at average S&P. I believe it's a double digit.
Really?
Yeah, let's say 10 years. There it is, 12. The S&P over 10 years delivered 12 to 15% over the last 10 years. Now, that's really good.
Yeah, so 30 years, 10%. 10 to 3.
Yeah. Now the question is,
Yeah, inflation adjusted, you're making 6 to 7. Maybe 10.
You still beat the bond.
Yeah, sure, you're beating the bond, but that's not exciting.
No, exciting is no. Now you want a little bit of risky stuff. All right.
I mean, you need to honestly like, and nowadays, like you have to take risks. Like, I don't see like this whole S&P play. This is one.
Yeah, it says 90.99 dividend, right? So 0.99 dividend would mean what, 12% or
0.99 dividend is 1%.
Yeah, 1%. So 1 times 12 would be 12% for the whole year.
No. It's per year annualized dividends.
So how much would I make on $100? $1, 101.
No, but you're just talking about this just the dividend. You also have growth. We just said the annualized return of 10 to 12, averaged annualized return over 10 years.
The value of the stock is going to go up plus.
Yeah, you have the appreciation. You have the appreciation, and then you have the guaranteed dividend. So, for example, let's say it makes 10% appreciation for the year. Plus, you get that 1% additional on the dividend. You made 11%.
Okay. But the index doesn't have a good track record of always going up, or does it crash as well?
No, it crashes as well.
But index.
It'll average out over time. It'll average out.
S&P.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to grab the S&P on the big dips, because not only do you get it on a bargain price, the dividend goes up because the yield goes up because you're buying at a lower price.
Yep, so it says, the code is SPDR, right? S&P 500.
Spider, yes.
Yeah. Right now it's at $720.
Yeah, you buy 1 share or 2 shares. Don't worry about it. It's just, you don't have to, the price is not the issue. Yes, but the annualized return is going to be, for example, if it's $70, right? It's 700, like you said, correct? And if it goes up 10%, it will now be 770.
Yep.
So your 1 share at 700, your 1 share will now be worth 770 if it goes up 10%.
So does it have like a good track record? It's always going up, or it has?
Yes, look at it. 30 years.
Right. Let's look at the.
30 year, you're making 10% a year. Before inflation, after inflation, you're making 7%.
The S&P 500 is a bet on America, man.
It is, yeah. It's an index fund. It's the
top 500 companies. It's called the Standard & Poor's Top 500 Companies of the United States of America on the stock exchange.
Listen, you'll make money, but like again, over the course of time, and not that much. Like I wouldn't put a lot of money in S&P because I'm not retiring off that shit, bro.
Yeah, you should diversify and have some percentage of your portfolio in the S&P 500. I'm not saying all in on the S&P, but you should have a percentage of the portfolio in the S&P 500. I had an economics professor. I'll never forget this guy. He's an economics professor, man. And I asked him, dude, just tell me, what's your portfolio? What do you invested in? You know what the guy had?
What?
He had 50-50. He had the VU, the S&P 500 index, and then he had some other index. I was like, that's it? You mean to tell me you got a PhD in economics and you're doing this? He goes, and that's it? And he goes, yeah. I was like, man, isn't that something?
I mean, I guess he's just like an economics professor, but he doesn't care about. I don't know.
Well, I invested a pretty large amount of S&P as you guys were talking. You guys want to take a guess? It's a pretty large amount. It's a very large amount.
I don't know.
Okay, take a guess.
What are you talking about?
In the S&P, I just invested some money there.
You bought right now?
Yeah. Let's just try it out. How much money do you think I invested?
$1,000.
$10, bro. Why try it out?
$10? Dude, what? You're gonna make 16 after 30 years.
I know. I just want to test it out, and then when I have some money.
Test it out. This is not a. That's a.
I want to give it a shot. 10 year, 20 year, 30 year. I'm gonna invest more money later down the road. Once the market opens up, market's cold right now. you on the what is it on the options, Sam?
And no, listen, options, you can make a lot of money, you can lose a lot of money.
Yeah, I did. I lost
You can-
$100 on
You can be in options. I mean, seriously, man. You can make 6 figures and 7 figures, but you can also lose a lot.
It's true. So many of them I looked in the bully market. Yeah, Ontario is on a block list. But if you were in Quebec, you would be allowed. If you're in Quebec. Oh, 1,000. Yeah, you want to drive to Quebec? It's very near. It's only like 4 hours drive.
It's not about driving to
I
Quebec.
can meet up with that psychopath Randy. You know, the claims to be bad.
Randy lives in Ottawa.
Oh, Randy lives in fucking Quebec. The guy that
No, he lives in Ottawa. I know who you're talking. Yeah.
Now, you can also be smart. You can also sell options, too.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play both games depending on how you think the market's going to fall, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't recommend, because I've been looking at the options a little bit. It's complicated.
I'm staying away from options because a lot of you folks are in it. So when I hear a lot of you folks are doing something, I stay away from it.
Fair enough. So what do you do? Just regular stock trading?
When I start hearing everybody people like that aren't who aren't in it for a long time, so they start talking about something, I run away from it.
Fair enough. So you just do regular stock market activities?
Well, yeah, I trade different financial instruments. I trade different world markets.
Okay.
I'm not really
futures and.
Well, no, I'm not interested. I used to trade. I don't even need to trade the futures anymore. I just don't even need to do that stuff anymore.
So gold, silver, what do you do? Buy is it called gold and silver?
I don't even need. I just don't even need it. Here's the thing, Benny. I'd rather buy a farm than buy gold.
Farm?
Yeah.
What kind of farm are you gonna get for $5,000?
No, of course not $5,000. If you're gonna drop a mill or two, why bother on gold?
No, I know. It's just an ounce.
Like that stuff. What am I gonna do? Hold on to it, and then everywhere I go, I gotta remember where I put it, and then it's such a pain, man.
Honestly, there is value in holding the actual land.
Yes, but I'd rather hold the land, the farmland. I'd rather hold farmland.
You can buy the farmland with the appreciation on metal. That's what I mean.
I'm gonna go. If you really want to know what I plan to do, I am buying farmland. If you want to know.
Yeah. I mean that's really good. I bought farmland too, or I bought close to farmland. I can't actually buy the actual farm, but I buy it in the area of the farm.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy the farmland. I'm gonna grow, up, and then the land is gonna produce produce, and then I can sell the produce from the land. And if there's appreciation, as everybody's speculating on the gold, fine. The farmland is a hard asset. It's a hard asset. Also, it's land. It'll appreciate. So I'm making the appreciation.
No, food is big, bro. Food is
that's right.
Next oil, right?
Yeah.
I say there's a lot of small farm communities all over the country.
Why do you think Bill Gates is
Bill Gates is buying the water. Yeah, obviously.
He's a large landowner.
Yeah, but you don't have to only buy the farm. So if you go to these small rural communities, there are residential lots that are vacant, right? Undeveloped, sorry. That you can buy for 10, 15K. And those have massive potentials when food industries pick up.
Well, okay, yes and no. You got to make sure there's a water supply in that land.
Oh yeah, there's water supply.
Okay.
Especially in my case, because I'm talking about Canada, the north is fully open, and there's great potential not just for mining resources, but also just increasing our farm production over time. The northern Ontario is great.
I know some big heavy hitters who got into the farm. That's why it's kind of quiet. When it's really quiet about something, they're up to something.
Yeah.
So these big players, they already bought the farmland. They're getting ready for something. They're either getting ready for the new AI technology that's going to come in, that's going to make farm produce on scale with you seen the technology that came out now? The Chinese, they created these things that these, I don't know, called large trucks. They go on the farmland, they zap out the pesticides by photo detection. Not the pesticides, the weeds. I'm sorry, the weeds. Yeah, so you don't have to use pesticides anymore. So now the quality of the food is better. Not only that, you've reduced the cost of the using the pesticides. So win-win. Once AI comes in, you're going to see production on these farms like no other man.
That's true. AI can be very helpful.
Yeah, Graham. It photo detects the weed and zaps it with a heat zap. Whoa!
You know what pesticides? You know, the thing is, if I had a couple $100,000 right now that I could actually, and at the time, actually build this out, I would actually build a hydroponics system. Hydroponics and aquaponics.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. That's a great idea. Fine. But it's not. The problem with hydroponics and aquaponics is that the equipment has to be replaced over a certain period of time because you have the fungi grow on the surface material and they start affecting the quality of the growth, and you either have to scrub out the fungi or replace the equipment. It's a little tricky,
but maintenance, like it's not you need to be hands-on.
Very well, you go to Singapore. They have such a small. They want to be semi-self-sufficient on their food supply because it's a national security risk when you're dependent on a food supply outside. So they use.
Invested quite a bit.
Yeah, they learned from Singapore. That's correct. And when you have limited space, you want to use vertical hydroponics, for example.
Of course.
And so, yeah, I did a whole study on that. I was in Singapore studying their systems. I was doing that study.
I did a study on it. I was going to do it in Bahrain, actually. Specifically for tomatoes. Because tomatoes are one of the very valuable crops that you can grow on aquaponics, all the while still being, expensive in the market, as opposed to like leafy greens, which are also like good, but they're shorter, obviously, farming season, so you can grow a lot more of them. But tomatoes are also,
yes,
one of those big cash crops.
Now, if you had the rooftop, if you had access to the rooftop, because I was in Egypt once, so I wanted to go rent.
No. This needs to be like in the building.
You need the sun?
Yeah. No, the sun is going to be by lights.
Oh no, just do it on the rooftop, dude. You get the sunlight, and you can get it's better. And then you can do a
I used to build a greenhouse on the rooftop, and considering Canada, we don't get that much sun anyways.
Oh, Canada, no, that's different. Yeah, I thought you were meaning Bahrain.
No, in Bahrain, I would have done outdoor, yeah.
Yeah, on the rooftop, yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Or I would build a greenhouse. I would have built it. But it's a great opportunity, especially now in the Gulf. Like if you want to do something like that, because they are all about food security. So these countries are the best.
Yeah, they don't know how to utilize their space well. They just don't. Like in Egypt, if you see how many buildings and how much rooftop you have access to, if all these buildings just did mini hydroponics, they could bring down their food costs. But they're just not using their brains, man.
Yeah.
Sam, do you do predictions?
Predictions? Can you predict what's going to happen tomorrow? Everything else. Yes, I'm here. Well, that's what the market is. The market is based on hope. The prediction of hope.
But of course, it's about actual, Strait of Hormuz or other stuff you can predict if it's.
Oh, that poly market? No, I don't deal with that.
Not poly. The legal one is the one that's allowed in America. It's a call sheet.
Don't bother with that stuff. Don't bother with that.
No, I'm not betting. I'm asking you. I don't bet, bro.
No. When I was younger, I did that silly stuff. Don't waste your time on that silly stuff, man.
But you can bet on whether the Strait of Hormuz is going to open or not. see what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a tricky bet. I wouldn't take that bet anymore.
No, but it gives you the years. Like,
Okay, how do you figure that out?
okay. I'll read it out to you guys. I'll read it out to you guys. Stab you in the Matrix. You gotta go to different McDonald's, bro. Different McDonald's. Alright. So look, there's people betting on it, right? So
Then why would you just go that table?
Sam, we can't hear you, bro. Go to a different McDonald's.
Yeah, I'm back.
Alright. What were you saying?
Yeah, you gotta figure out how do you even okay with the odds?
Change the voice quality to low. Click on the three dots on the side. Sam, click on the three dots in the corner. Change the voice quality to low.
You have to know.
Are you able to change it? Change the voice quality. Does it,
Hi.
Alright, go.
Amir, just listen, man. Just don't do it, please. Alright?
No, I don't know. I'm asking you because you can predict on this shit, right? Whether the straight hormones or other political shit would open up, and it gives you years. 2026. There's a thing for October 2026, and then there's a thing for February 2027. You think it's gonna get normalized before 2027? And if you bet $100, you can make 18, $20. And if you do it before October, you can make about 60 bucks, $65 on $100 investment, right? If it happens. If it doesn't happen, you lose $100. What I'm saying to you, because stock market, just like you're playing the stock market and shit, right? And options, that's the same shit, right?
No, it would be similar to options, but not on stocks. Because the stocks you're buying after. You're not buying any. You're just placing a bet.
But are these assets guaranteed if the company falls bankrupt?
No, there's no guarantee on the asset. They are assets nonetheless. In this case, you're like literally just buying a bet. Like it's really not different from like
just go to the roulette table.
Or like or the racetracks or anything like that.
Yeah, go to Baccarat. You have 50-50 chance.
And that's how options work, right? Like with options, you can lose all your money.
Yeah, you can definitely lose your money. Yeah, it's an option. It's a contract to buy.
So before October 2023,
or sell.
The payout is 1.46 times, a 63% chance. And I think if somebody was to bet on that Benyada, they probably make money.
Well, as I said, I'm not allowed to because of the jurisdiction I live in.
But it's Kashi, not Polymarket.
No, that's not allowed in Ontario.
Kashi, you tried it?
Amir, it's gambling.
These things are not allowed.
To me, it's not. It's haram.
There's some small
Many of them is Christian.
Oh, no, I'm not saying haram or no haram. I'm saying if you don't do goofy stuff like that, man.
I know, but I'm asking Benyada if he wants to do it.
Go bet, if you're that itching, go bet on a baseball game. Go bet on a football game.
Oh, yeah.
It's right.
Yeah.
Like, you can bet on a baseball game on this app as well.
But the thing is, I watch politics more than I watch baseball, so.
That's what I'm saying. He's into politics, and I like politics as well. But Benyada is Christian. I think it's halal for you, right?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's not explicitly haram.
There we go.
But like, listen, I wouldn't bet like my house, right? Like
you just putting $100 in there. If you
I would put a couple $1,000. Well, not $100.
Not couple $100 is okay. Just you put it in the market.
No, I would put I would put a couple $1,000 in the market just to like play with, make a $200 investment here, $500 here.
Bro, $65 if you win, Benyada. $65.
Yeah, dude, I can't do it. I don't know why.
That's 65% profit right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, okay, I can't do it. I don't know why you're asking me about this.
No, I know. I'm just letting you know.
I know this already, dude. I've looked into this years ago.
Anyways. Yeah, Sam, I'm not gonna mess around with that. I'll listen to your advice. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking out for you, man.
Yeah, no money, man. I don't have money. Unless you wanna give me money, then I'll have some money. But until then, no money. No money, no honey. I don't even.
Amir probably has like $1 million stashed away.
I wish I did, man. I did.
I think you do.
Nah, I got a lot of debt that I have to pay.
Astaghfirullah. You took interest loans?
a lot of money.
Isn't that completely and utterly haram?
It is. We have the haram police in the room right now.
So Amir, do you put your money in just you have some money just in a savings account collecting interest at whatever 1 or 2%?
I don't even.
You don't do this?
No.
Well, you're losing. Your money is losing value over the years. So if you put $100,000, you're losing $3,000.
I know.
This is
what do you do? I don't have savings account. Even on the stock thing, I barely invest any money. I don't test the waters. And then maybe down the road.
Usury is haram for Christians as well. Okay, right? But the thing is that I would say that 1 or 2% basically keeping up with inflation. I don't think that would be haram. I think it's more 20, 30%, even 5, 6%. Anything above inflation, I would say, yeah, now you're getting into the haram, right? But I think for I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know. Look, it depends how you. You remember Moha? He used to justify the alcohol.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. I'm saying that back then they didn't really understand inflation as well as we do today, right? That money loses its value over time. So it's not riba. I wouldn't say that it's usury if you're just countering inflation.
I got you. Yep. If I had the money, I don't think I'll do it in savings. I'll probably do it play around with the stock market, different stocks or whatever. The halal stocks if
So
possible.
you don't have all of your stuff, money in stock. It's some tucked away.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't have some tucked away. Just whatever I make, it goes to the bills. That's how it is, man. American life, you live hand to mouth. Before it was good money prior to COVID, but after COVID, I got stuck in a lot of different.
You're 75, man.
If I filed bankruptcy today, I think, probably, you have to give up my house and everything, bro.
I do what Benny Adams says in the sense of I've got savings, but I don't take no interest on those savings. I make sure.
Oh yeah.
I don't take any. No. So any money I have saved is depreciating technically, yeah. And I have quite a lot.
So don't you think that would be exceptional?
No, it's not. It's not because it's very black and white. Interested about in the sense of if I get money to the bank and I tell the bank I expect a minimum of whatever it's 3% per annum on my money for depositing it, then it's just black and white riba. I can't justify that. So for me to hedge that the halal way is I go and I either invest in halal investments or I accept the fact that if I store money, it will just depreciate. And at the end of the day, because obviously if I'm a believing Muslim, I believe if I abide by that, I get money in other ways. And yeah, it's just the way I see it.
Okay. Maybe a lot of Muslims don't do it. Some Muslims don't. I mean, I think there's this opinion amongst the scholar, right? When you buy a house, and if you don't have a choice or whatever the case may be, there's a ruling on this. I don't know. They passed some sort of a ruling on this.
I've read that.
If you don't have a choice and you want to move in, your family is suffering, this and that, and rental market is fucking full of suffering, right? Sometimes you can't find a rent, and then they jack up the rent like crazy. So, there was somebody that I know. They jacked up their rent by $300 because of it happened in Inglewood, a fucking shitty garbage ghetto area, a ghetto fucking city. It happened because of the Ramsar Stadium. $300. He's like, bro, how the fuck am I gonna come with $300? So this is why a lot of people they can't afford it. In California they live hand to mouth. A lot of them. Whatever money comes in, it goes to the fucking bills. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm not. I get that, but
even with your case, right? Whatever money you make, it goes to the bills, right? The biggest part of the bill is fucking rent or mortgage.
Yeah, but I have savings at the end of the.
I know, but savings, God forbid, in case of emergency, you have to end up using the savings.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So those savings that I have, so some of it goes into the stock market, whatever. Some of it just sitting there, cash.
I love the savings, man.
Okay, so that's in your case. I'm saying in general.
I one of the biggest issues in society is getting involved in this hamster wheel, where they get you in this sort of, I wouldn't say interest-based mortgages, but anything to do with lease, finance, mortgages, and they trap you in that little hamster wheel where you're forced to go to work tomorrow to pay off all these debts, and that's just how they capture you. In that 9 to 5, you've got to go to work. I hate that, and I left private practice like 5 years ago, worked for myself, and never taken any debt, never taken finance, never taken lease. I own like 7 cars, I own properties, and alhamdulillah, never taken a penny debt since day one. It had like this philosophy, and it paid out. And I don't need to wake up tomorrow for work. I work for myself, and yeah, alhamdulillah, it's quite comfortable now. Not to rub it in, but just to say that I speak to my friends about this all the time.
What I can't understand is why you have 7 cars.
Because I don't live in one place, man. I travel between Libya, UK, and some other places, and I have this horrible habit of wherever I go, I end up buying stuff. Like I said, I don't rent.
Right, but if you have that, if you're moving around a lot, it's much wiser to go using an Uber when you're there.
No, I like having a nice car.
I don't get it. It's a depreciating asset.
It is a depreciating asset. You got a lot of money to afford it.
I think we can get it. Just gotta fold it and then just put it in backpack luggage to get it.
No, what it is I buy good value cars. I don't go buy a brand new car that depreciates loads.
I know, but safety environment, and you feel good. You can travel on a fucking scooter. So.
You're a depreciating asset. You're paying car insurance. It's just sitting there. Then you have to.
When I leave, I cancel the insurance.
No, but then you don't need the insurance. You don't need the insurance.
I mean, each car needs its tires replaced and oil replaced.
No, he's right. Maintenance. There's maintenance costs. There is.
Yes, I would just use the Uber.
Wait, how often a year do you use every car?
Okay.
Like, is there years where you don't use that car at all? It's just
no. I'll tell you maximum it'll be like 7 months.
For each car?
Yeah.
You have 7 cars?
Well, think about it. If right now I'm in a country, I've got 4, so I'll drive those 4, and my wife will drive a couple. And then when I'm in the UK, then I've got like 3, so I'll drive a couple there. Same thing with my wife. So yeah, they get used.
Where do you live?
I live between UK and Libya.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. In Libya, I can understand. You would have a driver on this thing or something.
No, I don't have a driver, although probably do get one. No, I don't have a driver. I can't trust anyone to be my driver over here. I'll get shot.
In the UK, I just don't like.
In the UK, I cancel insurance the moment I leave the country because the insurance is expensive. Maintenance-wise, the car's pretty good condition. Like I service it every year.
4 though, or 3, sorry.
3 over there. Yeah.
That's insane.
It's comfortable. No, look, it's a cost, right? It's a cost. All you got to do is you got to make more money to sustain it. But the values within the vehicles, they don't depreciate by that much. I've got one of them an 8 Series, BMW 8 Series, and that's supposed to depreciate loads, but it's valued very well.
So you got a bag. Is it filled with money?
No, that's actually me leaving my work office. I've got my.
I thought it was filled with. But some lawyers, they make fucking money. Somebody, criminal comes up to gives you cash. You seen that movie, right? The show Better Call Saul.
I've seen that, yeah.
And the Breaking Bad, they bring up money, full of money,
Yeah, we don't have that. No, we don't have that. That's just my Jim Kelly work, man.
Oh, okay. Anyways, what's the deal, Sam?
I would never buy that. I used to have I grew up with expensive cars. It's just.
You're a privileged background,
No, I'm just saying it's great. They're great in the beginning. But then after the joy of them, it's just after 3 years, it's not that brand new anymore. And then the cost of maintenance, and you go to the dealership and they're nuts on the this and that. I'm so happy that I just got rid of the cars and I just use Uber now.
I mean, I used to use Uber during university. Oh, God knows I share of Uber. But it's just, I'd never go back to that, ever. The amount of last minute cancellations, or it was like raining and they do that surge. It's just horrible. And then they take the longer route. I hated it.
Yeah, but I would still buy like a BYD for $25,000 electric car, really nice, or a Tesla for 30. You know, I'd rather buy a BYD even for 20. That's it, man. I'm done. I don't have to worry about the oil.
Chinese cars are really good.
Yeah, but BYD, you can get a beautiful BYD for 20 grand.
I agree with you, Tim. When you come to, look, I've never bought a brand new car. Brand new with zero on the clock. I've never.
Okay, that's smart. Good.
No,
Okay.
no. The depreciation is ridiculous on those, especially the vehicles I go for. I think the sweet spot is 3 years old, and try and get obviously one owner 3 years old, and I usually get it mileage like 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles on the clock.
Okay, now okay, good job.
I'm not an idiot. I do my DD when I'm.
No, but that's good. That's good. You okay, good. Because you know when you buy a car, as soon as you drive it off the lot, dude, you just appreciate thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, man.
Not time to this is why you just lease a car, you know. Just lease a car and dump it, you know, for $100 a month, $200 a month, just dump it. Right, Sam? You enjoy it for the first 2 years. They give you about 10,000 miles. You buy the cheapest car, $100, $200 a month, and after you're done with it, just dump it.
I've always said to myself, I just need something to get me from point A to point B. That's it.
What do you drive? You drive one of those Toyota thingies?
No, I don't have a car anymore. I got rid of my cars.
You got an electric scooter? You scooter?
No, I use Uber.
Wow. Why don't you just get an electric scooter?
No, I'm told to be right now.
You don't need insurance. You know how fast it travels? It goes at 40 to 50 miles.
Electric scooter, I can fall and break my knee.
Yeah, those things are fun to drive. They come with the seat.
All right, I'll consider it if I'm like hanging out.
And you don't need to register with the DMV, right? And it's electric, right? It gives you up to 60 to 80 miles per charge. I used to have one until it got fucked up. The battery stopped. I bought the cheapest one, about $200 was $300. I used to, drop off cars here and there, right, to my mechanic, and I would come back on the scooter. I'd have to fucking buy Uber. Uber was like $20, $25 to come back. It got expensive after COVID.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, Uber I use Uber. Yeah, when I'm in the foreign countries, it's much cheaper. Yeah. Do you know an Uber in Egypt? I can get it. Egypt like in drive-hour commute. Let me see. Oh, for $5. $5.
I go to Mexico, it's like $5. I can get around in taxi. Bro, you need to go to another McDonald's, Sam. Go to another Starbucks and McDonald's, bro.
Taxis in Libya are so cheap. The reason being is petrol in Libya is cheaper.
Right.
Cheaper than water. No, the second cheapest country in the world for petrol. So I think Venezuela is only one cheaper than Libya. So in terms of like value, I think it's probably in American cent, it'd be 2 cents per liter. So I can fill up I've got a V8, one of my tanks for 100 liters. In England, that easily would cost me £160. In Libya, it cost me the equivalent of £1. £1 for a full tank.
That's insane.
So, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
£1 for 100 liters?
Yeah, because right now the exchange rate is £1 to 10 Libyan dinars. And that gets me it gets me.
So 10 Libyan dinars to fill up 100 liters.
Essentially, yeah. And you don't have to get out of the car here, man. In England, you've got to get out of the car.
Yeah.
Sit in the car.
Holy shit, that's insane. I just Googled it. The Chinese car is not allowed in America due to...
Right. They don't allow BYDs because...
Security reasons, because...
they would just demolish. They would demolish Tesla.
It says due to national security concern regarding...
because
steam tariffs exceeding 100% on electric vehicles, EVs, and stringent safety and environmental regulations. But, they want China out of America.
When I was in South America, I was using Uber, and I got to this car, and it was
saw those Chinese cars in Dubai. They're like really nice. They're very nice. They work quite well. You know, they're cheap as fuck. Yeah, these cars are gonna destroy them.
Yeah. Now you look at these guys who buy a Ford F-150 for like $100,000 a pickup truck.
I used to sell them. Not the Fords. I used to sell the Dodge Rams, but yeah.
$100,000, dude. What kind of ding dong? Why?
Dude, you'll find people going to like massive debt to take those cars.
Yeah. And then
they pay $700, bi-weekly, whatever. Like,
right. And so it's really not 100 by the time they're done. It's probably 130, 140, whatever. But imagine if they just put that 100 in the market, and they made an annualized return on the S&P of 10%, which is $10,000. I mean, that's much better.
Well, they probably didn't have 100K. That's the thing. These guys buy cars with like $5,000 down. Sometimes no down payment at all. I've sold them. People are fucking stupid when it comes to buying cars.
They are so stupid. And then by the time they pay it off, it's not 100, Randy. It's more than that.
Oh yeah.
And it's a depreciating asset.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, just use the money. I'd rather use the money in Uber.
Well, no, there is value to having a car.
For them, yeah, for their business.
Car, right? Yeah. Not only that, just regular people as well. Like, I like having a car. And I'm just not gonna splurge and like spend a lot of money on it. I went through that phase, and no, it was not good.
Yeah, I just never saw a need to drop 100. That's crazy money, dropping 100.
To be honest, I had a really nice car. I always buy used cars. That's the thing. You gotta be smart in the car market. Buy a used car, and preferably from a company that's very popular, so you can offboard it.
Right, like Honda, for example, has a great resale value. It holds the value.
Honda, Toyota, Nissan, like Japanese cars hold their value quite well, and certain American cars do as well. And then older German cars also do. Like German cars, yeah, they'll. I mean, in Europe it's probably different, but in North America, German cars will depreciate first, but then after a while, like it just doesn't really matter. So like if you want to buy a German car, 5-year plus, it's not that bad. Now, I mean, I didn't take it. Sometimes I make stupid decisions, and I bought a risky car this time around. But generally, I try to go with something safe.
Yeah.
But yo, I had this Infinity. It was the Infinity Coupe with the supercharged engine. I think it was called Q50. Dude, this car was fucking beautiful. 400 horsepower, 2-door, just fucking nice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But there's another thing too. When you buy these nice flashy cars in the States, the cops love to pick on you. So then you get these tickets from the cops, and then you get this aggravation from the cops, and then you gotta go to court. It's just a nightmare, man. It's like they don't want people.
Oh, this was in Bahrain. This was not.
Bahrain, no, that's different.
Yeah.
But here in the States, you're gonna get pulled over by cops.
Oh, I got no. Actually, this was the most expensive part about owning this car because it was like super fast and really fun to drive. I got, I think, probably around 15,000 riyals worth of tickets between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain in the span of like 2 years. It's about more than that, like around $4,000. Are
you serious?
Something like that, yeah.
You get tickets like that in Bahrain?
Oh yeah. And it's by camera. That's the thing. Like you don't really have now.
Not one ticket. You said in 2 years.
Yeah, in 2 years, it's about $4,000 roughly.
Dude, I was crying over like.
Hey, what's up, Andrew? Assalamualaikum.
Yeah.
We were talking about cars and Chinese cars. Why are they not allowed in America? And I saw it's like they're scared of the cameras, you know, on those cars to collect data on the emergency cameras.
They'll crush the economy. I mean, they'll crush the American car economy.
Yeah, but the tariffs are very high. Thanks to this pedophile Trump.
It keeps the tariffs high, and so that they won't be undercutting American cars. But American cars really are still shit. I don't understand. They have no comprehension of supply chain or anything like good manufacturing practices. Anything. It's crazy.
And Toyota's doing a good job.
Toyota's like number one for
Toyota, Honda. But the thing is, Honda interior accessories are shit.
Honda slipped. It used to be in the 90s and 2000s really good, but I noticed 2010s it's it's still good, but it's under Toyota. Toyota's in the States is number one. Resale value number one.
Honda is more expensive than Toyota.
No.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that. I mean, Toyota's there's so much money. So much.
Shia yet?
Huh?
Are you Shia yet?
Why wasn't Shia? I don't know.
What the fuck are you? Who's speaking? Is it Omi?
No.
Yeah, it is. I mean, bro, calm down. To try not to do any bullshit. You usually kick people out, bro. Calm down. It doesn't matter if and then you're coming from Jewish background. Look, no offense to you. According to my scripture, you guys have a track record of doing some crazy shit.
I don't know why you said me though. I have not brought up Shia.
I don't want to go down that path of me. I don't want to pull my scripture on you.
I'm not pulling scriptures. I'm just pulling.
I pull it on my black rabbi, killing multiple prophets, spreading corruption. Yeah, that's what you did. You're spreading corruption in my room. In my room. We need to coexist.
Okay, Admiral General Aladdin.
My mother got in an accident actually Friday, and she's fine. Yeah, she's fine now. But she has a Lexus SUV, and it was a 2018, and she got hit on the side, the passenger side. Both the airbags on the doors on the passenger side deployed. Basically, we're arguing now with the insurance company, either fixing it or they want to total the car because of the airbag deployment. I'm like, oh shoot, right? Yeah. Fucking. I was shocked, and they're like, and I talked to the dealership, and they're like, yeah, when you do airbags, they go off in the car. Generally, they'll total it because it's like a bomb going off inside the car, in the doors and shit. And to get it fixed, you have to go in and first off, new doors, obviously, new airbags, new everything. But then you have to go in and precisely align every sensor, every mechanical component with the for the airbags because they're so there's so many safety features in them or compliance or regulation shit. We have to have so many what do you call them? Not just the airbags. For example, I didn't know this, but the belts, seat belts, the tensioner. Once the airbags deploy, the tensioner locks up. Once that happens, that's a lot of money to replace the entire seatbelt system and have it integrated back into the car again. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So now we're looking for a car. No, she doesn't have a car. So, what are you gonna do?
What you said, Edward? So, going back to the car thing, and then you heard about the 14-point proposal that Iran is pushing according to Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this the third proposal? I think
Samoa was in here, right? The guy, I don't trust him. But
oh my God.
he said that pull out the real one. There's another one, right? I looked it up on my thing. It only gives me like 5 or 6 reasons, right? First is the blockade part, and remove the aggression for good. No more aggression. You know how the same points on their original plan, right?
Yes.
And no more hostilities and no more blocking of the straight hormones. Like these like 5 or 6 the same points from before.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems that every time, like, we don't actually see the exact
come up
communication that they have, like, when it comes to the, points like that, outlining a ceasefire agreement, even with the Palestinians. Remember, we never saw exactly what something was when we, leaks here and there.
He said the plan was leaked on Axios.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna look for it. He said he was supposed to put a link. I don't think he put a link in the chat. I'm gonna have to look it up. He said there was a leaked plan by Axios, and maybe Al Jazeera. I don't know if they picked it up on this, but Axios always gets the leak part.
Yeah, I trust Axios. They have connections. U.S., Israeli, Middle Eastern governments. I don't know why they have or how they have such good connections, but they to the White House directly.
They're funding.
Vance always leaks it there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. That's why. Because they always get the scoop, and
they get JD Vance gets a small envelope filled with money by Axios
by
the end of the month. Cash money, not even credit, cash money. So nobody knows how much money he's getting.
Guys, I've been seeing some posts, and I felt to voice my criticism on, mostly on Iranians. There is a lot of outrage. I think we all know there's a selective outrage. It's a real thing, and I think what's very funny, not funny, but it's just hard to comprehend, is that every Iranian who is so pro-war is more concerned about the internet blackout in Iran rather than all the universities, hospitals, cultural sites, and civilians that were killed in the bombing. The one thing that they're complaining about is the Islamic Republic cutting down the internet, not U.S. strikes killing their own civilians, universities, hospitals, or cultural sites. That's absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, we have Siamak here as well. What's up, Siamak? Long time no talk. Siamak, you don't have to get mad just because Brother Fayaz put you down, man. You don't have to get mad.
You hear me well?
He's an older man, we have to respect our age. Yes, Siamak.
Yeah.
Why is your feelings got hurt? Like, I don't get it. You stop coming up on here.
Yeah, I once in a while come in and listen to it.
I know, I like Iranian voices. You need to come in and share your opinion,
Okay, I'll do that. I usually don't come when Fayaz is here because I know that he will be shutting my mic.
He's an older brother, he's an older brother. Just give him some grace,
Yeah, well, I hope it would be mutual. But yeah, good to see you guys. It's good to be back.
Yeah, what's your take on this whole thing with what's going on, straight hormones and peace plan? You want to give me maybe one or two minutes and tell me what your take is on?
Well, all of this, I haven't heard much from the folks today, but my take is that we are in a temporary ceasefire at this point, and the war may break down at any point. And the reason why I see that is because we have to look at this war from another angle, not from from a higher level, rather than looking at it from the day-to-day occasions and changes. What I see is that U.S. Is in a point where it's thinking of the regime change in Iran for a longer term. Initially they were thinking about short-term change, but now it's longer term. But that strategy is not changing at this point.
and there are reasons for that. I can get into the details later, but Israel is finding some mutual benefits with U.S. That's why they're there, and so I'm expecting the war to break in again.
If I can respond to that, it's possible, you know. I think I don't know. I think that just my only response to that would be is I'm not sure how far the U.S. is willing to go to restart the war, because if ground troops become a factor, an all-out war plus a commitment to an occupation, which is necessary for a regime change or nation-building state stabilization. It doesn't seem to me that the U.S. is willing to bear that high of a cost for it, especially if Trump went into this under the impression it was only going to be 3 days, 2 weeks at the most. So yeah, that's my.
Yeah. I was listening to podcasts actually today and actually yesterday, and I was listening to it for the second time today. It was about a book named Why War, and it's about the perspective is why wars start. When it looks at it, it doesn't go with the cost of the war as the reason why the war might start. Instead, it looks at the situation as if there are more costs to not having a war. That's the first thing. The second thing is it the right time to attack? It was having a lot of perspectives. I don't want to get into all of the details, but one of the reasons why one country might start a war as security, the other one as the timing, how weak the other opponent is. I think Iran is in a very weak situation right now, both on the leadership and internally, at least, where it would have support from its own people, I should say, where it's not having support from its people, and that is at least 2 reasons. A third reason that might be arguable is the army and how Iran is weaker in with an army perspective. That's not the right word. Sorry, about military perspective. And with that, a war might break in because U.S. would find the right time right now. Definitely Israel is finding that time and would persuade the states more, but the states is also in that state. So my point is would U.S. look at the cost of war, or would it look at the big opportunity after a few decades, whether or not it's the right time?
Well, I think part of the perspective the U.S. had, or especially Israel had, after October 7th, Israel clearly used this as an opportunity to decimate through not just Hamas, but also the Patriot attack of Hezbollah, and then, the collapse of Syria. From the perspective of the Israelis, this was a weakening of Iran's regional posture. Therefore, which is why they started the 12-Day War. They believed this was the time to strike, and it didn't work in the 12-Day War. And now in February, they got the U.S. on their side. And they always assume that all they need is just a little push for it to collapse. I think the assumption, thinking that, yes, okay, Iran is in a weaker position, but the idea that they just need a little push for it to collapse completely, I think was very misguided and very miscalculated. And I think we're seeing that right now. I think part of the reason why Trump moved the war from the air to the sea is because he saw that he wasn't getting the results he wanted from aerial bombardment. So he assumes that he can get a better deal if he chokes, Iran's economic exports. Going back to war, it depends what he believes he can get out of it. Because for 40 days he did an aerial bombardment with Israel. They killed leaders. The regime didn't change. Well, actually, no, never mind. If you listen to Trump, the regime did change. But he still is not getting what he wanted. So I think the U.S. goals, or at least Trump's goals, have been consistently changing. If he could get regime change, he would like that. If not, he would have been fine with Venezuela's scenario. If he can't get that, he wants to see what he can get. He'll take what he can get, essentially, so long as he believes it makes him look stronger. And it looks like he can get more than his predecessors. But as of now, I just don't see it. I don't see what else he can get out of it. And I think the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is going to end in a stalemate. I don't think either side is really going to win. I think some sort of diplomatic resolution is inevitable. But given the negotiation team that Trump has in his administration, it's clearly not going to be a clean negotiation by any means at all. It's most likely going to end. I don't know. It will be messy, regardless.
So, do you guys think that there would be, well, not at the moment, a deployment, boots on the ground, Americans? Do you think that the U.S. government will implement, that the Congress is willing to pass these acts, that there will be enough political support from the domestic population for attracting boots on the ground? Because that's what's necessary.
Definitely, in terms of the American public, there was very little political support. I mean, compared to 2001 and 2003, America right after 9/11, there was a lot more public support. But in 2026, the American public, both on the left and the right, are very much opposed to it. Don't get me wrong, Trump has his base of people who will support him no matter what. But on a grand scale, I would say the public support is just not there.
I agree. With regards to public support, I agree. But when it comes to the
political support, I would say it's the same. I would say it's the same because you don't have as many war hawks today as you did under previous administration. I mean, it sounds contradictory. I know
there are quite a few.
There are, but I don't think they're as. I think there is more. I mean, like the fact that J.D. Vance and even Marco Rubio and John Ratcliffe told Trump that regime change was not going to be possible without a full-scale invasion, and many were wary about that at the beginning. I think the political support, some of it does exist, but it's not as strong as it used to be 10, 20 years ago. And if they're going to put boots on the ground, I think they're not going to go any farther than try to take Clark Island. If there is going to be boots on the ground, I believe it will be to try to get Clark Island. But
no, that's not really boots on. What I'm saying is an actual
invasion of mainland Iran, I think, is highly unlikely. Because one of the things that triggered the ceasefire right now, it just followed a whole firefight between Iran and the U.S. where the U.S. lost 3 aircrafts and was just barely able to rescue 2 pilots that fell into Iran. I mean, I think that was a very high-stakes situation for the U.S. It was unexpected. They were caught off guard, and it was too close for them. And that's what caused the ceasefire. I don't know if they're willing to go back and risk another operation that could end up in a situation where they do lose more pilots, they do lose more casualties, and then they can't rescue them because they were just barely able to rescue these 2 pilots. And I think if they lost not just
which is something Trump really wants to avoid. He may do a raid here and there. Maybe. No, that's the furthest I would see boots on the ground going. And the troops that they have there now are optimized for hit and run operations. Yeah. I think. What does CMAC think?
Let me share my opinion as well. Actually, I don't look at the situation this way. I look at it again from a higher level. So thinking of, is it worth it for the U.S. To attack Iran with boots on the ground? Is it something that they need right now? This would be more important than thinking whether or not it's, that small operation that they had to rescue the pilots was a failure. Because if it is worth it, then they will come, they will have boots on the ground, and then they will attack with maximum force that they have. And believe me, we like it or not, they will win because they have maximum amount of weapons that Iran cannot even counter any of them. Not any of them, but a lot of them. So
that's not how that works, though. Just because you have superior firepower.
Exactly. But that's my point. So because they have the superiority in weapons, it doesn't make it reasonable for them to attack. And we have to look at the point. Look at the reason why they would attack. So what I see is that in the long term, during the past few decades, and that's how I look at it. The problem is Iran has tried to change the rules, especially in the past 3 decades. They have tried to change the rules in the region. This is the reason why we have a war today. So we have to look at the situation as a very long-term game, and we are at the last chapter right now. So looking at the last chapter to figure out whether or not a war will happen, boots on the ground will happen, is not the right thing to, the right way to think. I believe that because Iran at some point has wanted to, and I think if we give them, they give them time, they will still want to become a hegemony in the region. And that is the reason why they have created proxies. They want to go after the nuclear weapon and nuclear power and so on and so forth. This type of change in this type of rule change they want to make would be the reason for U.S. to go against them. Now, looking at unlike Omid, I think Trump's words about regime change are actually accurate. He's not making jokes. He's not making fool of himself. Although everyone looking at it, including myself, in the first days when I heard that, I was like, God damn it, this guy is going crazy again.
So do you think regime change is capable without boots on the ground?
So, no, wait. We have to first define what is regime change. Okay, that's the important piece. To Trump, regime change is the stability he's looking after. Stability is not probably the right word, but having the peace of mind that that hegemon is not going to be created and it won't continue to be generated. That's the definition. I agree with you, but let's think Trump-wise, okay? Let's think Trump's mindset. And this is the mistake that we have made, I think, as people who have been analyzing the situation at the time when he said regime change. Pardon me?
Okay. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
I think you're kind of pontificating as to what you think Trump means by regime change. But it's actually pretty evident that Trump knows what regime change means. To a certain extent.
I think I don't think the regime change to him means changing the name of Islamic Republic Iran to Iran. That's not the regime change. That's the regime change we think is.
No, regime change to him, evidently, is picking the next person that's going to be the ruler of the nation. Even if that system of but he haven't done that with you. Do you think that that's possible without boots on the ground? This isn't as well about that.
No. I don't think that. So you're again jumping to the last step rather than today. Today we are dealing with an Iran who has
who has no leader. Right now, there are a group of people trying to make ruling out of that group, and they cannot come to a conclusion how they can agree with the same with some specific terms with the states. If they could, Trump was happy, and he would have called this a final regime change. Right now, the way that I see it is that this regime, those people who are on the at the ruling, they cannot make their mind, so a face-off needs to happen, similar to what happened during the previous battle. I call it battle intentionally. I can call it operations as well. I'm not calling it a war, and I have reasons for that. But I would say that during that operation, they had a face-off. Khamenei was killed. Larijani was killed. Actually, that was a face-off by Israel, I think, not by the States. But anyways, some faces are gone. Now, the faces who are in power, they have to make their mind. Since they haven't been able to, there will be another face-off. So boots on the ground is not what Trump would need. I'm not saying if would change the regime. I would say it's not what he needs. When he says a regime change again soon, I'm expecting him to say that, is another face-off.
That's not going to work for Iran. I think we can agree on that, right?
Don't think about Iran. I don't think Trump would think about Iran. Trump is thinking about U.S. Trump is
saying. No, I'm saying with regards to regime change. Like, that's not going to, like this, what you're describing as the Venezuela model is not going to work in Iran. In Iran, you need more of like a Taliban, like an Afghanistan model. And that didn't work out.
Afghanistan, but you're compared with Saddam, right?
Even with Saddam, same thing. When they came in, they took out Saddam. Then you had a resurgence of all of the terrorists, right? And the Shia leadership that was in charge of Iraq was actually just loyal to Iran. So yeah, you made a power vacuum. That power vacuum was filled by forces that were not friendly to you. You're gonna have the same thing happen in Iran if you really do that. If you really dismantle the government, but that's not evidently what's happening. Evidently, what's happening on the ground in Iran is you have basically the IRGC is in control. It's effectively a military dictatorship under the guise of an Islamic republic with a supreme leader and all. It's a fairly stable structure. And I'm not like a supporter of IRGC at all, but I'm just looking at this objectively and saying that, if they want to accomplish this mission of even a Venezuela-style regime change, which I don't think that's necessarily what they want, the Hawks especially, no, you're going to need boots on the ground. And
I don't understand still why you think the Venezuela model would not work with the mindset that Trump has. I get it that it would be a regime change as in the
mindset that IRGC has. That's why it won't work.
Can you explain?
The IRGC, or the Islamic Republic, in its founding, was founded on the idea that it must resist the West, specifically the U.S., and therefore their strategy has shifted from not just U.S. out of Iran, but U.S. out of the region. The whole purpose behind proxy warfare has been, first of all, Iran has been under sanctions for 47 years, so Iran hasn't been able to keep up its conventional military capabilities. So proxy warfare was one that was much cheaper, and still, it kept Iran, it deterred war from Iran for the past 20 years up until now, up until October 7th. If their idea, their strategy is resist the U.S. and the West at all costs, then you cannot get a Venezuela model, because anybody who's part of that system is not going to at one point just capitulate to the West, which is what happened in Venezuela. Delcy Rodriguez agreed to cooperate with the West or cooperate with the U.S., but in its founding ideology, where for them, they believe resisting the West is not just
an obligation. It's existential.
Yeah, I have an assumption though. Your assumption is that IRGC is a single group. Well,
No, you're okay. No, you're right.
Let me explain that part for the others to get into the conversation as well. IRGC is split at least into two groups in Iran right now. One is led by Vahidi and Mushtaba. The other group is led by Ghalibaf and his group. These two don't have the same stakes. If a face-up happens, I believe that they will go after Vahidi and that group, not after Ghalibaf and his group. So basically, the what we call what is it called, Jabhat al-Muqawamat, or we can call it resistance or resilience. I don't know. Front. Let's call it that.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're right. I agree.
And that mindset.
Yeah, I agree with you. No, I agree with you very much that there are these two camps, the IRGC, and people who are in the Ghalibaf camp are much more willing to negotiate with the West.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is very important because you're thinking that the mindset of IRGC that shaped IRGC 48 years ago is the only mindset that exists today. IRGC is split into two groups, and if you look at it that way, if a face-off happens for the one that is more radical, then the other group is willing. That's the assumption. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying the assumption is that the second group might commit to an agreement and some terms. That's
no, okay, yeah. They will commit to an agreement, but they will not. I do not see them committing. The people who are in the second camp who are willing to negotiate and compromise, I have no doubt that they will make some concessions, some compromises, but not to the extent, not the maximalist goals that the U.S. has, not the bowing down completely to the West kind of. They will make some compromises, but I don't believe they will make a full, capitulation at any cost. I don't think that at all.
I hear your point. That's correct. And I tend to agree actually with your point here that it wouldn't be enough for a regime change, as in the whole. We will end up with something new. To Trump, I think that's new enough. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
And let's look actually for the long term, going back to the first term of Trump and continuing that through Biden and now what has happened. If we look at it that way, the first round of Trump, it was a maximum pressure. And maximum pressure was to put the maximum economic pressure. My thought, if I look at it back, if I look back at that time, is that the first term of Trump, he was trying to weaken Iran economically so that in the second term that he was thinking that he would have power, he would attack Iran and finish the war. This is, whether or not it would happen, whether or not it would be successful, that would be a very different story. We have to look into a lot of what if questions. That's not necessarily possible. But that was how he was moving his pieces. Second term, he didn't win. Biden came to power, and now he's back to power. So he has a short term. And short term, I don't mean 4 years. I mean until September, when the elections happen again. For this period of time, and this is a very important question that we have to answer in order to go back to your point about boots on the ground. Is Trump willing to risk more against Iran at this point? And risk more doesn't necessarily mean boots on the ground, but what is that level of pressure that he would be putting in order to fulfill his mindset that he had at the beginning? He doesn't have that much time. Would he risk? I have some points about it, but I'll leave it to make some more conversations. If I had time, I will come back to this one.
Well, I guess that is the million-dollar question because, as we know, Trump is very unpredictable. And, the fact that this war started in the first place, I think many people, including myself, I was kind of caught off guard. But I think
I think that there are many things working against Trump to restart the war again, and it could cost him his legacy. I think he's much more willing to, lower his stakes and, make something look like sell a win to the American people, or to at least to his base, and move on to Cuba, because Trump has had his eye on Cuba, he's had his eye on Greenland, he's had his eye on China. As a matter of fact, the U.S. posture has been to prioritize China more and get out of the Middle East entirely. Well, not entirely, but lower their presence in the Middle East. So I don't know how much longer or more they're willing to commit to the situation in Europe.
Like I just really am like on my toes all the time. Like
that is such a good healthy instinct, though, Sarah. I understand.
Totally.
Because you walk into a space and you're like, okay, how is my child going to die here? But like in the back of your mind, not like, do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't think that.
No, you don't think it, but like you suddenly realize it.
No, I think it's more just that, like, I'm really worried about, like, I'm watching people all the time. I'm looking for social cues. If my gut says get out, I'm like, hey, guys, let's get out of here.
I can't tell. I've learned that is such a I've had people who I hung out with, like, we're never alone with my kids, but, like, I ended up finding out things about them far later. I lived in Mexico for a while, and there was this
that's because you talk so much, dude. You've got my problem. If we talk to people, do you talk to all the strangers in your vicinity?
Only when I like the dangers.
Yeah, I get the impression you're like, what's up in the grocery store? Like everybody. Am I wrong?
Dude, if they are breathing, they are talking to me.
Yeah, and if they don't like you, you're going to say something funny to make them like you.
That's what's so weird, because, like, everybody likes me, and I'm like, but I don't like you. I don't really, anyway.
To yourself.
Yeah, no, seriously. But, like, I've noticed, I've learned that I can't trust that you can't clock every danger with people. Like, you can totally think somebody is, like, whatever. I don't let people babysit my kids that aren't related to me, that I'm not intimately familiar with, not because I think that it would be traumatic, but because it doesn't seem like it's worth the risk.
Do you have any friends that are like family?
Are you saying, am I friends with my family members?
No. Do you have friends that you're so close with they're like family?
Oh, sure. I'm very close to my family, too. Oh, yeah, no, that works, too. Like, I have, that's totally interchangeable. It's not a blood thing. I've known you so long that I know that you're fucked up, but, like, I'm comfortable with how you're fucked up. Because everybody be fucked up. It's more like I know your flaws, I know your strengths, and you don't endanger my kids because I've seen you change over time, kind of thing. Does that make sense, Sarah? I'm pretty much.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not answering.
No, it's okay. I don't often leave my kids with anybody, but like my dad or one of my brothers. Yeah, I would trust a stranger over my family. I would trust, like, other parents think I'm great with kids. I'm like, no, I'm great with my kids. When parents like, oh, like, you seem like you're great with kids. I'm like, I don't think I want to leave my kids with you because you're terrible just a character. Dude, like, if their kids were drowning and my kids were drowning, I'd let their kids drown just to double make sure that my kids were not. Well, what? I got priorities, my guy. Like, I like kids, but like only the ones that are mine. But that's, I mean, so like, you know, if my kids have friends, it kind of extends to that. But I don't know, like, I don't get some parents, like, if I'm at like a place where the kids are swimming, right, I won't leave the area with acknowledging with another adult that I'm going to do something. You please keep an eye on my kids. Not that I trust that adult to like jump in and dice it, just so somebody has some attention. Right? Other parents will just leave and assume that other parents are watching.
Like, I mean, that's hard for me to process because, I mean, if you wouldn't do that with a dog, why would you do it with your kids? Like, if you were, you know, with your dog and dogs were, like, running around, you wouldn't, like, walk away.
No, it's... well, no, so what is when you're in a group, there's shared responsibility. Everybody's looking after the kids. I go to my way to make sure somebody knows I'm going somewhere, and I don't know.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, do you really think that that's the norm? Like,
No.
do you really think that most parents will walk away, or
Yes,
that they
no, they do. When you're in a group, so as a single dad, I experience this. There's usually a mom, right? So I have to go out of my way to make sure somebody knows that their primary guardian isn't there, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, because a lot of these people are like couples, so there's like dual guardians. So I go out of my way for it, but like people will walk away when neither of the parents are there.
What do you do with all this stuff?
Well, I stole their wallets. What do you mean? What did you ask?
I wouldn't ask the person to watch my laptop.
Should I ask people to watch my kids all the time? What do you mean? I mean, like in public, and if I have to go to the bathroom, I'm like, can you watch my kids for a second? When my son and my daughter are sitting at a table, and I'll run to the bathroom. That is such a protective measure.
I mean, for me, I would just never do that. I would just be like, all right, we're all going to the bathroom.
Facts.
I mean,
I would do it at the grocery store.
I mean, my kid's young teenager. He's all over 6'1", so he can take care of himself. This is more like have an adult that can step in. Also, I'd steal your stuff when you're in the bathroom.
I'm on a different
Hey,
level.
do you guys want to hear how dirty I am?
Well, Bima,
Not sexually, Austin. Not sexually.
all right.
I mean,
I'm
actually.
gonna say no. I'm just gonna say no then.
Oh my.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just derailed that. Please continue.
You have a dust cloud in your hair?
No, I do. I have like one of those carpets that's like by my, because I have a wood floor, and then it's like, so it's like one of those carpets that you throw over the wood floor just to like sort of protect it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like really, really thin. So it's not like a fluffy one. It's like the real thin. And anyway, I just took care of my begonias, and I got dirt all over. And I was sitting here, and I was just like, I got dirt all over. I said, I don't even, usually I'll like scoop it up like with my vacuum and my napkins. Like I have like these microfiber because I want to get like deep inside of the, but I'm really onto the point where I'm literally using a broom. I'm using a broom to do the first sweep because I got so much dirt on this carpet right now. Yeah, I am sweeping the dirt on my carpet into a pile, and then I'll vacuum.
Yeah, that was hot. Thank you. Bima, do you think this is the first level of early signs of minor depression?
I'm in late stage. I'm coming out, okay? This is a good sign.
Not minor.
This is a good sign. Unless I tear up my carpet, so this is really, really good. No, I have to get a new carpet, I know that, but yeah, this is the first time that I did this, and I thought, oh, and maybe you're right. But yeah, it's definitely a stage.
Wash your hands. I'm really interested to know.
I'm still sweeping this party, dude. I got so much to do yet.
Hey, good for you. If you're really coming out of depression, good for you. Seriously, I was.
People say like, this is the thing. Like, I have a problem. Like, are you depressed? I get sad a lot throughout the day because I think the same shit. But ultimately, I get really happy because I'm happy to be alive. And I'm just happy, but then when I do the sad shit, I get really sad.
Have you ever
Am I depressed or am I just sad? Do I have just bad thoughts? Like, what is being depressed? Like, is that like a constant state all the time? And I would like to identify that because I don't feel like I'm depressed. I think I'm sad a lot.
You ever go to a bar and ask someone and they reject you next to depressed?
Is it what?
No, it's a joke. No, but seriously, have you ever been happy or sad, which is the most bizarre but real feeling? And you're like, oh my god, I'm sad, but I'm feeling something that makes you happy, and you're also sad. It's so hard to reconcile these things, but it's totally a thing. No, I mean, I think the closest thing was for me in college. I broke up with a girl and started listening to sad songs, and my friends were like, "What are you doing? You're the one who broke up with her." But I felt good listening to sad songs. Why?
So you would say that you were depressed at that point?
No, I was happy we were over. He was feeling his feelings. He was trying to feel his feelings, it sounds like. Literally. I don't say that there's all, like, literally, you're trying to, like, this is how I feel. I'm fully engaged. I want to get through it. It's like, it's a healthy thing. You can really feel happy that you're sad because you're feeling something, like, which is so incongruent. You know what I mean? But it actually, you can really feel it. It's a bizarre concept. Sorry, I'm dumping an idea on everybody. I apologize. So, serendipity put fear of death, and no one addressed that, which is scary. Do you feel like you're going to die soon? No, serendipity answered, so what's your biggest fear? And she put death. So I'm going to speak for her, but that may not be as, maybe a reason to talk to her. I'm going to give myself credit. That was very funny. Edie, there?
I'm here.
Is this your account from way back, or is this like a new account?
Is this my account from way back?
So you remember when we had I don't know what group that was, the fighting racism thing with racism?
Oh yeah, this is the same account I've had, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever see any people from those days? Yeah, I was there. I was fighting on the other side.
Some months ago, Usama was back online, but that was months ago. Sometimes I'll see Nasser.
Yeah.
Occasionally I'll see him pop on, but haven't really spoken to them in probably about 6 months.
Damn, true.
I don't know what's going on with that guy. Remember who was going to try to run for mayor or whatever? I don't know what he's up to.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. What? It's like short letters. I'm so following him on Facebook. He makes weird posts on Facebook. On Instagram.
Yeah, I saw him somewhere. Maybe it wasn't Instagram. I have to come across him, and I was like, huh? But I think those guys like stopped talking to him. Like, so I don't even think they talk to him anymore.
Him and Usama had beef for a moment.
Yeah.
Because Usama was sad about something, and then the guy was like, "Yo, stop being so depressed all the time. You're killing the mood." Because I don't think we hear people being depressed.
But did you low-key just say, "Yo, stop killing the mood, kill yourself"?
Jesus. Where did I was texting somebody. Where did everybody go? The room totally cleared out.
Yeah, I showed up. I have that effect.
Yeah, always when Austin shows up. But yeah, no. So I mean, Nasser, I haven't been in a room with him, but I'll see him like in a room occasionally. That was pretty recently, so I think he's back on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really talk to them.
Wow.
That was a strange little group.
Yeah, it was. Him and Melissa were dating for a while, and then she was Christian. He was Muslim. Met his parents, and it just something didn't go well.
Really?
They tried to get past that, but I think something kept dragging, and they were just like, maybe it's just better we're just friends.
I knew, when she first mentioned, I didn't say it to her, but I was like, there's no fucking way it's going to work. There's no way.
Yeah. Are you becoming Muslim? Like,
yeah, you're right, exactly. And
you're Muslim, like she's a philosopher in Islam.
Yeah, I thought when she said that she met the mom, that the mom loved her. That's at least the story she was saying. And then I never spoke to her about it after that, or her to speak about it.
So something went wrong at the same time. That was small at that moment, but just escalated.
Yeah, because they're not gonna. The family's not gonna let him marry a non-Muslim. It's just not gonna fucking happen.
So I don't know. It's like you let one little drama seep in, and then it just creates so many little fractures.
Mm-hmm.
And Simon just like Simon. He only responds on Instagram. And he just sends memes. I'm like, hey, how are you doing? It's been a while. And he just responds with a meme that's so irrelevant.
He's so weird. He was fucking weirdest of the bunch. I never really understood him.
I was saying, I'm not okay. He just sent me a video about a ghetto person getting beat up. And I was just...
Oh, my goodness.
Wait. Why does that sound like Monica?
We could be related.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Hi, Birdie.
Hey, do we know each other?
Well, we played a game yesterday, but no,
Yeah. What were you saying, Kristen?
I said we played a game yesterday. We played with Derisive, but we don't really know each other.
Okay. True. No, it's hard to keep track because everyone's been changing their username, and I just changed it back because people were just like, "Who's this guy?" And I'm like,
"You know how you talked about Obsidian?" And I was like, "Hey, can I call you Obi?"
Oh, you're the OG one. I always change it to Obi. Nice.
So, what's up with this thumb thing? Because you're driving me nuts.
Oh, it's still there? Oh my god, yo, it went back. It's not my thumb.
Well, it goes, and then it's like, I have my thumb. Okay, no, just kidding.
It's not my thumb. It's
moving my thumb again.
I'm holding my phone like how a fancy person drinks tea, and it's my pinky that's holding the bottom of it because anytime I'm on Clubhouse, I have a baby in my hand that's sleeping. So I have to run it, and it's just easy to just rest my hand.
Yes. So you need like an elastic or something on the back of your phone, don't you?
Probably.
Yeah. But I'm glad you're here.
Thanks. I also have a burner phone because my phone got water damage on it, and it was $400 to fix it.
Oh my god.
So I just went to Walmart and got a $30 phone that looked just like my expensive phone. So I was like, it does everything the same. I'll get to the other phone eventually. But it doesn't have good like dynamic audio because obviously you put one little plug on that audio spot and then it's just muffled. But on the other phone, if you did that, at least it had other locations that would take input. So, but my bad.
No, you're fine. The end. I just wanted to let you know because I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Sure. How bad is it? Like, is it like Charlie Brown bad?
Almost.
Oh wow. Edie, is this the same house that Fury was in, or is this like a new house after whatever happened?
Oh, after the snatch that we usually have? Yeah, that's after. That's after we all broke up.
I don't even know details, but was it really that bad?
No, it was over something really stupid, but I think that there was some
tipping points.
Exactly. There were some tensions before, and people weren't being honest about how they felt about certain things, and that just kind of blew everything up. Yeah, I think we're like, I mean, I know Serendipity and I were like, if this is the reaction we're gonna get over something stupid, like I'm not fighting for this friendship, and so that just was kind of it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the change in dynamics on the app because I came in when everyone was complaining about how the app used to be, but from my perspective, it was still pretty booming.
Mm-hmm.
I only have like how many followers? Like 20 people, and that's probably a variable why it feels like not a lot of people on the app like it was before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. I smell poop. Oh,
okay, go ahead.
Oh.
Poop alert.
Okay, sorry. How is your diaper dry, guys? Oh, because you did poop. No! Don't move yours. Okay. Wait, am I still muted or am I unmuted?
Oh, you're unmuted.
Can you mute me?
Yes, sure.
concealment. 7, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rated extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax.
Sure, like a sugar baby. No idea. Probably that you guys is Spanish forever.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to chronic none. Profits the C2U, some mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, tax allowages, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Quality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open up for transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, you give to crony on profits. The CTU is one mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist attack solidist. All taxation is the forbidden again. Money is a scam. Public spending tracker. No, no. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Reparations and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teams to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to raise Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reparations and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and criminal who lied. Reparations, socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to raise Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam.
she will give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Nose of fleece of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thee I invoke. Thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thee I invoke. Thou whose garment is of the gold and glory, with the azure bars of sky. Thee I invoke. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. I adore those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. I adore. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often mountain of the Satan boat. I adore. I adore. Thou who bearest the wand of double power. I adore. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou concentrest all the 13 earths in one darkling sphere of fire. Six. Thou who bearest the rose and drops of life and light. I adore. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Models 1.3 billion out to this phony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest. Mayor Brandon Johnson Institute of propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Weapons and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cars. Chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a rebel. Almost $1.3 billion to get the county doctor. The C2 is a market propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending track amount. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track amount. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending track amount. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track amount. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Women of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! So everyone, the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to chronic none. Profits the C2 use of mafia propaganda. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologist, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borough's one leader is a criminal. CTU is a lawyer, propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Holding up for transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Yeah, one free Brandon Johnson criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda taxation affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, you give to crony gold profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is the scam. It's the black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the Republican is the scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reversions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reversions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion NECT mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Now whose offering is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thee I invoke. For thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thee I invoke. For thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the edge of the sky. Thee I invoke. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often potent of the seated boat. Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou contemplest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Six. Thou who bearest the rose and dross of life and light. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a rebel. Almost $1.3 billion that gives authority doctors. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Parliament Johnson is a fraud. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate us! Elevate us! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying young. Profits the C2 use of mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track
white slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boroughs wondering when he gets a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We don't push transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, every Brandon Johnson criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxes justice. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, he'll give you crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It's a scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and criminal who lied. Reversal and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. $1.33 million to give out to its crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to raise. Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Nose of the knees of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over the streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to give to crony doctors. The C2 is a market propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Parliament Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
The order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 in order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70, the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71, the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70, the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the C2 use of mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker.
Black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals wondering is a criminal. BTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Accountability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation from black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, every Brandon Johnson criminal. BTU is a mafia propaganda organization. It is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black lives is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. More tax socialist. No tax socialist. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, you give to Crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It is a scam. Public spending tracker. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to raise. Mayor Brendan Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brendan Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and criminal who lied. Reversing socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. $1.3 billion to give out to this crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Now whose upper knees are flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thee I invoke. For thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thee I invoke. For thou whose garment is of the gold of glory, with the edge of the sky. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. crowning on profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Weapons and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cars. Chaos borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a rebel. Borrows $1.3 billion to get to crony doctors. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public spending track them out. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track them out. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending track them out. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track them out. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Women of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! Salvation!
to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration.
The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment.
7, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to chronic none. Profits the seats to use of mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologist, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to a criminal. BTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Accountability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We don't want transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago
a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Everyone prepare to get some criminal. The DTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Expanding trial. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for blacks lives is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. More tax politics, no tax justice. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Krynon. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, you get to crony on profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. transparency. Public spending tracker. No, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the forbidden again. It is a scam. No. Public spending tracker. No. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 million to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon
taxes are not going up next year. We're keeping.
Washington are actually executing those laws that we already have. Executing those laws that we already.
was Cam, and she came up to me one day and said, "What if we just went together?"
Fucking
Who's the real Christian?
whoever's gonna speak in tongues right now does not
Let's do it.
Mumford and Sons Little Lion Man.
You mean Mumford and Sons? I want to sing a Sufi song.
Yeah, that one.
I want to sing a Sufi song because the whole I'm regal who's not a Sufi. Okay, how about after this song then? Okay, fine.
It's rock and roll.
You have to sing it.
Well, guess what? So guess what I did? I went to chat and I was like, hey, look, I want you to do a deep search in as many like sites to see what the majority of people pick between the red and the blue. What do you think it picked?
blue, because that's what I see.
No, I'm talking like overall, because you actually motivated me to do it. So it was unanimously blue. It was unanimously blue, right? And I was like, here, what else?
Because I'm retarded and I have autism or something. I don't know. You're right. Go ahead, Master. Go ahead.
Who the fuck is bringing this stuff down?
Isn't that obvious? Well,
Who the fuck is bringing this dumb gun down to the stage?
I think Soren's just waiting for me to turn my tuck in and say, you know what, I'm gonna rack out. I got work in the morning, and then he's gonna go off and he's gonna wait till I'm gone.
Soren, give this Irish potato nigger hell. He's a horrible person.
Yeah, first off, I hate none of this language here.
No, but he isn't Irish. He's subhuman Irish. Come on.
Sure.
Well, just call him a Mick then, Pepe.
Again. Viking.
wait, who is Irish? Rafi's Palestinian.
Yeah, look at me go. I see me, I'm on the flotilla in my PTR. I'm Greta Thunberg.
Oh, wow.
She took this picture.
Isn't she doing OnlyFans these days?
I don't know. Soren is the sponsor.
Yeah, isn't her channel called Veggie Tales?
I mean, she's doing something I
Soren, what do you think of flotilla? Greta Thunberg. Like her?
I think that was a great PR campaign. It wasn't, because this bitch was smiling when all of a sudden they put her on a boat and then they're giving her like a fresh sandwich and they're treating her so kind, and it's just like, oh, okay.
But why do you think they felt successful?
Released news that the people on the flotilla to Gaza were actually sexually harassed.
Yeah, what do you say about that, Soren? How do you feel? The people that are fleeing Palestine are sexually harassing other people.
Why do you think
That they have those tendencies? I just want to know, hold on, we'll go to Israel. What do you think of those tendencies? People that tried to free Palestine, right? The one Palestine, they're
sexually harassing people. Like they have those tendencies.
If they've done
and then they share those tendencies.
If some of them they've done it, I don't know if it's true.
Apparently you find articles. These articles are out there.
I don't know all the articles. If it is true, then there should be accountable.
Yeah, it's true. Articles about it.
Did you ever see that?
So how do you feel? How do you feel that people that share the ideology to free Palestine, do they share the same idea? Well, I don't know if it's all of them. Apparently, there's a lot of them. Apparently, there's a lot of them that are fucking molested.
All of them, that's wrong. Listen,
but they share the same ideology to free Palestine.
They're just like you. Didn't you threaten me with rape? Didn't you say that you would have an RGC dick in my pussy? That's what you said. So they're just like you, so right? Nothing wrong with that, right?
Ayatollah, sorry, and that's haram. You said that?
I think that's really wrong. Sorry, don't you think that's really wrong? To have that ideology.
You know what? We
to be a freedom fighter and to rape and to sexually harass.
We don't believe in chosen people. Only you people believe that you.
Yeah, but you guys do believe in rape.
We choose not to rape. That's correct, sorry. You are correct. We're the chosen ones.
Yeah, but they're chosen. But what's really weird about these so-called chosen people is they don't rape people and brag about it, but ISIS and Hamas rapes people and brags about it.
Oh, the Jeffrey Epstein, he did that. Trust me, trust me. Ashkenazi Jew,
He wasn't a Jew.
He was everyone. He was Ashkenazi.
He wasn't a Jew. He was a Timu Jew.
He was an Ashkenazi.
He was an ethnic Jew.
You said he was a Timu. Would you say he's an IRGC Jew?
He was.
Yeah, I would say.
But you know.